These 170s handling it with ease. I know yesterday they did a little massaging on the step up. It was one of the key focal points in qualifying. We'll get into that later today. But fourth position.
Indeed, there's going to be a lot of shuffling I see here in the next couple laps, determining these kids. They got to learn the line. The course changes a lot as the day goes, either from the other classes or, Kelvin definitely tries to keep the track as consistent as they can. But, man, the grooves develop, the blue groove develops. Everything kind of just changes as the day goes on.
Yeah, well, and look at that. Looks like Grayson Gentry giving up a little of that big lead we saw earlier on. Number 56 of Wyman starting to trying to reel him back in. Indeed,
Stetson Wyman, and he's got it. And we might have it backwards. I do think Stetson Wyman is out front, as I see here. No, it is still Grayson. Grayson. He was so checked out here. We're looking at the monitor, and I had thought Stetson Wyman had got it. But you're right, Grayson Gentry just checking out from the rest of the field.
Well, right now, Banks moving up 2 spots off the start. Looks like now threatening Wyman for that second spot. So right now, the battle between Stetson and Banks for that second, third spot. That is the key fight right now.
Yeah, once the leader checks out like that, the battle happens behind you, and that's exactly right. Banks Bodwin doing a great job there, trying to reel in the Stetson Wyman car.
Got a shot there of our leader, Grayson Gentry, just absolutely flying out here at Firebird Motorsports Park. So running order right now, we've got Gentry, Wyman, O'Connor, Lucas.
Let's see the layover there. Down the back straightaway now. This is where I think we call this a driver's class because, as we said, these cars are almost identical. But Grayson Gentry, no stranger to this class, and knows what it takes to put that on top of the box.
Yeah, Banks now taking that second spot. Looks like Wyman trying to get it back. So Banks and Stetson having some battles, a little back and forth out here early on in the 170 production division as our leader, Grayson Gentry, we don't even see him in our screen anymore. Right. He's absolutely checked out.
That was a great shot there forward from the ski jump. And that was great, so that way you can see how these cars battle. And as I said, when we get to the faster classes, they're going to be on that one line. But, man, what is great about the 170s, you can see them all over the course, man. Like I said, they'll be 4 wide into the narrowest corner here on the course.
Yeah, and it looks like 2nd through 6th, pretty bunched up still. Obviously, our leader kind of checked out on the field, but 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th place, all kind of bunched in there together.
Yeah, all they can do at this point is just watch the race from their seat. Now, as you said, the real battle's happening behind our leader, Grayson Gentry, just straight up checked out. And all you can hope for here is the points, pick up the points for the, this is the first race of the year, so a lot of strategy goes into how these drivers are going to drive. They're taking it easy, but, man, right now it looks like they're all out.
Yeah, looking shot there of the 823 of Rayleigh Lucas. Looked like she's trying to get in the draft there.
I don't know if drafting is quite important out here, but wouldn't that be awesome?
Yeah, 170s in draft. You're saying probably not quick enough for the draft, but no, she's looks like she's trying to gain a little bit. Looks like she's getting a rundown. See if she's able to narrow that gap over the over the 5th spot of Penrod.
Well, that's another thing you were talking about there is as I said, you'll see these kids all over the course right there. You see 3 cars wide going over the step up. And that's a great thing that makes a racer understand this course, because even though they are choosing different lines, if you choose too wide of a line, you're scrubbing speed. Even though it feels like the car is picking up speed, you're scrubbing speed. Same thing if you're inside on the wrong corner, you're scrubbing speed again. So really finding that line up here, as we said, not a lot of horsepower in these cars to deal with. You can't accelerate out of a corner or set a car sideways. You really have to choose the right line to where the car stays spooled up and carries the speed out of the corner.
Yeah, so right now, running order, we got Grayson Gentry, we've got Banks Bodden, we've got Stetson Wyman, Creighton O'Connor, and Brayton Penrod, your top 5, with Rayleigh Lucas in the 6th spot, threatening to inch her way into that top 5.
Yeah, we're halfway there right now, so right now I think these racers have found their spot and found their groove, so now they got to make it work halfway through here. They had to learn the track. They had to learn what they're going to do. But we have a caution going on right now. And we can see the 170s, though, still battling to get right there into the shot behind our pace vehicle. That's going to line them up.
Yeah, pace vehicle going to bunch them back up here.
And I hear a little bit. It's great having the spotters here, too, because we get, a little bit of contact there. But it's great having the spotters here sometimes because we can hear what they're saying to the kids, go, 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 or set it sideways. Got to actually hear them when they get really excited. But, yeah, there it is. We're stacking them up. I don't see what we have out here. Nothing on our screen there that shows us we have a car down. We have a car down now.
Yeah, it looks like we got a car there in the middle of the step-up parked.
All right. But Grayson Gentry, your leader, will bring it in there. And in second place, the Banks Bodden car. That's a lot of new names here. And I'm going to have to get him down as well.
Yeah, well, Grayson Gentry, definitely the story of the first half of this race, just absolutely on rails out here with Hopkins there. It looks like the number 44 Hopkins sitting there parked right there. That is Steele Hopkins in the middle of that step up.
Let's hope the day's not over for Hopkins. It's really hard to tell these cars. I don't believe they have reverse. They can't start them. They have to rely, as you see here, either get it off the track, get the crew to start them. These cars, you got to keep them running, and there it is. The 103 car stalled as well. So, did they stall them out? Did they? It's really hard to see. You got to keep these cars running. You got to keep up that momentum.
Yeah, and that's Paxton Lupino there in the 103, stalled on the side of the track too. So we are going to regroup, restack, and try and get back to racing here. And, man, I tell you what, the rest of the field's got to be really excited about this because Grayson Gentry was, a good quarter lap ahead of the rest of the field.
Yeah, indeed. You can only hope for something like this if you are playing, and especially if, let's say you were mid-pack or even towards the rear and you worked your way up, but you didn't have anything for that leader. Well, now that gives you that redemption or that ability to get you back up, battling it out with Grayson Gentry.
Well, and I tell you what, Banks Bodden and Stetson Wyman having a great battle there for the second and the third spot. So I think, they were picking up some speed. Started a little slow, but they were picking up some speed. So it's going to be great to watch that battle and see if they got a little something for Grayson Gentry. But, looking over lap times, Grayson Gentry, a good 3 seconds faster than the rest of the field, on his fastest lap. So, man, Grayson, that car is dialed in today. Yeah,
not knowing much about Banks Bodden, I'll bet you Banks is one of those racers that said, hey, let's go to Arizona, of course, stepping things up, and here they are. And look at this, second place behind Grayson Gentry. Maybe they've raced before, this. I'm sure Tiffany will get the story on that on the podium, but what a great way to start off here for the 2025-26 season here at Core.
Yeah, so we're a little bit further than halfway home out here at Firebird Motorsports Park for the opening round of the 2025 and 2026 Championship Off-Road Racing season. Under caution here in the 170 production class. Currently got Grayson Gentry leading, followed by Banks Bodden, Stetson Wyman, Creighton O'Connor, Brayton Penrod, Rayleigh Lucas, Xander Kessler. That's your top 7. Paxton Lupino showing in 8th, but Paxton was one of the cars that was pulled over to the side, so that's going to get readjusted. We've got Jamison Olsen and Ryan Jones rounding out your top 10 here in 170 production. Looks like you got about 2 corners to go, and we're probably going to get back under green flag racing conditions and wrap this race up. But once again, Grayson Gentry leading this thing from the drop of the green flag, and the big battle's been for that second spot between Banks Bodden and Stetson Wyman.
Jim, so many names there as you were going down the list that are just new to me and haven't heard of them or seen them. And I'm ecstatic to see this class so big and full of new entries.
Yeah, full of new entries, some 20-some entries deep here in 170 production. And it looks like we are going to be going green as they come out of this final turn. They're going to hit that front stretch. We're going to have that pace vehicle pull off, and we're going to go green flag racing out here in Chandler.
One thing we were also talking about, the way that this track is set out, they're taking the green flag. But, man, the sun out here as it comes over, we saw it come over the horizon. I'm sure it's playing with these kids being the first race out here. as they come around turn 1 here, firing right into the sun. You can see it right there, the sun right in their eyes going down the back straightaway.
Yeah, that is tough, man. This low-level sun, as it's going to get higher in the day, but these kids in certain corners going directly into the sun. So when you got one hand on the wheel, one hand up, you're trying to block the sun.
You really do.
Putting these kids to the test early on.
Well, that grooms them as racing, because you get into these faster classes and you're in these cars, they're going to be in a situation. If not the sun coming up, the faster racers got to deal with the sun going down. And this course, fortunately or unfortunately, has it in every single direction here. And sun is definitely an issue out here as the sun goes down.
Well, what I'm seeing here is Grayson Gentry, not quite the jump that he had last go-around.
Well, we talked about that. The start is very important, and this class wasn't going to be prepared for a restart, but of course, if we have to bring out the yellow, the caution, a full course caution, that's strategy right there. You have to make sure you have to be prepared for that. And Grayson Gentry, though.
Oh, we had a little bump there. One go over the edge.
And that can always happen right here as what we're talking about. And I don't know that that's in a position where they'll bring out the full course caution. I think once the cars get around it, the crew will do a great job of just getting that car back into racing action. And I don't think they'll pull out a caution for that.
Yeah, it looks like that car ended right at the perfect spot, about ready to go over that edge. But now we're jumping up to our leaders here. And Grayson Gentry continuing to lead out here. Now starting to gap the field a little bit.
Yeah, there it is. Well, that's the thing, as we were talking about it earlier, these cars almost 100% equal. The only thing that can really be different, and a little bit of weight differences, which is very crucial when you are in a lower horsepower car. But, setup is critical here. And these cars got to be set up just right. Because every little different thing that could go right or wrong with these cars can make a difference in how they go around the course.
Yeah, now the battle here is back to Banks Bodden and Stetson Wyman for that second spot.
Great racing right there, wheel to wheel as they come into turn 3. Great shot of turn 3 there. Tons of lines, and that in this class and the faster classes, turn 3 is definitely one of the turns that you have to take. You have to plan the line just right. It will change the whole race lap for you.
Yeah, excuse me, I believe this is a battle for the third spot.
At 56, Stetson Wyman. Here we go, Stetson Wyman. Now, hey, you're in his house, and the number 245 car. This is great to see out there battling it out with them. And there it is, Jackson Real. A great shot there down the back straightaway.
Yeah, so the white flag is out. We're going to bring him home here at Chandler at Firebird Motorsports Park. White flag out next time by, so we got about a lap and a half to go. Got Brayton there, edging out Wyman. 245. Brayton Penrod doing a great job.
Well, Jim Beaver, I can already say, man, the energy is absolutely electric for this first race out here at Core. We got a good show out here in the grandstands, man. People are here to watch this race. The energy definitely elevated here for the start of the 2025-2026 series.
Yeah, absolutely. But, the story of this class so far has been Grayson Gentry leading wire to wire as we get another shot there as a white flag comes out. Banks Bodden in the second spot.
Now, this is a critical part of the race as well here, the final lap. Although Grayson Gentry has quite a sizable lead, he has to hit his marks here because a mistake here can be catastrophic for that team. And but Grayson Gentry, we know, a veteran in this class, if you will, and he's just going to have to drive it home. And if everything stays right here, it's going to be a great day for Grayson Gentry. Yeah,
Grayson hitting his marks today, hasn't made one mistake yet. Got about half a lap to go, going to try and bring it home. Got the big step up ahead of him. Look at that air.
Indeed, man. We know there's going to be a big career for him. Look at how big that helmet is in that car. It looks like a young man just stuffed in a car, and that shows you the size of these cars. Not much bigger than your regular go-kart that you grew up with, but these are cage, and they are not a go-kart by any means of the word.
No, not at all. And going to come around this final corner, going to hit this front stretch. Got one big tabletop ahead of him. And Grayson Gentry going to bring it home for the first win of 2025.
How exciting is that? You know, Grayson does get to say that. First race, 2025, first winner. There it is. He led it from wire to wire.
It looks like it's going to be Banks Bodden with the second spot. And Stetson Wyman going to bring it home in third.
Really excited to see this podium out here. This is going to be, I want to see Banks and hear what they're going to say. Stetson, wait till you see Stetson. You're going to love this. And there it is as we get the rest of the class finishing right now for the first race.
All right, well, we are going to get these young drivers over to the podium. In the meantime, we're going to take a short commercial break, and we'll be back with our podium finishers when we return here to Firebird Motorsports Park in the opening rounds of the 2025-2026 Championship Off-Road Racing Series. The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by R&R Steel, Tucson's premier steel fabricators and erectors. Racer Plus, where the racing never stops. And by Starstream Pro, stream live video, telemetry, and data from anywhere on the planet.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good.
Let's meet up at the compound group up.
At 10-4. Yeah, for sure, dog. Good, little driver, straight on through. Let's go, boys.
How many Kings have we got racing today? All of them.
I got nothing to lose.
As you can see, we've had another beautiful day on the Isle of Man.
We'll do some racing this weekend. It's going to be a blast.
And welcome back here to Firebird Motorsports Park in the opening rounds of the championship off-road racing season for 2025 and 2026. Jim Beaver here, joined by Mark Wright. We just finished up the 170 production race. And Mark, obviously, give us the lowdown here on what happened.
Well, as you see the rugged radio results right there, Grayson Gentry, one of our veterans here in the class, was able to lead it from wire to wire, and a new name for me out here at Court Banks Bondwood. And Stetson Wyman, this is going to be a great podium out here, and great day for Grayson. He led it from wire to wire. It looks like he didn't have any problems.
No, not any problems at all there for Grayson Gentry. I think we may have a slight adjustment to some of our results. I think one of the transponders may have not been working, so the podium might shape up a little bit different than what we thought. So we're going to sort through that. But, man, for the first race of the season, getting in the books, that one was fun.
I think it really was, and we were talking about the energy up here. I love it when I see that. That's what racing's supposed to be, and these kids, I always tell the crowd, they can feel you. They can feel the energy, and you know what? They showed right there, and the kids were giving their all. They were letting it all go crazy out there. And even though it was the race happened the way it is, they still put on a great show.
Yeah, absolutely put on a great show, and it looks like we're going to have, I believe, Gentry with the top spot. We're going to have Bodden with the second, and Brayton possibly in the 245 a third. I think Brayton with the one with the transponder that was having the miscue there, but looks like our podium is going to be shaken up just a little bit.
That's all right. That happens sometimes racing. Everything's not always perfect out here, but man, the parents will let you know right off the bat if there's an issue, and then we can get it straightened out for sure. Everybody here at Core, perfect professional here, and they'll work it out for sure.
Yeah, and I believe it's going to be Stetson Wyman and Rayleigh Lucas, who had a great race there in the top 5.
Grayson Gentry on top of his car right now with the number 1. And Tiffany Stone down there is going to be giving an interview here shortly, and I look forward to seeing this. And I look forward to seeing a lot of the new names. And, I mean, there's going to be – the whole podium is going to be a whole different podium for here at the 2025-26 season here.
Yeah, well, you see that car of Gentry's. Look, it doesn't even have a speck of dust on it. The car is just absolutely beautiful. Wire to wire, coast to coast, man. Took that thing across the finish line and didn't miss one. I mean, one tire placement, one corner, one jump. That car was just absolutely perfection out here today.
Indeed, and that's always great when there's not a lot of work to do for the second day.
No, they're going to – I don't even want to say wash the car because there's not much to wash up, and maybe give it a slight wipe down, and it's going to be good to go for tomorrow's rounds. And, now we know who the one in the 170 production class is with a target on his back. It is Mr. Grayson Gentry.
Absolutely. It's been that way from the start, and that is a great-looking podium and a great way to start off here in 2025.
Well, and I know just looking through the lap times here, Grayson Gentry with a 1:18.9 was the best lap. The second fastest lap here, it looks like, was a 1:21.1 by Rayleigh Lucas. So, couple finishers. We're going to toss it down to the third partner.
Thank you guys so much. It's so good to be down here. First race of the season is out and done. A big congratulations to all 3 of you guys. So let's start with our third place finisher, the number 245 of Brayton Penrod. Now, Brayton, nice job out there. You battled all the way. Second and third, that was quite a battle. Tell me about your day.
It was good. I am not really used to talking.
Oh, it's okay. So me and you are just having a conversation, buddy. Do you want to start out with some good news first? Listen to this. A big congratulations. You get $20 from Golding Motorsports for taking this. Perfect. Nice job for you. So now you got $20 in your pocket. Tell me how you're feeling.
Really good.
Really good? And how was it racing out here for your first time?
It was exciting, thrilling. I have no words.
That's okay. Don't even worry about that. We have some adult drivers who don't have words either. So you, nice job, third place finisher over here. We're going to go to our second place one. We got Banks Bodden. Banks, nice job. Like we were talking about, second and third was quite a battle. Tell me what your spotter was telling you in your ear.
To take the inside lane for the left.
That is awesome. Well, you want to know something else for you? You get another $20 as well. So you get $20 in your pocket. I'm going to ask you the same thing now that you got that in there. How you feeling?
Great.
Wonderful. I love all of that. Who would you like to thank today?
My dad.
Your dad? Wonderful. Show him the $20 that you just made and say that was a great job. Wonderful. Anybody else you'd like to thank besides your dad?
Myself.
I like that. Myself, nice job, second place over here. And taking the top spot, number 208, Grayson Gentry. Pretty much you led this wire-to-wire, started the green flag. We do talk about cautions a little bit. How do you keep yourself under control when there is a caution, but you need to make sure you get that jump after it?
Just get on the brake. Just get on the brakes so nobody will pass. So, go fast and then get on the brakes so nobody will pass me.
I mean, I love that. Do you want to thank anybody today?
My dad, my mom, my grandpa, and my Jimmy, Tyler, K1, and Derek.
Wonderful. Well, nice job to you, Grayson. One more round of applause for our top 3 finishers in today's very first race. Back up to you guys.
Thanks, Tiffany. And, man, what a great podium. Look at those young stars, future stars of the sport. Man, what a great race. What a great way to kick things off for the 2025-2026 season with the 170 production class. And I know this morning, great bunch of youth races on tap. We're going to move right into 250 modifieds next. So we're going to amp the speeds up just a little bit, Mark.
And this is a big deal. I mean, they are a definite change to what we just watched. The 250, believe it or not, still the same kind of thing. You got to have a lot of momentum, and setups very important. But they got a little more power on tap, so they'll be able to drive this car a little bit faster into the corners and accelerate out of the corners. So again, jockeying for position is very important here into turn 1. The start's going to be very important to have. But like you said, the speeds are going to be picked up a little bit. Acceleration's better. And it's just going to be – I love the way that we've set this up. The classes just keep getting faster and faster as the day goes on. Yeah,
they just keep getting faster and faster. And I don't want to say more competitive because that was a pretty competitive race we just watched.
That was great. And, it's unfortunate when somebody does get checked out like that, the battle's all behind. But still really good racing to watch and great way to start off.
All right, now we got a shot there coming in. I don't want to say to the arena, into the track, but I like to call it an arena because it's more of a battle. But we have that pace vehicle we saw going to be bringing these 250 modifieds into the arena as we take a look at the Liqui Moly starting grid.
Brody Klein's going to lead it into row 1 with Elliott Brook on the outside. Murphy McKay and Stetson Wyman, as I was saying earlier, you're going to see a lot of these cars and a lot of the kids shuffle around in the classes, and that's what gives us a broad racing class here for the show to do out here at course. Up 3 or 4 times out here as the day goes on. And oddly, the kids that are racing these smaller cars, Jim, are also going to be out here in the faster cars. You'll see them out here in the 800. You'll see them out here in the big cars, the RS1s. It's going to be incredible to watch these kids continue to race all day.
All about that seat time, and kids getting a lot of it here at the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. I love it. You got to love to see it. So we've got a group of, I believe, 3 cars. We had a few more slated to run, but looks like we've got 3 cars showing up for the grid. So it's going to be a shootout, 3-car shootout for those podium spots, it looks like.
Yeah, lots of differences here from these cars, the 250, other than the obvious. Different setup altogether, and the speeds are going to be a little bit faster, but, just like in the last race, hitting your marks is going to be very important, and, you're going to see a lot of different lines that the faster cars can't take. Well, they can take it, but it's an aggressive move considered in the larger cars, so very important to hit your marks in these cars as well.
Well, and how important is it to get out front early? We saw in that last youth race, Grayson just absolutely jumping out front and never look back. But how important is that for these kids to be leading?
Well, we're going to talk about it all day to hear how the strategy plays out. But, man, I have heard all kinds of different strategies here. Even though these classes are not scheduled for a caution, you still got to get that strategy. You come out of the box, take it easy, let the drivers ahead of you make mistakes. You'll learn their lines. Or do you just go for it right out of the box? And the majority of these racers, though, as I've learned over the past couple of years hearing from them, they say they just gave it their all right out of the box.
Yeah, full sin from the drop of the green flag. You got to love it. Yeah. So we are going to have Brody Klein sitting there on the pole, Elliott Brook in the 2nd spot, and we've got Murphy McKay in that 3rd spot.
So Murphy McKay out here doing as he does, and lots of energy there. Man, it's going to be hard to call this class with giving who I think is going to, it's hard to predict who's going to be on top of the box in this class right here because this is a whole new season, a whole new setup. And we talk about it being exciting for us up here in the booth, being a whole new thing that we're doing out here, ushering in a new era. But as racers, too, it's all new for them. We'll hear from me and the things that I know about these racers. They take the green flag right now, but it's new for them as well, and I know they're coming into it with a new attitude.
Yeah, and look at that, man. Brody Klein out early, but Elliott Brook putting a little pressure right out of the box.
Man, indeed, and that's where we're talking your strategy to come out swinging at full send.
Look at all the way to the bottom, trying to make the pass. Nothing there, but Elliott Brook already looking early for that outside-inside.
Man, that is a great move in short course racing to set them up to the outside and go in. And that's where a lot of speed can be either carried or scrubbed off from either competitor. So that's quite a move. That's a move that the big names make right there.
Yeah, look at that. Full send over that step up to wrap our way through the middle portion of this track. Already looks like Brody Klein with about a 3-4 car length lead. But look at that late break by Elliott Brook, narrowing the gap a little bit.
Yeah, braking's just as important as accelerating. You can overbrake. And unfortunately, Jeff Geiser told me, or Rick Geiser rather told me, it's one thing to accelerate. Everybody can go fast. Everybody can mash on the throttle, but it's a whole other thing to know how to brake.
Man, Elliott Brook over that tabletop looked like it bit when it landed, kind of shot to the right real quick. Yeah, that was a little scary there. But the number 18 there, Brody Klein, leading. But look at that. We got Elliott Brook just absolutely flying out here, trying to narrow that gap.
So that's crazy to see that landing. That would tell me that these are beamed cars. You know, they don't have an upper and lower control arm. The beams, unfortunately, as they travel in and out of their travel, they get a lot of bump steer. And that's just inherent to a beamed car. Even the bigger cars, Ford Rangers and stuff, you know, trucks that your dad used to race, beams, as they compress, they change, they do a lot of things. So that means that car was really put through the travel.
Yeah, and Elliott Brook, look at that. I don't know if there's, narrowed that gap way. I mean, we saw 5-6 car length lead, and all the way to the bottom, we got a battle here for the lead with Brody Klein and Elliott Brook.
They are definitely, as we see out here in Core, they're definitely making it spicy here for round 2.
Oh, they are definitely bumping and banging out here. And we got Elliott Brook in the lead.
Great racing action going on. These three putting it down for you guys. And they are dicing it up right now. And here we go right there. You can see the Brody Klein car analyzing the lines now. And I bet this is where the difference is going to become is watching their lines and being able to take it away from them.
We got these cars are screaming out here. I got Klein trying to reel in number 16 car.
Yeah, you can definitely already see the difference in the speed in these cars. You know, I didn't think it'd be that visibly, assertive, but now that we're really close to these cars and watching them into the corners, we can definitely see the speed. Drifting around turn 4 right there. That's a pro move right there.
Yeah, cars are starting to get a little loose, getting sideways out here as this track comes into play. I mean, beautiful conditions, and it's going to get nothing but faster throughout the day.
Elliott Brook there with the 2X on the side of that car. 2X Motorsports out here in full force. We'll see cars from 2X all weekend long. Connor Maxwell out here, definitely one of the big guys out here for 2X.
Yeah, there's the 471 of McKay. It looks like about a straightaway back from the lead pack here.
So Murphy McKay, I've been able to get to know him quite a bit out here at Core. He's quite a character as well, and a very tough competitor. But, man, tough luck for him because now he's just watching the race unfold right in front of him as the two leaders just really extend that lead.
Yeah, it looks like we've still got Elliott Brook in the 16 car leading. We got Brody Klein trying to chase Elliott down. Looks like a little over a second a difference in their fastest laps here.
Still be anybody's race. Elliott Brook really has to hit their lines just right because Brody Klein will take full advantage of any mistake if you make, or if you open the door on Brody Klein, he will take it. And you see right there already getting it into turn 3. And again, I'm sorry they're not in turn 3. That is turn 5 once again. 6 turns out here, and that was turn 5. And it's crazy. This track has changed throughout the years. It used to be just 5 turns, but now we got 6 turns because of a little bit of a twisting coming out. We actually used to also go out onto the tarmac, but as we said, we kept it right here in the arena. I like that, as these warriors do battle.
Yeah, it looks like we are right about halfway home here in the 250 modified division here at the Championship Off-Road Racing season opener. As we've got the young Elliott Brook leading in the number 16, being chased by Brody Klein. Looks like Brody getting
side
around.
By side. Oh, they come in. They got a lead change.
Got it back. We saw that. Oh, and all the way to the bottom. Look at that. Back and forth. Side by side. This is what it's all about, Mark.
Man, it is very exciting. I'm glad they're putting it down for us. This is what racing and short course racing is all about. Brody Klein, look at this. They're not giving up on each other. They got a race.
This is a race. What an exciting battle out here in the 250 modifieds. Elliott Brook, Brody Klein. We've had about 3 or 4 lead changes in the last 3 or 4 turns.
Brody Klein busy on the steering wheel right there. You can see Brody Klein just sawing away on that car. And that's a great shot there. Those beams that I was talking about, you can clearly see it there on the Brody Klein car. And you can see if they do get sent, they will definitely get a little bump steer in there. Look at this, Brody Klein into turn 1. And Elliott Brook now, they're not giving up. They are putting on a show. You crowd better get loud. They can hear you in these cars as they come down the front straight. We'll make sure you make some noise for them.
Yeah, this is exciting. Get all the way to the bottom there. We got the 16 going to take it back. Elliott Brook going to take it back past Brody Klein. And look at Brody all the way down to the bottom now trying to get it back. He's going to set him up going into this corner. Let's see if there's something there.
You know, this is what I was talking about, the energy, all new for 2025. I can see it in the kids. Everything is different out here today, and I'm loving it. These two kids doing battle, and they are not getting the yellow. They are going to just sit here and battle out right in front of us.
Yeah, so right now we got Brody Klein in the number 18. We got Elliott Brook in the 16. Brody Klein trying to get it back from Brook. We've probably had 6-7 lead changes in this race. These two cars just back and forth as the laps start to dwindle down. I think we've got 2 or 3 laps remaining. So we're going to see here if Brody Klein in the number 18 can get it back from Brook here with the laps starting to tick away.
Well, here in the second half of this lap, Brody Klein. Oh, look at this as I was talking. Brody Klein did make that move. I was just going to say he's going to have to make that move. But there's that turn 1. The 2 turns, in my opinion, on the track that are mostly pinnacle lead changes, turn 3 and turn 1. And the very important there, as you just saw, turn 1 is the one, if you set them up that inside-out move, we just saw it perfectly performed.
Well, and I think Brody Klein's got a little more top-end speed. When they hit that front stretch, Brody Klein's able to get past Elliott Brook. So there's a little more top-end in that, I believe, in the number 18 car than there is in the 16. Once we get into the tight technical stuff, though, Elliott Brook able to get back around Brody Klein. So, man, both these cars set up to do different things out here, and I think that's why we've seen so many lead changes.
Well, indeed, and we were talking about setup, tire pressure, and the shocks and everything. But we haven't mentioned it. Gearing, extremely important. These engines all
up on the bike. Lots of excitement here.
Oh! Stall the car or And I was just going to say gearing, very important. But another thing is, man, these cars throw a chain very, very easily. And the reason for that, the reason for that is these cars have a swing arm. They're not independent rear suspension like they are on the bigger cars. The bigger cars have independent rear suspension and drive lines and belts, but these cars, they have a drive chain. So if you bike up like that, sometimes the chain has popped up. I wouldn't be surprised right now if Elliott Brook's chain came off.
Yeah, what a bummer, because Brody Klein, Elliott Brook with just a phenomenal back and forth, clean race. These two kids just absolutely in a slugfest. You hate to see it in this way.
Oh, you can see Elliott Brook right there. You can see that helmet going back and forth. I know Elliott Brook's not going to be happy with that.
No, not at all. I mean, like I said, what do we have? Maybe 10 lead changes this race?
So exciting. You know, we talk about the bigger and faster classes, man, but if you're really out there and you just watch this race, I could watch this race. I could watch 10 more classes if it was at all possible of races just like that. That is what racing was all about, what we just witnessed.
Yeah, we got the final corner here. It looks like Brody Klein got one more tabletop jump to go. Going to bring out the checkered flag. Going to be victorious out here. And with Elliott Brook having mechanical issues, it looks like Murphy McKay going to slot into that second spot. Possibly keep it together, going to finish in the second spot. And Elliott Brook's going to have to settle for third out here, which is very unfortunate because that was an exciting race.
It was very exciting. And Brody Klein, you know, quite the competitor. These kids at a young age, you know, they're very emotional, believe it or not. I mean, and if they lose, it's rough on them. But I know Brody, and I don't think this is the way he wanted to win this race.
No, especially not after that race. But, you know, the one good thing is this is round 1. Round 2 is tomorrow. And I got to think there is a lot left in this 250 modified division. That is going to be the race to watch tomorrow.
Yeah, indeed. If you were out there and you're listening to this out here live, man, make your way, because I do have a feeling there is going to be some redemption tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. As we get a glimpse there of our winner, Brody Klein. And we are going to go to commercial break, but when we come back out here to Chandler to Firebird Raceway, we are going to catch up with our winners, but that'll be after this break. Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by Liqui Moly, more performance, more driving pleasure. Double E Racing, engineered for performance. And by Weller Racing, when performance matters and winning isn't optional.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good.
Let's meet up at the compound group up.
Right turn 4. Oh, that jump was huge. Yeah, for sure, dog. Good little driver, straight on through.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
When it comes to suspension tuning, there's only one name we trust.
Double E Racing.
Double E Racing. We help build champions.
And welcome back here to the beautiful Firebird Motorsports Park, laying host to rounds 1 and 2 of the 2025-2026 Championship Off-Road Racing Series. We just wrapped up with our 250 modified division, and what a shootout we had, Mark.
Man, it really was, and it was exciting to watch. We've been talking about that energy here for the first 2 races, and it was definitely there in that race. Very exciting to watch out there, whether you were here at the park or even there online. It was incredible.
It was absolutely incredible. And we had Brody Klein and Elliott Brook with basically a 7-lap shootout. I think we had no shortage of 10 lead changes during that race. Obviously, mechanical issue getting the best of Elliott Brook there with about 1 to go. But, man, that does not tell the full story of that race.
Yeah, you really don't want to see that. You want to see the race take it from wire to wire, especially when it was that exciting. It was so close. They had all over the track. It wasn't a lead change in just one place. They were definitely finding different speed lines throughout the course, and that was exciting to watch here live, and it's exciting to announce for sure.
Oh, it definitely was. And, you know, if that's going to be the theme for the rest of the day, racing like that, count me in, because that means we are going to have one great start to the 2025-2026 season.
It definitely makes it very easy to announce for sure.
Definitely. When you've got stuff to call like that, it makes things entertaining for sure. As we get a look at our Rugged Radio's unofficial results, Brody Klein in the number 18 taking home the victory. We got Murphy McKay in the 471 sliding into that second spot. In the number 16, as we mentioned earlier, Elliott Brook, great run early on, led at times, but a mechanical issue relegating Elliott to that third and final spot. All right, well, with our podium finishers, we are going to toss it down to the third part of our broadcast team, Miss Tiffany Stone.
Thanks, guys. A nice job to you. Very, very well ran out there. We're going to talk to our third-place finisher, Elliott Brook. Now, Elliott, I know this isn't where you want to be, but tell me about your day, okay?
Yeah, it was a tough race, but it's all racing.
Well, you know what, buddy? I've got a surprise for you. Since I heard that this is your first time as a podium finisher, we've got Golding Motorsports that is going to give you a $20 bill. So you take this 20 right there from that clipboard, show everybody. So even though you got 30, you still got $20 for that. All right? Nice job, buddy. Would you like to thank anybody today?
2X, 518 Designs, the American Legion, Post 35, my dad, my grandma, my mom, and my family.
Wonderful. Well, once again, a nice job on taking that third-place finish. Heading over here to second place, we've got Murphy McKay. Now, Murphy, we always talk about just keeping your head's there in the game, making sure that you're continuously driving and you're walking away with a second-place podium. How are you feeling right now?
Good.
Would you like to thank anybody or tell us about how your day was out there? I know you've got another race, so you're probably still in that mindset.
Yeah. I would thank my mom, my dad, my grandmas, my papa, and 2X Motorsports, ServeWorks, and Cloud Break, and MFR.
Wonderful. Well, I'll let you get your head back into the game. Nice job on taking that second place. And moving over here to the number 18, taking that top spot, Brody Klein. Now, Brody, back and forth. You and Elliott about 6, 7, 8, 9 times back and forth. Tell me about your day and how you were able to take that top spot here.
I just put the pedal to the metal, and on that first turn, I kind of just tried to shove in there and get through, and I just cut the corner and got through, and then I got in first place.
Wonderful. Well, I know that your spotter was probably telling you a lot in there. As soon as Elliott headed out, what was he letting you know?
That mostly he broke down, so we can just back off the pedal, and so on the last lap I just backed down, didn't want to hurt the car or anything.
Who would you like to thank today for getting you that top spot?
My dad, my mom, my grandma, my grandpa, Megatron, ServeWorks, Foresters, Stevie, and Desert Earth, Cameron, and everybody who comes in to watch me.
Wonderful. Well, nice job. A big round of applause for your top 3 finishers in the 250 modified. Back up to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Tiffany, and what a great race, man! And I'm loving what Golding Motorsports doing with the $20. The kids are stoked on the $20.
I mean, that is a neat little thing that and that is something special for the kids out there online to get that, any amount of money out there. There's that. Thanks.
Another stacked field. We got 170 limiteds coming up, and this is an absolute another. Just look at how many cars we've got out here. These youth classes are alive and well in championship off-road racing.
I mean, indeed, 17 cars out here in this field. A lot of the names that I'm familiar with out here. Stetson Wyman, you saw him. And a little story in this one, we have the brothers out here, Carter Hoganus and Cooper Hoganus. And they're right here local out of Maricopa. There are a couple of farm boys out there. But I got to tell you, do you know who their biggest competitors are? Each other. They want to beat each other out here. And in turn of doing that, they end up racing with everybody else. Brooks Hopkins out here. Madden McCormick, a 12 West out here. Brian McCormick, their father. And very proud to see a lot of race cars coming out of McCormick. Riley Atterbury, this name is synonymous with short course racing. Murphy McKay having to race over there because Murphy's in this race as well. So you'll see, this is where I was telling you, a lot of these names will be racing all throughout the weekend. Kaysen Stowell, also another veteran out here, and look at that, Stetson Wyman. So now Stetson Wyman, a little bit of redemption in this class, same car, but now it's limited, just a different.
Yeah, Stetson Wyman, out here just running all kinds of divisions, lots of seat time. And probably a little bit of advantage coming into this race. Already seen the track, knows what it's like, and knows where the corners are starting to form, where the fast lines are. So probably, I expect some big things out of Stetson this race because a little bit of leg up on the competition.
Yeah, absolutely. And I was going to point that out a little earlier during the races that, setting it up this way where you're going to race a lot of classes. That does give you a chance to learn the track. And, the problem is, though, the car is always different throughout the classes. They run the same car with restrictor plates. They'll run restrictor class, the limited class here. Everything's a little bit different. So, indeed, they have the knowledge of the track and the setup. But, man, it's a whole different ballgame. Also because the different competitors out here. And everybody just drives. I mean, you'll see it here in this race, especially with over 17 cars out here. This is where their strategy is really going to become important.
Well, and I think the other thing to note is obviously there's a lot of drivers that have run this track the last couple seasons, but this track a little bit different today than it has been years past, mainly because we had a lot of this rain come in. And and when we had the rain come in, they had to push a lot of dirt around here. They had to drain it. Some of these jumps shaped a little bit different than years past and some of that stuff. So obviously,
But the tarmac, we actually exited the arena. Got out onto the tarmac. So the big changes are, as you can see there from that shot, the multiple corners as it comes out of the turns. Turn 3, one of the most important turns. You can see it there, a big menacing corner coming out of turn 1 out after the step down the ski jump. But right there after turn 3, you can see it right there. The step-up jump, that is simply playing havoc with everybody. Took some cars out in practice yesterday in qualifying, so hopefully everybody's got it all set up for the race.
Well, and I think, that step up in particular as we get into some of the faster classes today, it's really going to be key because, a lot of these youth divisions that we've just seen, they can hit it flat out because they can't clear it. They don't have much to worry about.
Right,
but when we start getting into some of the faster youth classes and into the pro classes, there's really a lot of technique that it's going to take. And you kind of got to hit that just right to kind of hit it butter smooth. You go a little too fast and can end up on its nose. You go a little too short, case it, can cause problems. Like we said, we saw a lot of challenges for some of the drivers yesterday. So I think as we get it throughout the day, that's going to be one of the key focal points. But man, look at this grid we've got for those of you at home. A stacked field of these 170 limited cars. As we've got the pace vehicle going to bring them out into the arena here at Firebird Motorsports Park, and we've got a stacked field getting ready to do battle of some of the youngest and fastest talent in off-road racing.
Well, and there's that tarmac that I was talking about. You can see them pick it up there as they get the car stacked up there onto that tarmac. We used to actually race into that surface. You can see the turn in the background, but now we just stack the cars up, get them out here on the course, and once they're out on the dirt, that's it. No tarmac into the the mix of things. But there's our lineup right there. Zeppelin Ledbetter will lead us in row 1. Cooper Hoganist, the local boy, Stetson Wyman, Little Redemption coming from him, and Kason Stowell, all names that have been out here before. Grayson Gentry, and you'll see the names as we go through the field here.
Yeah, just a stacked field. Looking, we got McKay back in another race. We, saw them race earlier this. I guess not this weekend. Today,
right? Today,
today. Atterbury there rounding out the field there in the 696. So this is the 170 Limiteds. Big thanks to Liqui-Moly for coming on board to the championship off-road racing season. One of our partners.
Man, indeed. What's really great about the kids, I kind of just had an epiphany sitting here talking, and, having somebody over here with a lot of knowledge about off-road racing and who they are. These kids, you hear names like we were talking about Madden McCormick, their dad, Brian McCormick, he's been out here a long-time racer. You're going to hear a little bit later, Mikey Childress Jr. is going to be out here in the bigger classes. You're going to see a lot of names from that you've recognized in off-road, synonymous with off-road racing for years. So, and that's what's beautiful about short course racing. The kids, no matter what discipline they go do, desert racing or short course, they can cut their seat time right here at Core.
Yeah, absolutely. And Core, great platform for youth racing. I love that we've got so many youth classes this morning. Then we get into the afternoon and we're going to have some of the pro class, and we'll get into talking about those later. But right now we've got our third race on the day, the 170 Limiteds. They are on tap for 8 laps here at Firebird Motorsports Park. So we've got our pace vehicle bringing them around. They got about 2 corners to go. We're going to see that pace vehicle pull off. And then it is going to be green flag racing here in 170 Limited with 17 of the fastest young talents in off-road getting ready to do battle.
You mentioned it being called the arena. You said you called it. This track, I've been out here for a long, long time. We don't have a name for this track. We've never named the track. I think you just christened the track the arena because it is a place to do battle. I mean, it's not the actual definition of arena, but we're going to make it that way. Hey, Jim, I love the fact that we call it the arena.
Well, it's a bit of a bowl out here. I kind of like it, but we are going to see the arena here. We got one more to go. All right. Prematurely said we're going to see the pace vehicle pull off. They didn't like what they saw, so we're going to do one more pass by. So these drivers are going to get one more look at this track and these corners. See where they want to make their move on the first lap. And I think, with a field this deep of 17 vehicles, that first lap becomes key. Because if you're going to make a move, especially if you're mid-pack, you want to do it early on, because once things get stretched out and you get into that traffic, it gets really hard. So, they're really sitting back. They're taking a look at the corners, taking a look at the dirt, and I think we're going to see some action here on lap number 1.
Well, indeed, and another thing to throw in there into the mix, the start is very important here. You can't fall asleep on the starting line. Even though these cars, again, a little bit different from the ones we watched, again, momentum's key, start is key, and those two have to be combined together. If you have a horrible start but you have the momentum, you're going to find yourself mid-pack, especially when there's this many cars. So everything has to be almost perfect, great start. And turn 1 in a class when you have 17 cars on there, no matter what, again, the word we've been using, it's going to get spicy in turn 1.
Oh, it's going to get spicy, and, I don't know how wide can they go? I'm just looking at this going, what are we going to go, 3 wide, 4 wide into turn number 1?
Turn 1 with these cars, I wouldn't be surprised if we're 4 wide all day long. So, and these cars, a lot of these competitors, the names that we're reading out here, they've raced, Charlie McKay, Cason Stowell, the Hoganist brothers that we talked, Stetson Wyman, Zeppelin Ledbetter, they've raced. So the thing is, they know their ins and outs. They know their little nuances that they do a little bit different. So by now, they kind of understand the competitor's edge there that they got. So we're about to unfold it right here, right now. This is race number 3, the 170 Limited. And, man, again, the energy. I love the energy that's being felt right now up here in the booth.
Yeah, well, Zeppelin Ledbetter going to be the one with a target on his back, but Cooper Hoganus, really close on qualifying times to Zeppelin. So I think that 1 and 2 spot there, it's going to be exciting here as we go green flag racing, and the green flag is out. We're off and running in 170 Limited. We're going to see who's going to take it, get that whole shot out of turn number 1.
Well, great start there, as you see there, and the cars stand pretty about 3 wide. We were talking to CF4. As the car goes to the outside, and maybe that's a little bit of strategy there to try to carry that momentum to slingshot, if you would. And that car now finding its way back inside. But there it is, the Zeppelin Ledbetter car out front, and Cooper Hoganus right behind him early.
Yeah, that bright orange car there of Zeppelin Ledbetter, easy to spot. Get about a 2-3 car length of lead there over Hoganus in the second spot.
And you can see that Cooper Hoganus and Carter Hoganus, they have the green and blue, the exact same livery, but just opposite, one blue, one green. And you can see Carter making his way up there to try to, and again, as I told you, he wants to get up with his brother. I don't know that he really wants to race anybody else other than his brother.
Yeah, it looks like Wyman there slicing and dicing as well, I believe, at one point. So we've got great battle shaping up, just like we said early on.
Well, I love that 56 of Stetson Wyman. You can see his car just a little bit different from everybody else's. Seems to sit a little lower. It seems to have a little better line to it. But Stetson Wyman, he knows his equipment. Stetson Wyman knows the ins and outs of that car. And I bet you Stetson Wyman has that car set up exactly the way he likes it.
Yeah, so our running order to start off, we got Zeppelin Ledbetter, Cooper Hoganus, Stetson Wyman in 1, 2, 3. Cason Stovall dropping back to the 4 spot.
Yeah, it's still anybody's race. It's early, and as we talked about, you can see a little bit of flapping around there, distracting the Carter Hoganus car. I'm wondering if that's going to play issues into the race. But a lot of strategy here. Do you come out of the box swinging, or do you take it easy, sit back for a little bit, watch it unfold? A great pass here happening. Stetson Wyman to the inside of Cooper Hoganus. Can he make it stick? They're side by side going up the step up as they come in to turn 4.
Look at that. Stetson outside, inside, nothing there. Hogan is doing a nice job of blocking. Looked like Wyman had a run off of that step up. Just wasn't able to make it stick.
Yeah, indeed. He looked like he had a plan there, but Hoganus was able to close the door and keep that second place. But this is going to, as we said, 8 laps to go, man. This is going to be the battle, and it's great to see it sizing up early. But checking out Zeppelin Ledbetter, and now the battle happening here for second and third.
Yeah, the battle definitely second and third. Ledbetter just on another planet right now, as we got Wyman and Hoganus fighting for that second spot. We're going to see an outside-inside here.
And Hoganus did a great job of keeping that door closed. Wasn't able to let Stetson Wyman in, but Stetson appears to have maybe just a little more speed coming down these straightaways, but Hoganess knowing to keep. Oh, they touch going into turn 5 rather.
Yeah, a little contact there. You know, Wyman, I'm looking at the lap times, about 0.4 of a lap faster last time by than Hoganess. So Hoganess there was doing a great job of blocking. But we'll see now if he's able to get a run on Wyman, try and get it back, or if Wyman's going to be able to check out.
Well, Wyman now got around Hoganess there in that exchange, the little bump and run right there. As we know in other forms of race, a little bump and run, and he was able to make that bump and run work up the step up. And now Stetson Wyman finds himself in second place.
Yeah, so Ledbetter leading. We got Wyman in second. We got Hoganess in third as we take a look at the battle for fourth and fifth. That is Stovall and Hopkins.
Yeah, I mean, fourth and fifth here just as equally as important because you got to try to break away from the pack if you're that far back so you can actually get up into the battle here of your top three. But if these top three check out like they are, it's just going to be a battle of those three. Cooper Hoganess not letting Stetson Wyman out of his sight. Stetson Wyman now, I know he can feel the pressure from Cooper, and Cooper not let him take that second place very easily.
No, not at all. Thought we might see a little bit of a run, but it has definitely not happened. Wyman going to have his work cut out for him as Cooper Hogan is trying to get it back. Looks like getting a run.
Well, Cooper Hogan is with a little bit of different line there going into turn 4. Now negotiating turn 5 coming into 6. Both drivers with a little bit of a different outlook, if you will, in how they're taking the course. And there's, as I said in these slower classes, they have multiple lines. When you hit the faster classes, you're going to see them one line, and they have to step out of the line to make an aggressive pass. Not so much here with these cars, again, where momentum is key. You can't saw the steering wheel too much in these cars because you definitely scrub speed doing that.
Yeah, we got Ledbetter out front, going to be hitting that big ski jump here momentarily. And the U.S. flag, got to love that. A little patriotic, a little Arizona theme going on here. I'm an Arizona boy myself, so I'm feeling it.
I'm originally from California, but I've been out here now for 35 years. I'm definitely an Arizonian. I love Arizona. I'm definitely not one to California, Arizona.
Well, you know, when we're talking about championship off-road racing and the series, man, we're loving all the Californians coming in here to Arizona, though, man. We have an absolute stacked field today in every single class, and it's going to be a great day of racing. But right now, we're seeing a great race there with Hoganess and Wyman just absolutely doing battle. We got Hoganess trying to get it back from Wyman, who got around earlier. Looks like going to make a run going up the hill.
Indeed, Cooper Hoganess there with a little speeding. And Cooper Hoganess, that's that scrub that I was talking about. You make a mistake like that, that's good for a good second off your lap time. And Cooper Hoganess really with the dig right there. I'm sure he lost time with that turn.
Man, that was rough for Hoganess. Been setting that up for 4 or 5 corners and one little bobble and just dropped back 3 car lengths.
Man, he definitely was catching it up there. But yeah, that turn really set him back a couple car lengths. That's unfortunate for Cooper.
Yeah. Well, and at this point, I'm looking at lap times between Wyman and Hoganess, almost identical lap times, down to the 100th of a second. So it's going to be really tough. This is all about racecraft now, and inches on this track matter.
Well, Cooper able to bridge that gap once again right there on the rear bumper of Stetson Wyman. Stetson Wyman with a little something hanging from the bumper, almost teasing Cooper right now. And I know Cooper, man, I know he's like, man, I'm going to take that thing right off that bumper.
Yeah, so we're a little bit past the halfway point. Got about 3 laps remaining out here at Firebird Motorsports Park for rounds 1 and 2 of the championship off-road racing season. As we get a glimpse here of the battle for second and third, we got Wyman and Hoganess. They've been going back and forth since the drop of the green flag. Look at that, all the way to the outside, trying something a little bit different.
Cooper going everywhere. He was inside there going into turn 4, and he almost made that pass, but again, it looks like he just couldn't make it stick. Stetson Wyman staying pretty consistent, holding his line, but Cooper Hogan is all over the track right now trying to get around that Stetson Wyman car.
Well, and Wyman, to his credit, I mean, he's been holding his line, hasn't made any mistakes at all, not giving anything to Hoganess. Hoganess trying everything he can, outside, inside, different lines, and there's just nothing there.
I mean, that is a fact out there. Stetson Wyman definitely staying it smooth, and I think that's key right now to win this, or at least stay in the position he's in. But Cooper Hogan, as you'll see it, he'll be left, he'll be right. You can see it, he was outside there. He's now to the inside. They come over the step up right now. Cooper's going to try to, you can see Cooper selecting which line, trying to figure it out. And Cooper, as I was just going to say, faster in some of the areas than Stetson. But Stetson's smoothness is keeping that car out front.
Well, and you got to wonder, with only about 2 laps remaining out here, if at some point we're going to see Hogan throw caution to the wind with the white flag coming out and just send it into one of these corners and try and make something stick.
He is definitely capable of doing exactly that. He will definitely. There he is down the front straightaway to the inside. Can he make it stick? We were just talking about that. But out front right now, Zeppelin Ledbetter, we got a great shot of them coming over the ski jump into turn 3. That is a great, I love this shot over the ski jump. And you can see him negotiating turn 3, and he's going to deal with some lap traffic here on this last lap. But I don't think that'll make any difference as long as he doesn't tangle up with the lap traffic.
Yeah, Ledbetter, victory lap here, leading this thing wire to wire. Got out front early. Just absolutely a clinic out here in the 747 car. Beautiful bright orange paint.
Man, I was just going to comment on that as well. That livery on that car, great looking car. And boy, that car is set up low. And you know, we think about that, but man, that car is set up low here for short course as our leader comes down the front straightaway.
Yep. Leader down the front stretch, going to take the checkered flag for Zeppelin Ledbetter, I guess, a.k.a. Rooster.
Nice. Well, here we go. Back to the race, and they're dealing with lap traffic now. But it looks like Stetson Wyman was able to extend that lead. Stetson Wyman coming down the front straightaway. Cooper Hogan has got held up in traffic and see. Oh! Well, that's a lap to rider, I do believe, unless. No, that is Hopkins. We got some drama happening right now. What happened here?
Hopkins making a run there at the end. Wow, what a photo finish out here in the 170 limited division. We're going to let things sort out here. Wow, what a race.
I'm up here with my hands up in the air. Where did that car come from? Brooks Hopkins just out of nowhere. I duped now. Unofficial. I have to do this. Unofficial. It looks to me like the Brooks car was able to get that third place from Cooper Hogan.
Wow, what a great race. What a great finish. We're going to cut to a short commercial break as we sort things out, and we will have our top 3 finishers on the podium here when we return to Firebird Motorsports Park in rounds 1 and 2 of the 2025 and 2026 Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Back after this. The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by Rugged Radios. From the green flag to the checkered, they keep racers connected, crews informed, and fans closer to the action. HMD Designs, delivering excellence with every project. And by Racer Plus, where the racing never stops.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good. Let's meet up at the compound group up. At 10-4.
Yeah, for sure, dog.
Good, little driver, straight on through.
My name is George Hamill with Starstream Pro. Technology has really given us the opportunity to showcase off-road racing. Now we can go live from any car, anytime on the planet.
The sport needs something like Starstream, and it's here.
To be able to be one of the first people to have it in their trucks is going to be pretty cool, and hopefully it's a great thing for the sport.
This small computer and a GoPro, a couple cables and a Starlink, you can watch all the in-car cameras live.
With Starstream combining to a Starlink network, it's so easy to plug this in. On our short course truck, we actually have it all self-contained. 2 battery packs, one powers the Starlink, one powers the Starstream. Super easy to take off and put on our desert car later when we leave the track.
It's never been done before at this level. The fact that we're going to be able to be on live TV and they can check in to multiple different drivers within seconds of each other, I think it's just going to be a great thing for the sport.
And welcome back here to Championship Off-Road Racing at Firebird Motorsports Park. Just wrapping up a wild 170 limited class. Mark, what a photo finish.
I mean, you couldn't ask for a better off-road race. It had drama. It had a great battle here in second place. The Zeppelin Ledbetter car just checked out and just led it from wire to wire. But the real battle was behind him for second place. And what a race they put on. And I don't know what happened there. And you can see they worked it out. The Hoganist car indeed took third place there. But it looked like the 99 car came out of nowhere and took it over. So that's why there was a little bit of drama.
Hit the boosters there at the end. And I mean, we're talking maybe half a car length tops that Hoganist edged him out by. But what a wild thing is we got Zeppelin Ledbetter, a.k.a. Rooster, doing a little celebrating there.
Indeed, Dad's very happy lifting right out of that car.
Should be happy. That was a great race. I mean, Zeppelin absolutely just checked out on the field, put on a clinic out here. And so we've got our Rugged Radio's unofficial results. It is the 747 of Zeppelin Ledbetter taking home that first spot. Stetson Wyman in the second. Cooper Hoganist in the third. And as you said, Mark, Brooke Hopkins, look at that, 18.932. I mean, it was, 3/10 of a second difference, or 3/100ths of a second.
Yeah.
Wow, what a finish.
Yeah, it was exciting to watch, and again, exciting to announce. And you always love it when that come out to the races. You know, you want to see racing action like that. You know, I know a lot of people always want to see the carnage, but man, when you have a great race where there's a lot of inside and lead changes, inside, outside, and all the things, that's really what makes racing fun to watch.
Yeah, as we get there, a glimpse of 11 through 16, and what a great race though. 170 limited, definitely not disappointing out here in Chandler to open up the season. And it's got me excited for the rest of the day. When we've seen last couple races, the competition level that we've seen this early on in the day, I mean, as we work our way through, I think we're going to see that off and on all day long because the track conditions. You hate to say perfect, but we're borderline perfect out here, Mark.
I'm not going to disagree with that one bit. No dust out here. The track's staying nice and watery. It really does make for some great competition.
Yeah, it absolutely does. We're getting a glimpse there of our podium finishers. And, at this point, we're going to throw it down to the third partner on our team. Holding it down for us on the podium, Tiffany Stone.
Thanks, guys. It was an epic race, especially from down here, being able to watch all of these great battles. We're going to start with our third place finisher, Cooper Hoganist. Now, Cooper, talk to me about that. We see you go back and forth battling Wyman over here with Stetson. Now, you were trying to move a little bit of lines. What was the game plan in your head?
Me and Stetson pulled up next to each other on the tabletop coming in corner 2. I gave out of it when I should have stayed in the gas, and if I stayed in the gas, I would have had him in corner 1.
Well, buddy, it is good to have you up here, taking that third place spot. Even making a podium finish is a great feat. Who would you like to thank today?
2X Motorsports, Randy, God for keeping me safe, VP Racing, Lone Star, 518, AZ Customs, Chad, Boss Hog Welding, H&H Transport, Pink Pineapple, and all 911 Dispatch.
Wonderful. Nice job, buddy. Now we're moving over here to the number 56 of Stetson Wyman. Now, Stetson, you had a great battle with Cooper. You're taking that the second place spot. Tell me how you're feeling today.
Good.
And how was it being out there? I know the sun is up there a little bit. You're driving into it, but you had great time racing. Who would you like to thank?
God, my family, my sponsors, and my papa and Gigi, and Heart Boys.
Wonderful. Well, you look smooth out there, Stetson, just as smooth as you look in that cowboy hat right now. And taking that top spot, Zeppelin Ledbetter. Now, Zeppelin, you pretty much took that green flag. You didn't look back. What was your spotter saying to you as he pretty much got you all the way to that top spot?
Go, go, go.
Go, go, go. Well, you know what, buddy? I've got another go, go, go. Great thing for you. $20 from Golding Motorsports. They mentioned that you did get a podium finish last year, but there was some issues. So this is your very first official podium. And not only that, you are on that top spot right now. Who would you like to thank for giving you such a clean race?
My family, Andy, Muscles and More, Atlas Shippleport, and A. Beather Plumber, and everyone else who let me get on the racetrack.
Wonderful. Well, this was such a great battle. These little ones gave us quite a show. One more round of applause for our top 3 finishers. And back up to you guys.
What a great race. Some great young personalities. You got to love Stetson and a Stetson.
Yeah, Stetson is quite I mean, there's a lot of personality right there. Little in stature, but a lot of personality.
Anybody needs a Stetson hat endorsement, I think it's him. So if anybody from Stetson Hat Company's watching online, hey, hook this kid up.
The Stetson.
Absolutely. So, yeah, great race there. Man, and we're just amping things up. Every single race is getting more entertaining. It's getting, more competitive. And right now we're going to start moving into a little bit bigger cars. We're moving into the 800 Open division. That's going to be up next. And so we're amping the speeds up. We're taking it up a notch.
I mean, indeed we are. It's such a great start to the 2025-26 season as we can here. We had a big break during the summer. We used to race during the hot months, but we'd race other places. But I'm glad that we've taken a little break now, not only for the production side to regroup and get it back together, bring you and Tiffany on and really regroup out here, but it gave a chance for all the teams to get their things together and get so there's a different energy now, and I've called it the new era of core, and you're correct. Everything just kept getting better and better each year, but now here we are, and I'm not even saying we've pinnacled now, but man, what a great start we're off to. The energy is absolutely it is just, I can feel it. The race is more incredible, and the racers are really putting on a show as well.
Well, and I think it's safe to say short course racing is alive and well on the West Coast. And we've got a great series lined up. Obviously, we've got our opening couple of rounds here in Chandler at Firebird Motorsports Park, the home of championship off-road racing. But then we're going to move into Southern California swing next year, and with some events at Glen Helen and out there at Victorville, an amazing facility there. Then move back here for the finale beginning of May here at Firebird Motorsports Park. So, years past, I know the series has run a little bit here in home base has been here at Chandler, but I'm really excited this year to be able to throw something a little different at some of these drivers at some of these rounds.
Absolutely, and Glen Helen, as you mentioned, just getting back to really shaping up again to be in the short course schedule-ins for several other places as well. But when Core gets there, I just know as you pointed out, being in the West Coast, all the racers have to go back mid up there to Crandon and everything, but getting it alive back here into the West Coast, I really think there's going to be a kind of a paradigm shift, getting everything back, and Core's going to be at the top of that.
So there we got a shot at the tarmac they laid down for some rallycross racing in years past, making a great starting grid area for our racers. We got 800 Open coming up next, and 800 Open, obviously, the last couple races have been based off of the youth Polaris platform, the 170s and the 250s. Now we're going to take it up to the 800 platform, so more of a full-size car that Polaris produced for quite a few years.
Yeah, this was a really cool car. What's really exciting here is you'll see, like, Zeppelin Ledbetter, he had to get off that podium and get over there and get strapped in and get into the car. And this is where it becomes quite the challenge for Core and the racers. They have to be prepared to get into their car, be ready for the next race, because their race can literally be one back-to-back race.
Yeah, one back-to-back race. We've seen a couple of kids jumping around in divisions already, and we're going to see that throughout the rest of the day. Looks like we're going to have 4 to 5 cars, I believe, on this grid. Looks like we're waiting on one to show up there to the starting grid. We'll get things underway, but This is going to be fun. The speeds are going to increase here with the 800 opens, and one of the big changes is now we're moving to 10 laps. The previous divisions all ran 8 laps. Now we're running to 10 laps, and we're going to throw in that mandatory competition caution.
Well, a lot of core regulars here: Addie Atterbury, B.J. Hawthorne, and Chloe Hearn. Chloe Hearn enjoying a great racing. Cut her teeth last season, and to see Chloe Hearn out back here in the 800, it's going to be great to see how the break was for her. Did she regroup? Did she get a little faster? Did she find some speed in her race program? That's going to be exciting to see her. Zeppelin Ledbetter, we already know, can get on top of the podium. Can he do it here? Can that transfer, and can his experience out here in the race prior to that carry it in here into this race?
Well, and I'm, looking at some of the qualifying times, and it looks like Addie Atterbury, smoking fast qualifying time, a couple seconds quicker than the rest of the field. So if I got to call it early, I'm going to say Addie Atterbury, probably the one to beat.
Addie Atterbury, a rock star in this class, and you will definitely see it shape up. No stranger to get in that car on top of this box. And, if I had a prediction right now to take it from this class, I would definitely put my money on Addie Atterbury.
So, things shaping up here. We're doing a little bit of track maintenance, and things are looking absolutely beautiful. Got a little moisture in the track now, and just did a little maintenance in between these last 2 races, and I think things are going to be lightning quick this race.
Yeah, I can't say enough about Kelvin out there. Kelvin's been around for a long, long time, even back from the old series. And to have Kelvin out there, absolutely one of a kind. And, that is his baby out there. He does it only for the racers. He loves the racers so much. He puts his heart and soul into this track to try to give these racers the best track. He actually watches the races. He actually watches the cars hit their lines. He wants the absolute best he can give to these racers.
Yeah, definitely creating a fast track out here this weekend, a lightning fast track as we've seen so far today, and just absolutely meticulously groomed, especially considering, what we saw here less than a week ago. We see a little bit of the remaining water, but they had to pump over 100,000 gallons of water out of this. I mean, there was spots with 3 feet deep of water, just standing water. It's amazing that we're racing out here this weekend.
So we brought up Kelvin, and, I've known Kelvin for a long time, well over a decade, and Kelvin and I, we hang out aside from racing. He'll give me a call every now and again and say, where are you at? And I'll come meet him up. Well, he was actually texting me 2:30, 3 a.m. in the morning like, hey, man, and, Kelvin, don't do that unless it's an issue. So this track was well underwater. I'm not saying he was kind of panicking, but he was kind of panicking.
Yeah, well, I think everybody was, but I got to tell you, sometimes miracles happen in motorsports, and the fact we're racing out here in these beautiful weather conditions with a meticulously groomed track is something special.
It's really great up here, sitting up here, I brought the fan out here. I got it on low right now, just to move some air. We can't ask for any better. We're not hot. It's not bugging us. Great view up here. We have to watch everything from the monitors, but as we take our eyes up and look out on the course, it definitely is a great day for racing.
Definitely a great day for racing, just getting things underway. We've had 170 production, 250 modified, and 170 limited already in action. Some exciting racing here, and we're going to move things into 800 open here momentarily. Following the 800 open division, we are going to move into youth production. After youth production, we're going to move into youth restricted. And then after youth restricted, we're going to move into the youth side-by-side divisions. And then after youth side-by-side, we're going to take a short intermission and then ramp things up with some of the amateur and pro-level full-size classes, so moving out of the youth divisions. I laugh as I say moving out of the youth divisions. Every class here is stacked with youth.
Yeah, and again, these kids they'll go as far as they can go. We're talking about Cooper, Hoganus. Cooper is going to be out here in a bigger car, and his mom's absolutely a nervous wreck. And I absolutely adore her and love her. And these parents, it's crazy for them to get their kids in the bigger cars because, as you said, the speeds pick up, and the parents really have to readjust and make sure. But there it is. They're taking the track here for this 800 open class, and let's see our starting grid. Addie Atterbury in the 66 car. B.J. Hawthorne in 72 will take row 1. Back in row 2, Zeppelin Ledbetter with Wrecker Earp right next to him, and Chloe Hearn will round off row 3.
Yeah, that was the Liqui Moly starting grid for 800 open. Got our pace truck there from Jones Ford and Dodge there, pulling these racers around. One of our partners here in the championship off-road racing season. Like you said, that 2X car, Addy Atterbury there on the pole.
Well, you're going to see 2X out here in almost every one of these races. 2X, a long time racers out here, and 2X, they will make a showing in almost every class.
We're moving into a 10-lap race starting with this. So the rest of the day, we are going to have 10-lap races. We're going to have a mandatory competition caution fly about after they complete lap 6. So going to get 6 in the books and then have a 4-lap shootout. So mandatory competition caution will fly with the asterisk that if we do have another caution, that can take the place of the mandatory competition caution. But at some point, we're going to pause things, re-rack them, restack them, and go racing again here. So 10 laps on tap. So we're about halfway through this pace lap and getting ready to go and do battle in the 800 Open division.
Well, we'll talk about this from here on out. Strategy is going to be key here to how you drive in the beginning half and how you drive in the latter half. You know, do you come out just gun-ho, or do you just gun-ho all the way? Or do you sit back and take it easy and wait for the regroup to see who you're going to have to battle it up in the second half? This is where strategy is absolutely key here.
Well, we got points on the line for the first half of the race, so whoever's leading at the midway point when we throw that caution gets an extra bonus point. So, you know, the old adage we used to see a lot of people lay up the first half of the race. You no longer can do that because there's a point on the line. Can't save your equipment for the second half. So it's going to be entertaining here. That's for sure. A lot of strategy going into things. But at the end of the day, we're racing here, and I think we're going to see on this first lap, we're going to see some people throw caution to the wind.
Well, now that you brought that up, for sure, this class, I might have said that a little prematurely, but this class, they're going to go for it right out of the box, and we're about to find out.
All right, so watch that pole sitter, the number 66, Addy Atterbury, going to be bringing us the green flag.
There it is, all cars sounding like they were all spooled up going into turn 1. And turn 1, very crucial for how you're going to set for the rest of the race.
Addy Atterbury with the lead. We got BJ Hawthorne in the second spot. Going to be sitting into 1 and 2, just like they qualified. Going to bring us that big ski jump.
I love this shot right here, especially with the field on the start right here. You can see them all coming down into turn 3. I've talked about turn 3 all day today being the most critical corner, and I do believe that wholeheartedly. You have to really, you can hit turn 3 as almost as hard as you want. You don't even have to set the car up in the brakes. Just set it up in the steering wheel and mash the throttle down, and turn 3 will help you out. Whoa, a little bit of sideways from BJ Hawthorne.
Yeah, we had Hawthorne getting around Addy Atterbury there earlier. Atterbury checking up for the step up, and Hawthorne just absolutely full send over that. So BJ Hawthorne now with it looks to be about a 4 or 5 car length over Addy Atterbury.
Makes me wonder if Addy Atterbury's having any issues with her car, because that is quite a lead. BJ Hawthorne, I'm not taking any away from either driver, but I have seen these guys battle it out, you know, in previous races, and this is very uncharacteristic for Addy Atterbury to be this far behind here on the first lap.
So Addy Atterbury dropping back a little bit. So we get a glimpse here of our 3rd and 4th place racers. We got Chloe Hearn, Reckler Earp in the mix, Zeppelin Ledbetter as well.
Well, looking out here, you know, Chloe Hearn on her first race season, you know, she was just kind of out there getting her seat time in. But now, looking at her staying grouped up with these leaders, you know, Chloe Hearn now, she might have found her race speed.
Got our leader there, BJ Hawthorne, just continuing to gap the field. You know, Atterbury at this point too, like we mentioned, you know, had that issue earlier on where she kind of gave up a lot of ground, and maybe running just to that competition caution, then gonna throw the hammer down in the second half of this race.
Yeah, it's definitely going to play out here. You can see on our overlay that Addy's in first, but indeed BJ Hawthorne is out front, and makes me wonder if the transponders are reversed. But that's all right. We can look out of the course and see BJ Hawthorne. There it is, the overlay. Refresh. and bam. And Addie Atterbury, you know, I was saying, I wonder if she's having a problem, but it looks like that car is up to snuff. It looks like BJ Hawthorne is just driving the wheels off his car.
Beautiful paint job on that car of Addie Atterbury, though. Love that teal and purple on the number 66. Easy to spot, that's for sure.
Yeah, I love the livery on that car as well. The 2X crew, can't say enough about them. They're going to be out here all day in almost every single class from here on out. And, you know, I was almost going to bring up, like, their leader, Connor Maxwell. You know, in all our graphics here leading up to today's race, Connor Oh! And that opens the door there.
That was Zeppelin Ledbetter, just almost over the K-rail.
And then again, way wide here into turn 5. What's going on there, kiddo?
Yeah, it looks like, I wonder if Zeppelin's got a problem there. We've got getting a little pressure now from the back as well. This is a battle for that third spot. Got Earp, Hearn, and Ledbetter.
Well, now with BJ Hawthorne extending his lead, that kind of puts the action back all the way back to the battle for third. Those cars staying pretty grouped together as they come into turn 2 over the ski jump. And, you know, I really, really like to see Chloe Hearn in that mix right there because, as I said, she's been kind of laying back here for her opening season. But, man, right now, she looks like she has found her race speed. And I think right now, and there she is, she's going to get alongside the Ledbetter car. And that's what I love to see when these racers regroup, come back, and they find their speed.
Yeah, Hearn looks like making a run there on Ledbetter. Trying to make something happen.
Well, very proud of her on this effort right now here, this first half. Getting a wheel in on Ledbetter right there. And, yeah, very happy for that young lady. She's been hard at work, and I really do wish her the best here in racing. But here we go back up front. No, we're still with the battle action. We're staying with Chloe Hearn.
Yeah, Chloe Hearn trying to make it work. Been able to get all the way up to a tire on Ledbetter, just not able to make something stick. Drop back a little bit. Going to try and make another run here as we come down. Go down the back stretch. Going to come into that ski jump. Ledbetter now on the back of Earp.
The Earp car.
The Earp car trying to make a move now. So we got a three-way battle for that final podium spot. Top group kind of checked out on the field, but man, we still got a podium spot in contention here. We got Ledbetter now trying to make a move on Earp. Chloe Hearn dropping back a little bit.
And there's Ledbetter again with that line going way wide out of turn 5.
They're just coming in way hot, and it's allowing Chloe Hearn to drop all the way to the bottom, make a bunch of ground up there on Zeppelin Ledbetter.
Kind of a weird line there from Earp as well. Could have tightened that one up. But, you know, there's where we're talking about. But BJ Hawthorne now coming over the ski jump out of turn 2, just throwing that car, setting that car to the corner. You'll see it here in a third. He's choosing his line, setting it in, finding that blue groove that is starting to develop here as it comes out of turn 3 over the step up rather.
As we're back up with BJ Hawthorne. Big gap over Atterbury in the second spot. I think Atterbury's just kind of sitting back now, going to wait for this competition caution to come into play. I think she's going to drop the hammer the second half of the race.
Yeah, although BJ Hawthorne was able to develop a gap, I think they're pretty much still on the same speed. If you look at their lap times, they're still very close. But the second half is definitely going to be a little different, and as we're talking about it, the mandatory caution comes out.
All right, so caution is out now for our leaders. They're going to regroup as you look there at Addie Atterbury trying to catch back up. Got the pace truck now. Going to bring them around.
The Jones Ford Jeep pace truck, great out of Wickenburg. If you guys are looking for any vehicle, go up there and mention that you heard us talk about it in court. And that'll get you a little bit of a break there. Go up there and talk to the Jones Ford, Jeep, Dodge. They got all kinds of cars up there. You got to make the trek to Wickenburg, but I'm telling you what, it's worth the drive. Go and check them out right there in Wickenburg.
So we're going to try and get everybody to catch up with the field here. Looks like going to have them all. We got Hearn, Ledbetter, Earp, everybody catching back up. So we are going to have all 5 about halfway through this mandatory competition caution. Going to see that that Jones Dodge Ram pull off at some point. We're going to go back to racing.
Great shot there of all the water, the standing water that Kelvin had to lasso up, if you will, and get to the center of the course. You'll see another one on the other side of turn 3. And that is the remnants to tell you how much water there was. I mean, because that was well over a week ago. And that water is just not going. It's like we're making a second Firebird Lake.
I don't hate it.
No, I mean, I'm not mad. You know, we were having issues watering the track yesterday, and my girlfriend very smartly said, well, why don't we just pump the water out of the track, get into the water truck? You know, at first I was going, you're silly, but then I was like, hey, might be onto something.
Not a bad idea. All right, so as we look back at our groupings here, we've got that would be B.J. Hawthorne leading. We got Addie Atterbury in the second spot. We've got then we've got Earp, Hearn, and Ledbetter.
Well, it could still be anybody's race right here. Addie Atterbury now with a great jump to the start there as the green. And Addie Atterbury trying to make the move now, but B.J. Hawthorne, we know that B.J. has the speed to hold her at bay, so I have a feeling that B.J. again is getting extended out. But look at this. Down the back straightaway, Addie Atterbury is starting to challenge for that first place.
Yeah, Addie Atterbury looks like she was holding back there that first half of the race as we go over the big ski jump, and Atterbury trying to get a run there on Hawthorne, who has been hitting his marks the entire race. Yes. We got Ledbetter now into that third spot.
Fire in this race, doing a great job, has been leading it wire to wire. Or once he got out front of Addie Atterbury. But yeah, I have a feeling, and there it is, that lead. That gap coming out, and Ledbetter again with the odd line coming out of turn 5.
Well, I got to think that's on purpose at this point. The first time it happened, we thought maybe just came in a little too hot, but we've seen it now 4 or 5 laps. So there's got to be a method to the madness.
Well said. Method to the madness. Oh, there it is, Chloe Hearn now. That's going to feel good for Chloe Hearn. As I told you, she finding her race speed here for this.
Look at her now on the move, trying to hunt down Ledbetter there. Chloe Hearn, that second half of the race, she's been saving that car. This girl's here to race.
Chloe Hearn, my hat's off to you, man. I applaud you. Doing a great job here on this season opener.
Outside, inside, she's setting it up. Is there not going to be anything there this time by?
Yeah.
Look at that, all the way.
What is going on?
Chloe Hearn out of nowhere the second half of the race. I'm loving this. We got a battle here for the third and final podium spot.
I got to tell you, that sounds really good to hear Chloe Hearn's name, and I know Dan and her mom out there definitely very happy for Chloe right now. I can probably look out here in front of us. But that whole Hearn family, they're local here out in Arizona. They have SinFab, and Chloe just got in it. Her dad races out here as well. We had to make some changes, and we had a vet class out here, but the vet class had to go away. So the vets either had to race, one of the other classes, or they had to not race. But they chose to race in the other class. But Chloe Hearn, man, look at that. I am so happy for her.
All right, so we're about a lap and a half from the finish here, but Chloe Hearn right now, it's a battle for third. We got Chloe Hearn trying to reel in Zeppelin Ledbetter in that third spot. So this final podium spot definitely up for grabs. We get a glimpse there of our leaders. We got Hawthorne just checking out, Addie Atterbury in the second spot. But right now the story is for that third and final podium spot.
Indeed, can Chloe Hearn, this would be one for her to earn. And I will be so happy for her. She has less than a lap now to make it happen, though. B.J. Hawthorne just commanding this race. BJ Hawthorne making that car just look so fast.
Yeah, white flag's going to fly there for BJ Hawthorne. Addie Atterbury, I don't know if she's got enough in the tank to be able to close that gap. But right now, that third and final podium spot going to continue to be up for grabs. We get a glimpse there in the back. That Addie Atterbury, or excuse me, did Chloe Hearn get around?
I mean, I'm looking at the screen, but I want to take a look out on the track and give you guys a glimpse. You know what? I'm just going to do it. Yeah. I'm going to get in trouble. Chloe Hearn in third place, that final spot on the podium.
Yeah, Chloe Hearn there, in the third spot. So she did get there around Ledbetter. So currently it is going to be Hawthorne, Atterbury, and Chloe Hearn, our top three.
Well, I hope Chloe Hearn goes back and listens to this. Chloe Hearn, I am so happy for you right now. This is an earned position here. You have definitely showed speed during this race.
Well, I'll tell you what, the first half of the race, she was kind of an afterthought, came alive there right towards the end of the first half, and then after the competition caution, she's been shot out of a cannon, making a couple passes. Look at that, just gapping the rest of the field. But we've got, now we have BJ Hawthorne leading this thing wire to wire, going to take the win. It's going to be Addie Atterbury in the second spot. And look at that, the young Chloe Hearn going to come down and take that third and final podium spot.
Chloe Hearn, I am so proud of you. You definitely earned that one.
What a race.
You know, sometimes, when the leaders check out like that, the race does develop behind them. And, we talk about race drama. There's all kinds of forms of race drama. That's not necessarily drama, but that was race earned right there, and I'm very proud of it.
Just clean, hard racing. And, man, you got to give credit to the girl. I mean, like you said, she was running around in the fifth spot the first half of the race. And then we come back to this, and as we got a replay here of the finish, look at that big send there. That is a big sin there for BJ Hawthorne taking that checkered flag.
Yeah, you can see the distance there between first and second. And then just coming into practice again, if they would have had a little longer, you could have seen Chloe Hearn there in the background. Very, very proud of all these racers. Did a great job. Hats off. Congratulations, BJ Hawthorne.
Yeah, so great race there. I can't wait to hear these stories on the podium. But before we get to that, we're going to toss it to a quick commercial break. And when we come back, we're going to be down on the podium with Tiffany Stone and our top three finishers here in the 800 Open Division. The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by R&R Steel, Tucson's premier steel fabricators and erectors. Racer Plus, where the racing never stops. And by Starstream Pro, stream live video, telemetry, and data from anywhere on the planet.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good.
Meet up at the compound group up.
At turn 4. Yeah, for sure, dog. Good, little driver, straight on through.
When it comes to suspension tuning, there's only one name we trust. Double E Racing.
Double E Racing. We help build champions.
And we are back here to Firebird Motorsports Park in Chandler, Arizona for rounds 1 and 2 of the championship off-road racing season. Just wrapping up with the Youth 800 Open Division mark, and man, that one didn't disappoint.
Not at all. BJ Hawthorne, pretty much once he got out front, led it from wire to wire. Addie Atterbury stayed consistent there, and BJ Hawthorne was able to just check out. But the girl of the race, Chloe Hearn, I am so proud of you out there. I can see her out there doing that little dance out there. Very proud of her. I know she's very happy. I know her and her whole family. You can see it there. She absolutely came alive and earned that one.
Yeah, that was a great race by her, coming alive in the second half of that race, making a couple of passes to find her way to the podium. It's always great to get a podium when you fully earn that. As we get a look at our Rugged Radio's unofficial results, and it was BJ Hawthorne on top, Addie Atterbury in the second and third, and we had Wrecker Earp and Zeppelin Ledbetter rounding out our top 5. But to me, the driver of the race had to have been Chloe Hearn.
Yeah, I'm very excited for her. Talked to her after the conclusion of today's event. I know she'll be pretty happy. Her whole family out there, you can see it there. But man, Zeppelin Ledbetter, I was wondering what's going on out there. I'd love to get the inside story on that and see what was going on. There's definitely some weird lines coming out of Zeppelin.
Yeah, almost like there was a steering issue or something coming out of there. The car was just wasn't handling the way better. Earlier on today, just absolutely, on rails. So, be interesting to see what they can get, sorted for tomorrow's race. But let's talk about today's race. And when we're talking about today's race, we've got to talk about these podium finishers. And for that, we're going to toss it to Tiffany Stone.
All right, guys. Thank you so much. But out there, Chloe taking that third spot. I'm just going to let you know, after that mandatory caution yellow, you pretty much just came into your own. What was going through your head? Because you were a little bit behind, but that second half of the race, you just ran away with it.
I knew I started in the back, and I didn't really know what I was doing because I had to miss practice yesterday since I was in school. And after that, I realized that my car does weigh more than theirs does, which means I maybe could pass them, and so I just can hope for the best.
I love that. You're taking the risk, and then it did pay out for you. Number in your third spot, Chloe Hearn. Who would you like to thank today?
I would like to thank Flying High, Rugged Radios, Sandcraft, AM Soil, Extreme Machine and Fabrication, Off-Road Vixen.
What you did in that second half. Nice job once again. At the number 66, Addie Atterbury. Talk me through that. Yesterday when we had a chance to talk, you said you were really excited to run 2 classes. Obviously, you held your own going into the second half as well. Tell me how you feel about that and getting that second place spot today.
I feel really good about it.
Who would you like to thank to help you out today?
I thank my dad, my mom, my family, and friends who are watching and couldn't make it. And I'd like to thank 2X Motorsports, Atterbury Motorsports, Roma Venture Company, and Off-Road Vixens.
Wonderful. Nice job once again, taking that second place spot and taking the top spot, BJ Hawthorne. Now, BJ, you had a lot of things going on behind you, but you kept your head calm, cool, collected all the way to the very, very end, taking the top spot. Tell me about your day and who would you like to thank for helping you?
Once I got past her, I just started defending the best I could. She's really good at attacking, and it was a challenge. And I'd like to thank God, our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, Golden Motorsports, Mom and Dad, Tyler at Hurley Motorsports.
Wonderful. You got 3 finishers over here. They ran an amazing race. It was really good to see. And, of course, that second half, just like you guys were talking about, really came through. Back up to you guys.
Thanks, Tiffany. Yeah, and man, some good stories coming out. Kids stoked, and it's got me excited because this is just day 1. We got day 2 tomorrow. We're not even a third of the way through the racing today, but I'm already just grin to grin all years with the racing action we've seen at a lot of the youth classes, and we still got more youth classes to come. Mark,
man, it's getting ready to get picked up right now, man. The youth production cars, these classes get ready to take the track. These cars are a lot faster here now, and it's just going to be fast from here on out. Lots of big names here in this race, lots of core regulars, and a lot of new names I see on this list. It's going to be a good one.
Yeah, like I said, that's what's exciting to me about the new names on the list that, some of the core regulars probably haven't raced against or seen, and that's what I like. We got this melting pot now of all these drivers from all areas of the country, and we're really going to prove throughout the 2025-2026 season who is the best of the best in all these divisions. And honestly, when we start talking about the youth classes, stars of tomorrow, being able to see who we're going to see in those open class years really emerge as some of the top talents in off-road racing.
I mean, absolutely. It's quite a testament for the things, I've been in off-road racing back since Ohio State. And to interview these kids now that are behind these, $350,000 to $1 million unlimited trucks now. I've been talking about Connor McMullen today. It's been great to see them come full circle. Here we go. Liquid Molly, row 1. Kyle Niner out there with Wyatt Schmucker rounding off row 1. Row 2 will be Liam Cadwell in the 223 car and Rylan Gaughan in 62. Row 3, Tatum Forrester and Declan Shields, and that is our first 3 rows.
Yeah, it looks like we go back to row number 5. Got Brianna Gorky rounding things out. So we got 11 drivers here slated to do battle. Man, this is going to be it's going to be a shootout. Like you said, we're amping things up. Speeds are increasing, going a full 10 laps. Got the mandatory competition caution in play yet again out here. And we are going to see some UTVs absolutely flying in this division.
Well, some of the names that I know out here, Kyle. When you're talking, you've been saying it earlier today, the one with the target on the back. I would almost say Kyle Niner has the target here. Declan Shields, a name synonymous with short course racing. Declan has the ability to get that on top of the box as well. Not to be outshined, though, by Tatum Forrester out there. And this could still be anybody's race. Vincent Weber out there is, again, some names that we know. And some new names, Liam Cadwell, and names that either I'm not familiar with or they're new.
Well, that's always a good thing when there's new faces, new names racing, and drivers that have established themselves in other series and other areas of the country coming out here to race a championship off-road racing season. And I'm just hearing these engines rev up, these drivers getting amped up. They got a little bit of sweat on their palms. They're sitting there, they're gripping the steering wheel. They got a little bit of butterflies. They're getting ready to go racing. And for a lot of these drivers, this is going to be their first green flag drop of the 2025-2026 season. And, man, we're getting ready to shake some cobwebs off and go racing here with this division. So youth production on tap here once again for 10 laps as we get a glimpse of this field. They're getting nice and bunched up. We've got another corner to go before that green flag drops, and we're going to be young talents in the United States.
Yeah, the anticipation here for this race, it's thick. You can definitely feel the energy. You look out, and the grandstands are starting to pack up now as the class.
All right, so we got that Jones Dodge pull off.
Bit of a miscue, the 934 car. That's Declan Shields. Wow.
Looked like there was any contact. I wonder if something maybe broke in the steering or something, because car went just immediate right.
Yeah, the steering wheel looked like it was loose there. I'm wondering if it just came off. I wonder, broke right off the bat. And the next thing I need to wonder, that I have to, I'm forced to wonder here, are we going to bring out the full course caution, or are we just going to keep it local?
Yeah, it looks like we're going to see. We're trying to get that car off before the cars come around. Got a couple more corners to do it.
Yeah, I just saw the pace car there on the bottom of our screen. Indeed, I think they're going to do full course caution on this one. Yeah. Puts Declan Shields in quite a precarious position right there on the outside of turn 1. That's a danger to the drivers on the course, and bring out the full course caution.
Yeah, so we're going to get one lap in the books here to have a replay. Exactly happened there to Declan Shields off the start.
Yeah, it looks like there's going to be some contact here then. We're going to look for that as you watch the cars here come into right there off the, and we didn't see that car just bolts for the wall.
Yeah, I don't know if there was contact. I mean, it was just like, well, he wasn't even able to steer. It's almost like some steering linkage broke. His car just went straight, which
you can
unfortunate for Declan Shields right off the start.
Yeah, you can see it being towed off right there. It's going side to side on the tow rope, so steering just pretty much gone on that car.
Yeah. Well, the good news is, they're going to be able to get it repaired, get them out there for round number 2 tomorrow. But today, Not what Declan Shields wanted to start the 2025-2026 season.
Indeed. Another emotional racer out there. You know, I've seen these kids on the podium just holding back the tears to just get an announcement with.
So we're down to 9 here in the youth production class.
999 to be exact. My man Kyle Niner out front on the first lap. Didn't get a lot of chance though to separate the field, so they're probably going in to the restart pretty much the way they started.
Yeah, I'm going to go in like they started, but I will tell you, Kyle Niner, great start right off the green flag. You know, immediately got out front. I wasn't able to get much of a gap yet because obviously the caution flew pretty early on, but yeah, we'll see if Kyle Niner can repeat that start because, man, it was a great one for him.
It really was, and, you know, to try to be an announcer, I try to be pretty much unbiased here with some of the racers, but, man.
Well, definitely, if all starts are that way, it's easy to be a fan of Kyle Niner as we're going to have the pace truck pull off. And we're going to be looking for that green flag. And look at that second spot. Wyatt Schmucker right there on the back of Niner. Oh, Schmucker.
Yep. And what a great start. It sounded like every car, not a lot of cars jumping in. They got it there. Kyle Niner. Oh, a little bit sideways here. Coming into turn 1, and that's where I tell you, turn 1 can bite you. Or you can get bumped and pushed out, unlike Declan Shields there when the steering broke. And you can still have full control of the car, and turn 1 will bite you.
Big ski jump. Look at the air time by these cars. Diving into that tight horseshoe corner, going to spit them out and head up to that step up.
Every one of these cars should be clearing that step up, or they're going to be losing at least a second there. But the first 6 cars clearing it with no problem. And they'll see these cars, they'll set, they'll choose their line, and they got to hit their marks because, as I said, that one line, it's going to develop here really quickly, especially now from this race on.
All right, so we got a clean lap in the books here in youth production.
Tiffany Stone up here in the booth with us right now. Look at her come up here and check it out. Great job on the podium out here, and man, this has been a great day of racing so far.
Yeah, right now Niner out front. Looks like he's got about 2 car length lead there over the second spot. That is Schmucker in the number 5.
Wyatt Schmucker there, let it hang out in turn 3, and I was telling you a lot of lines there in turn 3. Schmucker just covered 3 of them, lifting the outside rear wheel.
Look at that, using every bit of this course, going all the way to the outside before they initiate their apex, hanging those tires off into the dust. You gotta love it out here as we get this beautiful aerial drone shot.
Well, Kyle and Niner not heavily checking out, but Kyle Niner able to gap that. And there it is again, Schmucker up on the bike into turn 1. Schmucker is definitely trying to do everything he can to stay in front of Tatum Forrester, the number 195.
Yeah, Forrester putting a lot of pressure. Look at him back it in. Schmucker just backing that car in. And, you know, the good thing here for Niner is he's got a little bit of battle going behind him with Schmucker and Forrester. It's allowing him to gap the field. Looks like he's got about 3-4 car lengths now.
Yeah, I can see the window net there on Tatum Forrester's car waving. They're going to have him put it on. I hope they don't take him off the course during regulation race, because they will definitely have him close that window net on the restart.
It looks like that is the 2-2-3 of Cadwell. They're putting a little pressure on McKinney. He's trying. Oh. Yeah, that window net just flapping there for Forrester. A little bit dangerous here in these single-seaters. There's not as much room. So when you do drop a window net, it's a little more dangerous.
And if you're out there and you know why these cars have the window nets out there, these window nets, in the event of a rollover, keep their hands inside the car, because your first instinct when these cars roll is to stick your hand out the window and keep the car from rolling. So to prevent that, race cars you'll see, especially the single-seaters like this, The two-seaters can have a window net only on the driver's side, but these are single-seater RS1 cars, and they got to have window nets on both sides. Whoa, 223 sliding out there.
Yeah, that is Cadwell. Cadwell did that a couple laps ago, same thing. So I wonder if that car's just running a little loose. Car's fast, though. About the time Cadwell makes the time up on McKinney, something like that happens and gives up all the ground they made. As we go back to Schmucker and Forrester, this battle for the second spot, as Kyle Niner just checking out on the field in the first half of this race. All right. Looks like we're going to have a competition yellow the next time by. So right now, we got Kyle Niner racing back to try and be the leader at the halfway point for that extra bonus point.
So Wyatt Smucker, though, in second place, but Wyatt Smucker definitely very busy in that race car. Getting it on the bike, getting it sideways, and there you go, losing some speed right there, giving it up to the 195 car. Staying smooth. And
up on the bike there.
Just talking about that. And, man, Wyatt Smucker, rather, definitely all over the course to get that second place.
All right, so competition caution is out. Means we're going to have a 4-lap shootout when we go back to green.
While sitting here watching this race, Kyle Niner doing business as usual. I told you, one of my favorite drivers out here, based on a lot of reasons, not just because he's up front, but definitely a very smooth driver and definitely got his race program together. Now, watching Wyatt Smucker here, if Wyatt's going to keep that second place or even challenge Kyle Niner, he's going to have to smooth out because, man, he's been on the bike 3 or 4 times here in this first half and is literally just all over the track. And I'm not put it down or anything. I'm just saying and making the observation that Wyatt Smucker's really going to have to smooth it out here for the second half.
Yeah.
I think, man, like I said, beautifully positive about Wyatt Smucker. You better smooth it out there, or I guarantee Tatum Forrester is going to take that second place from you.
So we're going to go over that step up.
So Kelvin and the boys, they must have really got that step up under control because I haven't seen too many miscues from pretty much any of those classes so far. I did see the miscues for qualifying and practice, but it sounds like they've got that step up all worked out.
Yeah, step up definitely. Yesterday, and obviously, like we talked about, gallons of water, it's going to change things, and so. Championship off qualifying to give us this epic track.
We've definitely got the crew together right now in core, and man, what a great way to open it up. We're going to take the green flag this time around. Can Kyle Niner hold on, or is the wild driving style of Wyatt Smucker and Tatum Forrester going to get it done?
Niner with that lead as everybody's going to stay single file through turn number 1. Pretty uneventful turn number 1.
Wow.
Schmucker and Forrester there in the second, the third spot. Looks like Forrester all the way down to the bottom trying to get a nose in on Schmucker.
Yeah, something I learned in motocross. The inside line is always the fastest. And, and whether that may be, that should be the attitude. Inside line, always the fastest.
Look at that. Schmucker now putting a little pressure on Niner.
And there it is again. Schmucker, though, let it hang out, though. I mean, definitely a very wild driving style. But it seems to be working. Oh, there it is again. Sending it hard into turn 6.
That allowed there Forrester to make up a little room. But look at that. Schmucker back on the gas trying to reel back in Niner.
We're going to have to give Smucker another name. We know Wildman's already taken from Adrian Cheney. What was that guy on Saved by Bill? Screech? There you go. Wyatt Screech Schmucker. It kind of works. He's very wild.
We got over the big ski jump. Got a shot there of Forrester.
Did Forrester get around? Indeed, Forrester did get around, and Forrester now in second place. And there you can see it on our monitor right there. While I was looking away, I was watching your monitor. Forrester must have got around. And again, unofficially, I'm just seeing it from the monitor here that you guys are watching. We're watching the same thing. And indeed, the replay is coming up here. We can see the pass here. Let's see what happened. And indeed, the wild man out there. There's that third wheel. Oh, up on the bike, hardcore.
That was a great save. Absolutely great save there for Schmucker, but gave up that second spot that he'd been defending.
Wow. And I was talking about that earlier. If you're out in front like that, some of these seasoned drivers, you cannot afford a mistake like that because they will squeeze in and take that place from you.
And look at that. Niner now going to have his work cut out for him with Forrester now putting a little pressure in that second spot.
Man, oh man.
So laps dwindling down now. Got about a lap and a half to go here. Lap and a half, 2 laps to go here in the youth production class. Niner trying to make it perfect today, leading wire to wire, but having a little pressure now from Forrester, Tatum Forrester in the 195.
Yeah, they've been battling out. They're no strangers to each other into this scenario right here. And Tatum Forrester, and as we now take a look here in the pack, and that's pretty much the race again happening behind us for that third place. They got to get around the wild man or Schmucker out there. And Schmucker, a lot of miscues up here on the bike 4 or 5 times during this race. But now the rest of the pack's getting hungry. They smell that blood. They want to get in there.
Niner there looks like quite a bit of gap over second now. Settling in. Going to try and put in one more perfect lap and become victorious here. And now the checkered flag is flying. Kyle Niner, the 999, going to be taking home the victory. Tatum Forrester going to take home that second spot, and we've got Wyatt Schmucker going to take that third and final spot. Tell you what, that was an eventful race for Wyatt Schmucker.
It really was, and I mean, you know, I was just making the observation, man, he was all over the place. And now, there could be a few things out there, you know, racing smooth is one thing, but having your hands full with a car that's uneasy in the corners, not setting down, you know, maybe he was just dealing with an improper setup on the car, too. So I really don't want to take anything away from Wyatt Schmucker. I know he's a very talented driver, but, man, it just looked really busy from up here.
Yeah, he was having to drive that car. I mean, it was definitely, it was multiple times up on the bike. And, you know, when that starts happening, generally it's not the driver. There's something with the setup. And, you know, the good news is they got a lot of data from today. They're going to go back. They're going to make some changes tonight in the pits, and they're going to come back tomorrow. And I think you're going to see Wyatt Schmucker, give Kyle Niner a little run tomorrow.
Well, or if not, if anything, they're going to go back and listen to the commentary, and they're going to be like, what the heck? What was Mark up there talking about? I wasn't doing nothing. I was racing my race. Well, if you do go back, say is watch how Kyle Niner did it.
Yeah, Kyle Niner, that was one of the cleanest races we've seen out here so far this weekend, just wire to wire. That car was dialed in. Got a little pressure right off the start of the second half of that race after the competition caution, but after that, Kyle Niner just checked out on the field, and got to give Kyle Niner credit, just hitting his marks and never made a mistake all day long.
You know, we had a race there at Shorty's and Blythe, man, and Kyle Niner just put in one of the best races I've ever seen.
Well, with that, we are going to catch up with our podium finishers when we return out here to round number 1 at Firebird Motorsports Park of the 2025-2026 Championship Off-Road Racing season. Don't go anywhere. The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by Liqui Moly, more performance, more driving pleasure. Double E Racing, engineered for performance. And by Weller Racing, when performance matters and winning isn't optional.
My name is George Hamill with Starstream Pro. Technology has really given us the opportunity to showcase off-road racing. Now we can go live from any car, anytime on the planet.
The sport needs something like Starstream, and it's here.
To be able to be one of the first people to have it in their trucks is going to be pretty cool, and hopefully this is a great thing for the sport.
This small computer and a GoPro, a couple cables, and a Starlink, you can watch all the in-car cameras live.
With Starstream combining to a Starlink network, it's so easy to plug this in. On our short course truck, we actually have it all self-contained. 2 battery packs, one powers the Starlink, one powers the Starstream. Super easy to take off and put on our desert car later when we leave the track.
It's never been done before at this level. The fact that we're going to be able to be on live TV and they can check in to multiple different drivers within seconds of each other, I think it's just going to be a great thing for the sport.
Let's go, boys.
Doors on. How many Kings have we got racing today? All of them.
All of them. I got nothing to lose.
As you can see, we've had another beautiful day on the Isle of Man.
We'll do some racing this weekend. It's going to be a blast.
And the Championship Off-Road Racing Series, I guess, kickoff here at Firebird Motorsports Park. Jim Beaver, Mark Wright, and we are rocking and rolling with some youth racing this morning. And man, did we just have one heck of a barn burner.
Well, yeah, the races are going to get faster and faster as we keep going. Kyle Niner here, starting off the fast class here with a win. And I know the whole crew down there at Kyle Niner's crew is very ecstatic.
Well, now getting a glimpse here of our Rugged Radio's unofficial results. Kyle Niner, in fact, victorious here. Tatum Forrester in the second spot. Wyatt Schmucker in the third spot. What an eventful race for him. Can't wait to get that interview on the podium. Harper McKinney in the fourth spot. Evan Atkins in the fifth. And we had Cadwell, Gahn, Weber, Gorky rounding out our top 10 here. And, man, looks like we've got some of our drivers ready to go on the podium for those interviews with Tiffany Stone, so we're going to toss it down to her.
All right, guys, thank you so much. That was an amazing race. Down here with our third place finisher, Wyatt Schmucker. Now, Wyatt, talk to me about what was going on. Now, that second half, you moved over, and is there anything that you're going to decide to do to try to change for tomorrow?
I don't know. We just got to fix some things on the car, suspension-wise, but just some line choices that weren't very good for me, and we'll fix that and go hard tomorrow.
And Wyatt, who would you like to thank for today?
Yeah, most importantly, God, all you guys for putting this on. Port of Tucson, Wayfinder BK, Levine Management, UPR, 2X for all their help, the Forrester family for everything they do, and everyone at camp.
Awesome. Nice job. Big congratulations to you on that third place finish. Moving over here to second, we've got Tatum Forrester. Now, Tatum, eventful second half for you. You were in third right before that comp yellow, moving over, taking that second spot, still battling it back and forth over here with Kyle as well. Walk me through your day. Tell me how your spotter was talking to you through your headset.
I don't know, really. I don't really listen to my dad. I just kind of do me. I started fifth and just tried to slowly work my way up, and when that competition yellow hit, I just knew I had to be on Wide's butt and try and push him for the second place, and then hopefully we'll do a little better tomorrow and come home with that number one. I'll be fighting Kyle for it. See how it goes.
Who would you like to thank for today?
My mom, my dad, my aunt, the Schmuckers, 2X, Economy Plumbing, UPR, R&R Steel, Steel Savers, Rugged Radios, Lone Star Performance, 518 Designs.
Wonderful. Nice job taking that second. Here to the top spot, the number 999, Kyle Niner. Now, thoughts on that restart? Obviously, you got out there right away. We saw Declan Shields not be able to make that first turn. As a driver and being able to have a second restart and still knowing that you got to get that top spot, that whole shot, what are your thoughts?
It's a little nerve-wracking. You just kind of have to full send it to the bottom and hope nobody gets by. It's really all you can do.
Now, you were also using every bit of the course out there with that re-rack after the comp yellow. You still were able to take that, win all the way to the very, very end. Who would you like to thank for today?
I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, Sneaky Tunes, Hurley Motorsports, JG Racing, Kinetic, Ryder, who was my spotter today, Oliver Golding with Golding Motorsports, and the rest of my friends and family. Thank you guys so much.
Awesome. Nice job. Big round of applause for our top three finishers in youth production. That was an amazing race. Back up to you guys in the booth.
Wow, what a podium, what a race. We have started out today absolutely with some fabulous racing, and we have so many more races coming today here at rounds 1 and rounds 2 of the championship off-road racing season kickoff here at Firebird Motorsports Park. And we're going to continue to ramp things up. We got 2 more in the youth division before we're going to take a small break and then reset things, do a little track maintenance, things like that. But we got youth restricted coming up next, followed by youth side-by-side. And what a great morning of youth racing, Mark.
I mean, what more could you ask for here in short course racing? It's all right here in front of you. Great weather, great racing. So far, pretty uneventful. Not a lot of carnage out there, which is also something you got to add to a great day of racing. You know, you don't want to see these competitors get out here and have to be hauled off on the record. So far, pretty much uneventful. Not without its drama, though. Declan Shields, I think Declan Shields would have been a contender in that last race. A tough break for him. That again, I mentioned earlier, a very uncharacteristic break for the Declan Shields crew.
Well, and I think overall, like I'm just looking through, we've got quite a few races in the bank now. We haven't had many mechanical issues on a lot of cars, and I think part of that is track maintenance. And I mean, what the track crews have done and given these racers just a phenomenal track out here today.
That statement at all, man. And indeed, it is a great day out here, a great track prep, which that does let the competitors actually start to focus on what they got to do, what they got to get done on the track. You know, again, hitting their marks and making sure everything's almost perfect there.
Yeah, well, and that's the thing. You've got short course racing, and you've got obviously desert racing, and it's a big difference when the course is rough. You want short course to actually race like short course.
No doubt. Look at this grid right now, though. Jim Beaver, what a class. We got the youth restricted, and this is a 13 car. The Liquid Molly, row 1, Ryder Greco will be in the 151 crew heart in the number 36 car. And row 2, Ryder Forrester. We've seen these names all week, or all day so far. BJ Hawthorne, and rounding off row 3, Nixon McCormick. Great job from that McCormick crew. And Harper McKenney here will round off row 3.
Yeah, as we go through looking at the rest of the grid here, I know we've got quite a few heavy hitters even farther back. Obviously, we got Addy Atterbury there. I want to give a shout-out. Timothy Jones, obviously grandson of Don Crazy Horse Barlow. So we've got him in the grid. He's sitting there in the 12th spot. So we're going to see if he can make his way through some traffic. Obviously, we saw Addy Atterbury with a great run earlier today with a podium finish. So she's another one. We talked about some of these drivers running in multiple divisions. She's seen it, she's felt it, she's touched it. She knows what to expect out of this course today. I think we're going to see her charge through the pack.
So you know who that was, right? I'm pretty sure that was him. Haven't seen him in a minute.
So, yeah, we've got youth restricted on tap for 10 laps out here at Firebird at Motorsports Park. We're going to have that mandatory competition caution at the midway point, about 6 laps in, unless we've got another caution that will take the place of that. But let's hope for no cautions. I just like it when we come out here and it's clean, hard racing, and that's what we've seen so far today. Man, it has definitely been some clean, hard racing. No real drama, really. It's just that's what you like. These kids have all raced each other tough, but they've raced each other clean, and we've seen some great passing. I mean, man, what was it in the 250 modified division? There was like 10 lead changes.
Yeah, that was great. I don't want to jinx it. I don't want to say, anything from racing. I'm not as optimistic as you, though, on the smooth racing. I know there's going to be some bumping. No, I hope for it that it is going to be clean because, as you said, the racing is way more fun to watch. But here we go down the front straightaway.
And we are going to be coming to the green flag, I believe. And green flag is out, and we are off and racing here.
Can all the cars get through turn 1? A little bit of bumping right there. The car over. I was just talking on that. Hopefully that car not badly damaged and we can flip that car back over. We're going to re-rack them, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, that was a very, by short course standards, kind of slow rollover. Looked like just a slight bit of contact. Wasn't malicious contact at all. Just a slight bit of contact with these open wheel cars. Things happen and went up and over. We got a full course yellow now coming out. We're going to get that car flipped over. Make sure the driver's all right. I didn't see much damage to that car, though, Mark.
No, that's what I was hoping for. Hopefully we can get that car flipped back over, the driver's okay, and then get right back into racing action. Unfortunately for that car, though, going to have to go right in the back of the field, and that's pretty tough break. You know, you're right. It didn't look like a miscue or anything malicious. It looked like there was just a lot of speed. You'll see it here on the replay right here. Yeah, just carried a little speed in there to the Forester car and a little touch there up and over. Yeah,
that was actually driver error. Came in a little too hot, bumped the car in front of him, and just went up and over. But got a couple cars go over there.
You know, thank gosh we saw that because I didn't look over to the corner. Thank gosh we got to see that on the replay. The little smoke you see right there as these cars go upside down, the oil comes out of the crankcase, gets in the combustion chamber. Now, when they refire him, that oil's got to burn off right there.
Yeah, a little crunch roof, but it looks like the car might be able to rejoin the field here. That's what you like to see.
Looks like the steering's broken on the left front tire, unfortunately.
Well, the driver wanted to go. Let's put it that way. The driver wanted to go racing, but the car had other ideas.
And I didn't, while we were watching that, too, I didn't see the number on it. Totally my fault there.
Yeah, we're going to do a full restart here. So it's going to be a full restart. Happened in turn number 1. Didn't get one lap in before the full course caution came out. So it is going to be a full restart. So we're going to start from ground zero and go racing again.
Yeah, it's a tough break, too. Even though you carried that position into turn 1, if you roll over like that, you go straight to the back of the pack, unfortunately. So tough break for both drivers. I'm still trying to get a number on that car out there as they pull it out. It does look like the 12 West car, so that's probably Nixon McCormick, the 737. Tough break for that crew. The McCormicks come out here, full send, come out here with about 4 cars, and that's a tough break right there. So Nixon McCormick out of the race. Oh, all right, we're going to get that replay once again if you're watching us live out there. Let's check it out. And I do believe that's going to be Nixon McCormick once again. But here we go on the restart. Oh, not the restart. Yeah, here is the restart of the play. Here we go. All right. Yeah, Nixon McCormick right there. You can see the contact there on the inside front tire there in turn 1. Yep, you can see the damage done on the car in the very first roll there.
Well, in the second roll, I'm looking in the back. That was just somebody got on the brakes, got sideways, and flipped over. So both cars, like single car incidents, no, just driver error on both parts, unfortunately, or fortunately, however we want to look. But good news is both cars actually look like they're in pretty good shape. Obviously going to take them back, do a few repairs, but I don't think we're going to lose them for the weekend.
No, Brian McCormick comes prepared, man. It's now the McCormicks are in our spot right now. Brian McCormick, I love watching. You go over to his crew. If you watch, hey, Brian, what gearing should I run for this car? Brian will whip out an encyclopedia of data. I mean, I don't know any better way to say it. He's got just stacks and stacks of data. He is the most methodical racer I've ever known. So, man, if you're out there and you're listening to us right now and you want to know who to talk to first, if you race side-by-sides or any of the cars out here, you have any, base knowledge you want, Brian McCormick's your guy.
All right, so we got red flag. We're restarting the way that the original race started. So we didn't get one lap in, so it's going to be a full restart. So we're going to have the same starting grid, minus 2 cars that we had to begin the race. We're going to go back. We still got 10 laps to go here because didn't get any in the book.
Yeah, that's a good thing for the rest of the field then, because if they had to check up there to not run into to avoid drivers, they get their position back. Great deal for them. All right, well, that's going to be interesting to see. Back on the top row, that's going to be Ryder Greco and Crew Hart, and you can see them there side by side right now. And I wonder what the nerves are like right now. You started the race, you kind of roller coastering with your emotions right now.
Yeah, me as a racer myself also, I know you've raced. It's one of those you hate to have that as a racer because you have those jitters. Green flag drops, you settle in, you get in the zone, and then when you get thrown out of the zone and you have to restart it, it kind of throws you mentally.
It really does. It takes the wind out of your sails, so to speak. And then you got to regroup. And that's, we talk about racers, you can be fast, you can do everything, but being able to handle that adversity out there on the course, that is just equally as important as being the fastest guy out there.
All right, so we're going to roll here and going to do one more lap, and we are going to drop the green flag and regroup here and go racing again. Once again, we are in the youth restricted class, slated for 10 laps with a mandatory competition caution. Never got one full lap in before we had those 2 incidents in turn number 1. So we're going to restart this thing, re-go racing, and see what we can do. See if we can get through that first lap a little clean and at least get one in the books.
You know, we've kind of just pointed that out that we haven't seen a lot of carnage, and then right off the bat, we got 2 cars out. But that's what's going to happen, and that's why I said I wasn't so optimistic. These cars are faster now, so, you know, the margin of mistake is less than an inch going into this turn 1. You know, as you saw there, nothing malicious there out of the McCormick car, but, you know, just going a little too hot, just basically touching. This is open wheel racing. Your front touches the rear of a car. Along for the ride you go.
Yeah, definitely a little finesse when it comes to racing these open wheel cars. And finesse as race car drivers, sometimes hard to come by.
And, you know, when average age is out there 14 to 17 years old, that kind of plays a factor as well.
All right, so we've got youth restricted slated for 10 laps. After this, we are going to have youth side-by-side. And then after that, that's going to wrap up our morning youth racing. We're going to take a short break, and then we'll come back with a lot of pros and pro-ams racing in the full-size cars later on this afternoon and early evening. But right now, it is youth restricted on the course. We are currently doing a full restart, so we still got 10 laps left. And we got 1 corner to go here, and we're going to drop that green flag.
The Jones pace truck out there leading this field in down the front straightaway. You can see them already anticipating that green flag. Here it is, a complete restart as they come down the front straightaway. Are they going to get the green? Here it goes. We're going green. We're off to a start.
Ryder Greco with the hole shot. Getting a little pressure, though. B.J. Hawthorne, Nixon McCormick.
Looking great over the ski jump right there. And that's a great, you can see the whole pack right there. And that's going to make this whole race, the rest of the drivers here, hungry for those top 3 positions. It's going to be quite the battle. And as the race keeps going on, it's going to settle in right there. And it's going to shape up here, and we'll see who comes out on top.
Tell you what, that step up a little rough in these youth restricted. They can't quite get over it, so they're just casing into the front of it. Wow, I mean, these things handled it well, but that's an abusive hit for these young drivers.
Man, it really is, and I heard that we had Bobby Van Beekem was the one that cleared the triple, actually made it to the 3rd jump. This one, though, we had a 1450 Blazer do it, and it jounced them right up, and then the second one they did wheelies. It was pretty crazy.
All right, so we got a lap in the books now. Means 9 to go. Ryder Greco, followed by, looks like Crew Hart and B.J. Hawthorne, your top 3. Hart now trying to make a move there. It looks like we got something dragging on the bottom there of Greco. You see that? There's something hanging down below the car.
I'm wondering if that's a part of the race car or if we just picked up some debris from the track. If it is something from the race car, that could develop into catastrophic failure here later, so let's hope that that's not the case. Let's see what we got there.
I don't see it anymore, so maybe whatever it was exited stage left.
Yeah, I mean, we do the best to keep all the things off this course, but especially after the weather, you know, some stuff some debris finds its way onto the course, and every now and again that happens. This course being around for years, though, man, it's almost perfectly clean. Still a lot of rocks out there.
All right, so right now, running order, Ryder Greco, Crew Hart, B.J. Hawthorne, Cooper Hoganess, and Hudson McCormick, your top 5.
And this is where I was talking about Cooper Hoganess. He's going to be making a showing here in the full-size car. I know Mom's a mess out there. We saw his brother Carter Hoganess come up here and get a hug from me in between takes. But, Mom, I know you're out there a nervous wreck. And now that it's race day, I know she's out there literally biting her nails. But Cooper Hoganess doing a great job. His racing experience is transferring to the faster class right now, as it does and as it should. You know, these cars, the only difference is they're just going a lot faster.
Hey, look at that. We got three-way battle there with Hoganess. Looked like McCormick in the mix. And that is the number 72 of Hawthorne. So Hawthorne, Hoganess, and McCormick all in a battle there. That is for the third spot.
Well, that's great to see. Cooper, you know, in the mix of that battle there, as we were just talking about, this is a new class for him. But Crew Hart, no stranger to this class. Crew Hart has what it takes here to get it done. But Ryder Greco, you know, Ryder Greco, one of the toughest competitors out there. I do love seeing that Hoganess name up there amongst the top 5 in this class, though.
Yeah, it looks like working their way through this track. We are 4 laps in for our leader. Looks like we got mandatory competition caution now coming out.
Seems like it comes a lot faster now in our restart. The mandatory caution coming out, just crazy.
All right, as the mandatory competition caution comes out, courtesy of our friends at Liqui Moly, Tiffany Stone was able to catch up with Liqui Moly earlier on this weekend.
Brought you there, but definitely about the vehicles that you want to race. And I'm here with Jacob from Liqui Moly. Now, talk to me about everything you've got for our racers.
So this weekend we brought out a bunch of our products. We're doing high-quality lubricants and additives. Everything's made in Germany. Focused a lot on the racing community. Covered a lot of different aspects of racing, whether it be power sports, marine, obviously automotive. But we have a few items here, 550 from Molygen line, 2050 from our oldest style motors, and then we have a power sports line up front. We have a bunch of different additives, whether it be for your power sports items right here. We have a gun tech item for firearms and archery, and then we have a whole line of automotive products as well.
Well, this is awesome, and I do know that you have some generator oil, so anybody that's hanging out here, if you do have your RV or camper, because no race weekend is complete without that, you need a place to stay. So if you have any questions, you need to look at anything, or of course check out all of the great products, Jacob's over here. He'll give you the lowdown, and I am so excited that they've come on to help us out for this season. It's great to have you guys out here.
Thank you for having us.
Well, thank you, Tiffany, and Liqui Moly. Really excited to have them on board for the 2025 and 2026 championship off-road racing season as one of our partners, and doing some great things for our racers, and obviously a little something for tow rigs, generators, just about anything, Mark, that you want to bring to the track.
Yeah, Liqui Moly's really stepped it up here. A lot of changes in the hierarchy of oil recently as we get into a modern era of racing, and Liqui Moly has really stepped up their marketing and their product. So we are very fortunate to have Liqui Moly on board for this 2025-26 season.
All right, so we've got 1 corner to go. We're under mandatory competition caution, and we're going to see that pace truck pull off, courtesy of Jones Ford, Dodge, Ram, Jeep. They're going to pull off, and we're going to go back to racing here. We've got a half a race to go, and we're going to see how things shape up. So a little eventful off the first green flag, with the second green flag, haven't seen much action yet, so we're going to see what's on tap for the second half of this race.
There's single file coming down the front straight away. They're anticipating the green flag on the restart. Can they get through turn 1 clean? And this has been a little faster here, and there's a lot of nerves right now as they come into the second half of this race. And we're going to keep it there pretty much the way we ended this race the last way. 1, 2, and 3, but a little bit of challenge now. And a little lead change going in, or position change rather, going into turn 2.
Yeah, we got Greco continuing to lead, followed by Hart in the second spot.
And now the old Cotter car out there. And you know, I don't have it on the list, so I'm wondering, is that Mason Cotter as well out there? We were talking about that name earlier. But they clearly see Cotter Motorsports on that car, whether they rented the car or bought the car. And it's the number is...
yeah, that's Jackson Cotter there.
Yeah, that is Jackson Cotter. All right.
So we got Greco, Hart, Cotter, 1, 2, 3. We got Ryder Forrester there in the 4th spot. Getting a little pressure there from Cooper Hoganus.
Well, we were mentioning that name earlier, the Cotter car, and how these kids have, you know, branched off into other forms of racing and other disciplines of racing. But Cotter name, I was talking about it earlier, so it's great. I didn't see the Cotter name on the slip, but now I can see it here on the screen, and it's great to have them out there, and they're running top 3. Top 2 now.
Yep, so it looks like we still got Greco leading, Hart in the 2nd spot. Then it's going to be Cotter in the 3rd.
There you go. Called it wrong. It's my first mistake I ever made in my life right there.
It happens to the best of us.
But all right, great performance from Ryder Greco. Been out front during this whole exchange, and right there you can see the distance between 1st and 2nd place down the back straightaway, and you can start to see that blue groove starting to develop there in the course as they come over the ski jump. And if you stay with it, you can look, and that groove is just going to get a little more crazy as the day goes on. As you can see, both cars negotiating turn 3. That is the corner right there. Great on the step up. This is some great action from the drone.
Yeah, it's absolutely great action there. And, you know, you got to give a lot of credit to Ryder Greco. You know, all the chaos happening behind him. Got the whole shot, had to regroup, do a full restart, got the whole shot again, then leading, go to the mandatory competition caution, gets the whole shot again. It's 3 whole shots for Ryder Greco in one race. I mean, you got to give him credit, just hitting his marks.
Yeah, man, he's been on fire here the whole time I've been here at Core, and this is no surprise to me to see him out front like this. It is great to see these 3 doing battle, though. And Ryder Greco, as you saw, qualified P1. He's able to get it done here, too, in the race. Number 1 here at Firebird International Racing.
Yep. Greco now extending a little bit of a lead over Crew Hart in the 2nd spot. Hart trying to make up some ground. Greco just not making any mistakes, making it hard on Hart.
Well, Hart having a great run as well. Been watching him, and you can see them. They hit their marks. You won't see a lot of mistakes from the top 3, top 4 drivers here. Mostly proud of Cooper Hoganus, though. This is his debut race here in the larger car, rather, not full size necessarily. And I know Mom's a nervous wreck out there. I've been telling her to just try to relax all you can. Your boys are tough. And according to the overlay, as we look at the leaders going to turn 1, it looks like he might be in 3rd place.
We're going to see how timing and scoring shapes up here. But, man, like we said earlier, Ryder Greco out front. Looks like we got the 210 now parked off to the side. That is Trenton Lawrence.
Got a car out in turn 3. This not going to bring out the full course caution, and to keep it racing action, they deem it not in the middle of too horrific of a place. But looking out here, Ryder Greco now with just a few turns.
Look at that, not a tire out of place for Ryder Greco. Hart putting in a phenomenal race, and Greco just giving him nothing. Going to come down the front stretch, take that white flag, means 1 to go here in youth restricted. Ryder Greco out front, Hart in the 2nd spot.
Yeah, I just don't think Ryder Greco's going to make a mistake here on this last lap. All he has to do, he's got a great gap between second place of Crew Hart. Going to be a great race for him. Crew Hart, though, great run as well. Oh, indeed.
Got Jackson Cotter in the third spot as well. Haven't spoke much about him. Doesn't mean he hasn't been putting on a great race.
No, Jackson Cotter, that whole Cotter family, that Cotter race team, and they are, you know, if you're out there in the pits and you see the Cotters pull up, you know it's going to be a rough weekend.
So it's Greco, Hart, and Cotter 1, 2, 3 right now. Unless something major happens in this last third of a lap, that's how they're going to finish up here in Youth Restricted. As we got our leader, Ryder Greco, coming around that final corner over the big tabletop. Going to take the checkered flag. It's going to be Ryder Greco on top out here in Youth Restricted, followed by Crew Hart in the second spot.
Watching these cars come in.
And Cooper Hoganess going to sneak in for the third. Something there happening off camera.
Indeed, something
to
happened
Jackson
to
Cotter.
Yeah.
Oh, with about half a lap to go, we thought Cotter had the third spot. I didn't catch off camera what happened.
Well, me either. I'm going to make this estimation. There it is. I'm going to make it unofficially here. I do believe we got Ryder Greco, Crew Hart, and our third place unofficially, from just my perception, is going to be Ryder Forrester. But
all right, so we're going to sort through these things. Obviously, an eventful final lap here in Youth Restricted, and we're going to find out what that top three looks like. We turn here to Firebird Motorsports Park in Chandler, Arizona for round one of the championship off-road racing season. The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by Rugged Radios. From the green flag to the connected, crews informed, and fans closer to the action. HMD Designs, delivering excellence with every project. And by Racer Plus, where the racing never stops.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good.
Meet up at the compound group up.
That's turn 4. Oh, that jump was huge. Yeah, for sure, dog. Good little driver, straight on through.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
When it comes to suspension tuning, there's only one name we trust: Double E Racing.
Double E Racing. We help build champions.
And welcome back here to Chandler, Arizona, and the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Just wrapping up Youth Restricted, and what a race was that, and what an eventful lap number 3. Jim Beaver here with Mark Wright. Been calling the action today, and things are heating up out here in Chandler. Mark?
Well, yeah, Ryder Greco, he had command of that race, and he just stayed out there As you said, it was great. 3 restarts, and he was able to pull it off and get the whole shot on all 3. Hold it in there. Crew Hard, though, did a great job up there. And Ryder Forrester put in a great performance to get through all that traffic, get up there. But the big name in this race, Cooper Hogan, is in his premier race out of the big class in 4th place. I'm very proud of all the racers here in this race.
Yeah, so our Rugged Radio's unofficial results here, Ryder Greco in the number 1 spot, Crewhart in the 2nd, and it was Ryder Forster in the 695 in the 3rd. So great race out here in Youth Restricted, and man, throwing down. We had an eventful first lap. And then after that, everything settled in, and I got to give a lot of credit to Ryder Greco, though. Just absolutely phenomenal run for him.
Yeah, unfortunate there for in the turn 1, a couple incidences. The other car was able to return, but the McCormick car was not able to get back into the action. Too much damage to the front steering.
Yeah, it was, obviously racing happens, and, the good thing is with just solo incidents, just driver error on both parts, and things happen, and, but it shaped a very fast race.
Yeah, and they're just going to get faster from here on out. The turbo classes get in. It's going to really be some hairy racing coming up.
Full story on what happened out here in the youth restricted class. We're going to take it down to the 3rd member of our team, Tiffany Stone.
Thank you so much, guys. So down here with the 695, 3rd place, Ryder Forrester. Now, Ryder, talk to me about exactly what happened. You made your way through that traffic. There was a little bit going on in that last lap. From your perspective, what did you see?
So on the first lap, I got hit, and then we did a re-rack because someone flipped. I think Nixon. He flipped. We did a re-rack. I got in 3rd. Then I just held that position. I got past. I took it back, and then I just held it the rest of the race, and then Jackson came and passed me. I saved the lap, and I passed him, and I got 3rd.
I mean, man, that was a lot of things that just happened there. If you ever want to be an announcer, you've got that play-by-play down. But who would you like to thank for today?
My mom, dad, brother, Tyler, 2X Motorsports, Economy Plumbing, Steel Savers, Lone Star Racing, UPR. I did. And Method Race Wheels.
Awesome. That 3rd place finish. Now heading over here for the 2nd place finish, number 36, Crew Hart. Now walk me through that. You've got over 20 different wins in different classes, adding another podium finish this weekend for round 1. How are you feeling right now?
Feels good.
It feels good. I mean, for a man of not many words, tell me about how your day was and who would you like to thank?
It was pretty good. I was just really focused on the start. I'd like to thank my mom and my dad, Wade, for spotting me, my grandpa tests out, and 2X for the tires, Elka Shocks, Sneaky, Polaris, Wine, I forgot how to say it, Hoosier Tires, Tatum for my filming and stuff, and anybody else I forget, thank you.
A whole shot, 3 different times. You were hitting all your marks for you. And taking P1. Tell me how you feeling about that top spot.
Feels great. Ran a great race. Got out in front. We finished where we qualified, so ran a great race.
And who would you like to thank for today?
My mom, my dad, 2X Motorsports, Bryson and Jacob, EVP Mode, 518 Designs, Brandon with EVP.
Up to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Tiffany. Man, great race by these 3 young drivers out here. Tomorrow, it's going to be shaping up to be one heck of a battle out here. But speaking of battle, as we wind our way down to the youth racing, we're going to move to youth side-by-side. So kind of really taking speeds up a notch, Mark.
They really are. The cars are going to get a little bigger, a little faster, and a little competition. But you'll start seeing a lot of the same drivers come into the play here. Mikey Childress making his weekend debut here coming up, and we love having Mikey out here. And apparently he was the fastest qualifier, so he's going to be on row 1. Cash Hart, though, we've heard the Hart crew all with Crew Hart up here, but Cash Hart now going to get it done from there, and Cody Krantz and Brenna Gorky and Rylan Gahn. A lot of names.
This is going to be a great shootout. I'm just looking at the the entries we've got, and it's a little bit of everything from all over areas of the country. So this youth side-by-side division really going to be people like this is becoming. It's you want to make a name for yourself, this is a place to be.
Man, I cannot disagree with that statement at all. What a great West. But man, I tell you, we were talking about this lineup here, but Mikey Childress, hard to beat, always tough, always consistent. And Mikey Childress Jr., as we know, his father, great success out in the other discipline of desert racing, and having Mikey Childress Jr. out here, great job. Cash Hart, though, will definitely be one to keep your eye on. I mean, pretty much every one of these competitors, and again, they got a lot of car here, so let's see how it turns out.
Yeah, there's a lot of car going to be. Lap time's going to drop significantly from what we've seen, and these cars are going to be flying out here. We get to go green flag racing here in a minute, so we take a look at that grid. We got 5 cars sitting there, amped up, ready to go, getting those pre-race jitters out. But right now we got a little track maintenance going. We're getting everything prepared, and also pulling some cars off course that were there earlier from some of the previous battles out here at Chandler. But yeah, things definitely are going to be taking things up a notch after the youth side-by-side. For those of you here and those of you tuning in at home, we are going to be taking a slight break, and we're going to do some track maintenance, allow people to re-prep their cars, grab some lunch, and then we're going to be coming back to racing. So a slight break after youth side-by-side, but definitely don't be alarmed because we have a lot of racing left today, Mark.
Yeah, not a lot of, we were talking about that damage and cars leaving on the wreckers. It doesn't look like a lot of damage to these cars. I think they are going to be able to get them back together for day 2 out here, round 2, and tomorrow's event. I think they're going to be able to get it back together, and I think that's a good thing for the team, so that way it's not a total loss for the weekend. Well, there it is, the Liquid Molly starting grid. Mikey Childress in P1 on the inside of Cash Hart in the number 2. Cody Krantz out there in the 22. Brenna Gorky in the 138 rounding off row 2. And ending this field with Rylan Gahn out there in the number 62 car. Well, this one's going to be tough. This is tough to give a prediction out for. Any one of these cars could be on top. And somebody that I'm not familiar with but came in, looks like they came to get down this weekend. Cody Krantz out there in the number 22 car. Great setup out there in the pit, and I'll bet you he's definitely going to be quite the competitor out here for this race.
Yeah, well, the Krantz family, I mean, his dad, Jimmy Krantz, from Bikeman Performance fame. If you've watched Midwest short course racing, you've heard of Bikeman Performance. Also has a professional snowcross team. Talking with Jimmy yesterday, he goes, you know what? We decided to take snowcross off this year. We wanted to come racing with Championship Off-Road Racing Series. So, we're drawing some people out of the Midwest, and, they're one of the big super teams in the Midwest, and bringing part of their operation out here west to run with us this winter. It's got me kind of excited. Like I said, we've got some of the best from all over the country converging here in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series, and shaping up to be one heck of a 2025-2026 season.
Well, all right, this is Cody's big chance because he's surrounded by the regulars out here in core. Crash Hart, Mikey Childress, man, it's going to be quite the race. But Brenna Gorky out there as well. We'll have something to say about it in the livery that you guys know, and Rylan Gahn out there as well. So this is Cody Krantz's shot right now, and to say, hey, I came to play, boys and girls. Let's do this.
Yeah, we got that Pace truck, courtesy of Jones Ford, Dodge, Ram, Jeep. Going to be pulling off, and we are going to go green flag racing. This one's slated for 10 laps. We got a mandatory competition caution flying after lap number 6. We'll regroup them and send them back on their way for the final 4 laps. But right now, we've got the Pace truck off. We're going to be looking for that green flag, and it is time to go racing and youth side by side.
They're coming down the front straightaway. They are lined up. A little bit of anticipation here. They still get the green flag. With the jump going to, it looks like Cash Hart was able to get the jump. Let's look here on the monitor. But yeah. Mikey Childress is able to stay up there and get the whole shot as they lead into turn 2.
Yeah, it looked like Hart got the jump, but it looked like, Childress on the inside there and able to keep the door shut. We're going to see if Hart can reel things in here.
Well, you know, one thing that I've watched with Mikey Childress before in the past events, man, this kid is smooth as glass. I mean, you will not see a lot of sign on this turn. Look at this, though. Hart making his move. They're side by side going into turn 4.
Doing it the hard way, outside, inside. Look at that, Hart all the way to the bottom. Little bobble by Childress. Childress gets around.
That's a big mistake from Mikey Childress. Getting caught up on the inside there in the loose. And can't get it around and get back into the battle.
Yeah, it looked like no contact there either. It looked like Childress just came in a little bit too hot trying to defend on Hart, and the car looped. Good news for him is we will have a competition caution at some point, but he's got to try and reel things back in and get up there to the front pack.
Well, I got to tell you, I'm very confident that he has the ability to do that if he doesn't beat himself up too bad for that mistake. At this point, he could be his own worst enemy right now, and he's just got to write that off and get, as I was just talking about him, how smooth he is, and that comes to focus. We're going to have the replay here coming up here in a second. We'll see what happened. And as I said, I don't think he was bumped. I think he just got caught up in that loose dirt to the inside on the apron.
You got Hart on the outside, Childress all the way to the bottom. Childress defending the bottom, comes in, and he just came in a little bit too hot and loops it, I think.
Yeah, he just set that car too hard, too early. And then hitting the inside apron, the inside of that rough right there, that didn't help his situation.
Lucky he didn't go over, man. That apron was right there, and it was great to see him back in it, and I'm sure make a run on thing. He's made a pass back into the second.
It's fast, and as I was talking about you, hopefully, and it doesn't look like he is. He looks like he's literally shook it off, got back in the game, and he's here to battle.
Yeah, Cash Hart now with the lead as Mikey Childress there in the second spot, going to try and reel him back in as you get a glimpse there. About a straightaway lead there for Cash Hart over Mikey Childress.
Well, what's going to be great here is they were pretty much side by side before that mishap. So it was going to be a race with them, within a few car lengths of each other. So at this point now, Mikey Childress can kind of dial in his line by himself and anticipate that competition we were just seeing after the caution. So he's got an opportunity to still get it on top of the box.
As they're going to wrap around here, finish up another lap. Got a shot there of Krantz, the Bikeman Performance car.
Well, you heard me talk about Krantz. I said, hey, man, here's your opportunity. And it looks like these Southwest boys aren't showing him any mercy.
No, I know talking with the Krantz, this is the first time they've actually ever run out here at Firebird Motorsports Park. So I know probably gathering a lot of data, things like that. But obviously we're going to see him in a couple rounds this year. So this might be a learning round for them. But Krantz looking pretty strong there.
Yeah, indeed. That car looking great. Very planted in the corners. And looks like it's very easy to put it where he points it.
Yeah, Bikeman putting together a strong car in all the divisions they race in. As we get a shot there, the number 2, but it's Cash out here. And youth side by side. Going to be the final race of our opening morning session. We'll take a short break after this one, but we've got a lot of racing left. Still waiting for that mandatory competition caution here in a few laps.
Yeah, this race slated for 10 laps. And that's where they'll get 5 laps in before that caution, and they'll get a full 5 more after that caution. And I have a feeling here comes this word again. I have a feeling things are going to get spicy between Mikey Childress and Cash Hart.
Yeah, these cars just absolutely full send over that ski jump. As we see Mikey Childress now, look at that, right, butter smooth over that step up.
It's almost like they're faster through that step up than any other class. Actually, he gained speed with that step up. A little bit of like a skateboard pump. Remember, if you ever skateboarded and everything, you pump on that. Looks like he actually got a pump and got some more traction.
Got the rhythm down, that's for sure.
That was a great shot there from that. Yeah, Mikey Childress, he'd be smart just to play it safe right now. Like I said, learn the lines. Definitely go racing. And he does look like he is closing the gap between him and Cash. But I think, man, if I was Mikey Childress, just sit back, wait for the yellow right now, just so that way on the restart, they're going to be side by side on the restart. I can almost predict that.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be an entertaining restart. We're going to have the green-white, the mandatory competition caution the next time by. So we're going to regroup everybody.
And there's Kranz coming into turn 4. And Kranz doing a fabulous job as well. Not just taking it, but, man, Kranz is definitely showing that he's got the speed it takes. So who knows? We might see a good second-hand performance out of Kranz. A second-round performance out of Kranz. That's what I was trying to say.
And the mandatory competition caution is out. All right, with the mandatory competition caution out, we're going to regroup things. And in the meantime, Tiffany Stone caught up with young Cody Kranz, and we're going to throw.
Here with Cody Kranz. Now, Cody is a multi-class champion in other series, coming out to race with us in the desert. Now, tell me how you feel, and what do you think it's going to take to get a championship over here?
I just got to be consistent like how it was in the other series and just try to find our way through the race season and try to secure another championship.
Well, as somebody who's won multiple championships before, what's the biggest takeaway that you've got from that? If you were going to tell somebody else to race and how to be a champion, what would you tell them?
I'd just tell them I'd be by their side the whole time and tell them that if they were in my car, I'd tell them I've won multiple championships in that car and I know that car's fast.
Wonderful. Well, we've got some spotters coming out here. What do you think your spotter's going to say to you in your ear this weekend?
I just got to be consistent and find those lines.
Wonderful. Well, like he said, when you've won a few championships and you're coming out here to race in the West, he kind of knows what he's doing out here, and I'm excited to see what he's up to.
Well, that was a great interview with young Cody Kranz out here in Phoenix and at Chandler here, and love to see that team out here. Very, very professional outfit, and we're going to see here in the second half of this race, Cody Kranz currently sitting in that third spot in a podium spot, so I think that would be a great debut out here in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series for him to take home a podium.
I agree again, man, and what a great transition that was to how we were talking about him. He seems pretty poised and very confident, though, but right now, the two out front, they're not showing him any love or any respect right now. They're closing the door on him, but hey, a lot can happen here. Still 5 more laps to go. Let's see that confidence turn into delivery here, or Mikey Childress. The battle right now, Mikey Childress might be able to gain his composure and get back up there to P2. Can he get it done here for the second half? We have to wait to see.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be the story here as we see that pace truck pull off, and we're going to have Cash Hart taking the story. They're going to be Mikey Childress. Can he get back around Cash Hart?
Well, here he goes. I'd love to see these three really battle it out. They're going into turn 1. L cars through clean. Mikey Childress to the inside, down the back straightaway. There's a drag race going on.
Yeah, Cash Hart pushing outside and going to give that inside to Mikey Childress. Oh, man, look at that. And Mikey coming in. Look at that, backing it in for Childress. That is short course, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, you know what? Mikey Childress is really going to have to smooth out right now. He's really trying to get it and extend that lead because Crew Hart is not going to give it up easy. He's going to have to really earn it right now, and he's going to have to hit his marks. I don't think it's a smart move for Mikey Childress to let it hang out like that.
No, he came in hot. I know he was defending there, but we're going to see Cash Hart obviously putting a lot of pressure on Childress in that first half of the race, able to cause a mistake on Childress's part and take that lead away. So we're going to see if Cash Hart can replicate what he did earlier on. As we get a look there at that's Kranz in the third spot.
Yeah, Kranz is looking solid, man. I would have loved to see Kranz get up there and put a wheel in on these two drivers. But you know what? That's what Kranz said he came out to do, to see what these drivers have to offer, and maybe a little humility here. And he's gonna, and you never know. He's got a lot in his back there in this pit to get this on top of the box too. So right now he's third on the box. Still not a bad debut showing for him out here at Core.
Well, I know his sponsor, Bikeman Performance, obviously his dad's company. All they do is performance UTVs and things like that. So if there's anybody that can bring the fight tomorrow, they're going to make some changes tonight.
No doubt. It's very interesting to see. You can see right there, definitely very solid, very smooth. I haven't seen any mistakes from him in this whole race, so great job. Great effort here from Cody Krantz.
Well, we got to talk about Rylan Gahn there, too, putting a little pressure on Krantz in the 4th spot. So don't want to count Rylan Gahn out yet because that number 62 starting to look at the back bumper there of young Cody Krantz.
Yeah, indeed. Both drivers, actually everybody doing a great job in this race. The only one with the mistake is the guy out front right now, Mikey Childress. So that mistake, not too bad. And like I said, hopefully he can get back into race mode. It looks like he did just that.
Yeah, Gahn, look at that, making some moves, trying to get around Cody Krantz.
Wow. Both 1 and 2 drivers just annihilating turn 3.
Get the aerial view there. Looks like Mikey Childress, a little bit of a gap over Hart. Then we get that battle for 3rd between Gahn and Krantz. Krantz currently holding off Gahn. So go there, and Mikey Childress, now he's got a big lead over Cash Hart as the white flag comes out. Going to be 1 more to go for Mikey Childress. Big buffer. It's going to take a bobble by Childress, I think, for Cash Hart to get back in this one.
Yeah, that's pretty surprising. Earlier on, they were side by side. I was thinking the battle was going to be a little bit closer to this. And I was a little nervous after that spin around that Childress wasn't going to be able to get back up in the top 3, but he's done a great job. He used the mandatory caution to his advantage and was able to get around Cash Hart, and here he is. He's out in front.
Yeah, Childress hitting his marks now. Cash Hart doing everything he can to try and reel him in, but at this point, I don't know if there's going to be much time left. Childress working his way down, going to be finding that checkered flag momentarily. And it is going to be Mikey Childress walking away with the win here in round number 1. We're going to have Cash Hart with the 2nd spot. Looks like Cody Krantz going to hold on and take that final podium spot with Rylan Gahn in 4th and Brenna Gorky rounding out your top 5.
Still a great race out there, even though at the end there, lots of gapping between 1, 2, and 3. But, you know, a little bit of drama right there as Mikey Childress seemed like he could have possibly have thrown it away. But he was able to regroup, get back around Cash Hart, and able to walk away with the victory.
Yeah, that was a fun one. Mikey Childress had to earn that one, you know, after that spin early on, and had to fight back and got to the mandatory competition caution, and then was able to actually put together a great second half of the race, get around the leader Cash Hart, and walk away with a win there. So always exciting when you have a race like that.
Yeah, what I found amazing out there is a Cash Hart. Mikey Childress so aggressive out there, just throwing that back in that car into almost every corner.
Yeah, so we are going to catch up with our podium finishers here in youth side-by-side. We turn out here to Chandler, Arizona at Firebird Motorsports Park and round 1 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by R&R Steel, Tucson's premier steel fabricators and erectors. Racer Plus, where the racing never stops. And by Starstream Pro, stream live video, telemetry, and data from anywhere on the planet.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good.
Let's meet up at the compound group up.
At 10-4. Yeah, for sure, dog. Good, little driver, straight on through. Let's go, boys.
How many kings have we got racing today? All of them.
I got nothing to lose.
As you can see, we've had another beautiful day on the Isle of Man.
We'll do some racing this weekend. It's going to be a blast.
Welcome back out here to Chandler, Arizona, and the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Man, just wrapping up here with youth side-by-side, our final youth division on the day mark. But Mikey Childress walking away with a win, but it was not an easy victory.
Yeah, what a race. Even though with that slight mistake from Mikey Childress, he's able to regroup and get it back out front around Cash Hart. And, Cash, man, great run from him as well. Had to make sure that he, stayed in there and saved a little bit there. But Mikey Childress, a man with a mission, and he was letting it hang out. You heard me talking. I don't know if I'd let it hang out, but you know what? He had a plan, and it worked.
It definitely worked as we take a look at our Rugged Radio's unofficial results. Mikey Childress taking that top spot. Cash Hart holding on for second. Cody Krantz making his way from the Midwest out here to take home the third and final podium spot. Rylan Gahn in the fourth spot. Put some pressure on Cody Krantz. Wasn't able to make it onto the podium, though, but great run by him. And then we had Brenna Gorky in the fifth and final spot in the top five. So great race there in youth side-by-side. And looks like we got our podium finishers making their way up there to the winner's circle. And we're going to catch up with them momentarily. But, man, what a great way to wrap up the morning session here, Mark.
Yeah, indeed. Man, Cody Krantz, welcome to CORE.
Yeah. And right now, speaking of those podium finishers, we're going to toss it down to the third partner in our broadcast team, Tiffany Stone.
Thank you so much, guys. Taking that third place spot. You guys know him from the Midwest. He's a multi-series champion over there, number 22, Cody Krantz. Now, Cody, how does it feel coming out here, racing in the desert? The track is a little bit different than what you're used to. I know in the Midwest there's a lot of rain, a lot of moisture in this, but the track is developing very nicely. What are your thoughts on it?
I think it's really nice. I just got to figure it out more and push it through corners harder.
Well, with that being said, since this is your first race here at CORE, take that $20 bill right there. That is yours. Don't let Jimmy take it away from you. You get $20 from Golding Motorsports for your first podium here in CORE. Who else would you like to thank?
My mom, my dad, Bikeman Performance, Polaris Razor, Vision Wheel, MRT, Steve for spotting me, and everyone else.
Awesome. Nice job. Well, we still got round 2 tomorrow. You can go home, take some notes, get some data. I know your dad's going to be looking at that. Now, in our second place spot, we have Cash Hart. Now, Cash, you were putting the pressure on Mikey throughout the second half of the race. Obviously, we're seeing where you guys are at right now. For tomorrow, what are your thoughts? Are there going to be any changes to the setup, or are you guys going to still run that and just push a little bit harder?
I mean, first race back in a couple months, getting used to it, the car, and yes, and he's a good competitor, so nothing can do but just trying to beat him tomorrow.
Who would you like to thank today, Cash?
I'd like to thank Polaris, Jerry Cotter, all the Cotter boys, my grandparents, my mom, my dad, Jesus, and Ronnie for working on the cars, and Andrew Cotter.
Nice job taking that second place spot. Now over to the top place spot, number 84, and Mikey Childress. I think you're very, very tall over here. Now, you were taking that top spot after the mandatory caution, rounding it all the way through. You were pretty flawless on that second half. What was your thoughts on this race?
No, it was good. I kind of squidded out on the start there and spun out. It didn't pop out a two-wheel drive or anything. I think I was just antsy to go back out in the car. It's been a few months, but yeah, no, it's good to be back on the podium at CORE. It's my first win here, so it's nice.
And taking that first win, who would you like to thank for round 1?
I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, my grandpa in the hot pits, Andrew also in the hot pits, Sneaky for all the work he does. That thing's fast. Seal Savers, MPI, Coin Motorsports, Fuel Factory, everybody that helps me. Thank you, guys.
Awesome. Nice job. Big round of applause for your top 3 finishers and youth side-by-side. Back up to you guys in the booth.
Thanks a lot, Tiffany. And what a way to wrap up our morning session and all of our youth racing today. But we still have a lot left on tap this afternoon out here in Chandler for the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. But right now we're going to take a brief intermission for those of you here and those of you at home. So we're going to resume things at 12 o'clock Pacific time. So we're going to take a little over a 30-minute break, but 12 o'clock Pacific time, we will be back here on the stream, calling the races, and we are going to kick things off with our Pro NA division and an entire afternoon of pro racing here at Firebird Motorsports Park. So stay tuned. We're going to take a brief intermission. We will be back at 12 o'clock Pacific time sharp right here on the Racer Network and out here at Wild Horse Motorsports Park.
have that?
Yeah, I don't know. Right?
It's all silt, but
Oh.
they can still build it up. I know.
Silt's hard, though, on cars. Thank you, Gio. So pass it to the chaplain, Robert Brown. I'll step out, you will step in. So if you want to catch it, we'll follow him.
And welcome here to the beautiful Firebird Motorsports Park in Chandler, Arizona, laying host to rounds 1 and 2 of the 2025 and 2026 Championship Off-Road Racing Series season kickoff. I am Jim Beaver, joined by Mark Wright, and we have witnessed some amazing battles so far this morning, and we have some more epic battles to come today. Mark, things are getting amped up a notch. We are getting ready to take the level up through the roof. Man, what a great day of racing.
The first half did not disappoint, not one bit, man. Tons of racing action. Whether there was racing drama or not, it still was great. We had some mishaps that actually turned into a story that we could tell up here in the booth that will stay synonymous through core for a long, long time. And as you said, it's just going to get, the amplitude's going to go through the roof right now. And there's a great shot of the track so you guys can see how the track has changed. And it is just going to be crazy. The car's going to be faster. We got trucks involved, so a lot to happen.
Well, it is going to be a great day of racing. We are indeed getting ready to take things up a notch. But before we do that, we have to introduce and toss it down to the third member of our broadcast team, Tiffany Stone.
Thank you so much, guys. And exactly what you were just chatting about. We've had some great days of racing so far, some great races. Now, we are kicking off another great handful of races for the day. When we talk about that, we're talking about the West Coast guys and also the Midwest guys coming through racing here for rounds 1 and 2. I'm pretty excited. And once I chatted with them earlier, they told me they were very excited that the car count is out. They're excited to have some new competition because once you have some new competition, you become a better driver. And this is really going to showcase who's going to be our 26th champion. Now I'd like to introduce Chaplain Rob Brown. He is going to take us through with our invocation. Chaplain.
Thank you. Everybody, please bow your heads. Heavenly Father, we come before you today to say thank you. Thank you for the beauty of your creation and the excitement of this event. Lord, we thank you for every driver, every team member, and every fan gathered here. And we ask for your protection over each and every one. We lift up our safety workers, our medics, our track crews, and our first responders who stand ready to serve and to protect. Grant them wisdom, strength, and quick discernment in every moment. And Father, we also honor our men and women in uniform, those serving in our military, our law enforcement, and emergency services. Bless them and their families for the sacrifices they make to keep us safe and free. And as the engines roar and the race begins, may every competitor drive with courage, skill, and integrity. Let this day be filled with joy, camaraderie, and gratitude for the gifts that you've given us. And we give you glory in all things. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you so much, Chaplain. And if you guys are here, would you please rise for the playing of our national anthem?
Man, what a day to go racing. That is my favorite song on the planet, Mark.
Mine too, man. Nothing gets pumped up and makes me want to get off-road racing like the national anthem.
Absolutely, and we are taking things up a notch. This morning we had some amazing youth racing, but right now we are getting ready to move into some pro racing. We have the Pro NA class, and Mark, let me tell you, this is an absolute stacked field of some of the best side-by-side racers in the country.
Some absolute great big names out here. Trent Ouellette out here, another core regular. Bobby Van Beeken from R&R Steel, one of the big sponsors out here, and he comes with packs a big punch out here. Ryder Chapman, this young man, Mia Chapman's brother, comes from a race pedigree, and he has what it takes to get on top of the box. And it's be great to see him out here in the pro class. And TJ Sievers started their career out here, but moved back to go to the racing out in the Midwest, but now back here to Arizona, making the trek to get back in here. And I heard the rumor is they might be making their way back here to Mesa.
Oh, that would be a good thing. And we got Colton Krychek there also out of the Bikeman Performance Camp, so making his way from the Midwest. He's done a lot of racing in the Midwest, so great to see him out here. Obviously we got Cole Fike, Jesse Johnson, Alex Young, star-studded cast of drivers here for our Pro NA.
Promises to be a battle, that's for sure. Once they enter the arena, you got to say it like a little bit of
It's definitely going to be an all-out slugfest here in just a few minutes as we've got them gridded up back there. We're going to have that Jones Ford pace truck bring them into the arena, and we're going to be off and racing for the afternoon gamut of pro races. And I'm excited. The youth racing, if that was a precursor to what's to come this afternoon.
Yeah. As you said, that they Midwest. I mean, this is really a class where it's going to be anybody's race. So if the cars are dialed up and the drivers are ready, man, they're going to be very close racing out here. I can distance the entire race.
Well, and we talked about the track, and I can't them this morning, but I think it did. We got a little water and moisture into the track now, and we were able to groom some things from the morning session till now. And I got to tell you, I'm looking over this absolutely beautiful track here at Firebird Motorsports Park, and this might be the best I've ever seen this track.
Yeah, the only thing we have to deal with now is temperatures rise out here in Arizona. The reason, if you're out there and you don't know why, it's arid zone, so now things are going to start. It'll evaporate a little quickly, so this track can be one way in the first few laps and a whole different at the end there, and then being able to gauge how long. Really the key here, and Kelvin does a great job at that, and that can really play havoc on the racers. Start off with the wrong tire pressure. It's going to be where you really got to make the right decision right out of the box.
Yeah, well, and I think there's going to be a lot of decisions. Obviously, track has changed a little bit since yesterday with the practice and qualifying sessions. I don't even want to say, drivers may out war from the drop of the green flag.
And these guys are pros, man. They are not. They are definitely going to hammer down from the start and all the way to the end. There is no. I've talked about the strategy all day. There's no strategy here in the pros. The strategy is here in the pros is to hammer down all the way from the green.
Yeah, strategy is 10 laps. We're going to have a mandatory competition caution as we take a look at the Liqui Moly Pro starting grid.
In the 922, Trent Ouellette out there. The 64 right next to him in P2. Ryder Chapman, the one and he's in striking distance, and he can get out front early in the 32. Colton Krychek, we'll get it. And I know I was going to mess that one up. TJ Sievers have all the speed that he can to get it back up there in front. Cole Fike and Jesse Johnson will round off the rest of the competitors.
Well, a couple of drivers in any one of especially the top five. This is going to be a slug. Looking at qualifying, pretty tightly grouped. Trent Ouellette with a pretty solid run with about a second gap, but then second through fifth are all really, really tight. So I think this is going to be a fun race to watch, especially when this green flag drops. Nobody off the start, and I think going into turn number one, this is going to get really interesting.
Again, I find myself completely agreeing with you. This can be anybody's race, and these are the pros. They've been on this course many a time. They know how it changes, and they know how to change their driving style, and I do credit that to that's why they are the pros they are, is because they've been out here on all types of surfaces. And but man, it don't get any better than this here after a break like this, and we're putting these pros on. It promises to be crazy.
Yeah, elbows are going to be out here shortly. Pulling one from motocross terms. It is definitely going to be boxing gloves are on. We're ready for a battle out here at Firebird Motorsports Park. We got that Jones Ford Pace truck going to be pulling off, and we're going to have Trent Ouellette and Robert Van Beekem taking us to the green flag after another corner.
And it looks like they might have combined a couple classes out here. I see the Brian Willett car out there as well. Let me see if oh, okay. I just heard over the intercom that Brian Willett did move classes, so we got Brian Willett here to switch it up, and he has the ability to get in here.
All right, now look at that. Bob Van Beekem all the way on the outside trying to reel in Trent there in the number 1 spot. Nothing there for him, though.
Problems early, and he has to start from the back there. He stalled out going down the back straightaway, but out front, as we come around, I see the other car, the other Van Beekem car, the other 64. That is Ryder Van Beekem. And Ryder Chapman getting a battle in a third. They're bumping all the way up to step up. Oh, I was going to say that could spell disaster for Ryder Chapman. Indeed, he gets collected over the step up.
And it looks like they are tangled pretty deep in there. Are they going to be able to get him?
He was tangled with the number 57 and TJ Sievers. They're teammates, so they're going to be talking about that back in the pits.
So Trent Ouellette leading. We got the 64 there in the second spot.
That's Ryder Chapman. When you see the black and white, the car is exactly the same as Bobby Van Beekem, except Ryder's is all black and white, and Bobby Van Beekem's car is the red, white, and blue 64. And here's that replay going up the step up. You can see Ryder Chapman on the outside. He gets a little off on the rhythm going up the step and goes right into TJ Sievers' line. TJ has nowhere to go, collects him up right there.
Looked like Sievers may have got into the back of Chapman just a little bit too. We'll see. Have to see how things play out.
Yeah, hard to tell from that angle for sure. Trent Ouellette out front with Ryder Van and Ryder Van Beekem got a chance to catch up with him a little earlier. He's been training in shape, so I know that helps him out behind that wheel.
Yeah, Van Beekem there in the second spot trying to reel in Trent, but we've got a battle back here. Looks like
and it's great to see Brian Willett out here getting up in the class into the pro rank, holding it down in fourth place.
Now look at that bunched up.
Colton Krajek doing a great job out there too, making a good showing out here for all the people out here that pretty much been regulars here with Core. President Brian Willett showing poise out here and keeping it together.
951 of Willett starting to put a little pressure on Fike all the way to the bottom. Nothing there. Door slammed.
Fike doing a great job holding his line and keeping him out, but as they drag race coming into turn 2, Brian Willett to the inside.
All the way to the bottom. Looks like he might have the speed. Is he going to be able to pull the outside inside?
Well, he's not going to let it have it. He's going to have to get around it.
Look at Fike pushing him up high.
They're staying too wide the whole course.
Fike putting some pressure on him, pushing him all the way to the outside, not allowing him to go by. Some good defensive driving. And look at that all the way to the bottom. That is the 53 of Krajek.
Krajek said, I went in on this battle. And he put himself right in the middle of it.
Yeah, you had Willett so worried about Fike that he didn't look in his rearview mirror. Looks like we're going to have a replay of that move right there. Look at Krychek all the way to the bottom. Look at that, just a little slide top, little contact. Rubbins racing. Beautiful pass there.
Yeah, Brian Willett, you see him coming in, had to give it to him. And then Brian Willett looked like he had a hard time getting himself back into the race there. But wow, already. And some more drama here for Ryder Chapman coming down the front straightaway. I'm wondering if Ryder hurt that car, but we'll have to see how he performs on the restart here once the competition yellow hits.
Yeah, he may be laying up, just going to maintain position and try and push here the second half of this race. But right now it's Willett in the number one spot, Van Beekem, Fike, Krychek, Willett, Johnson, Severs, Chapman, Young, and Van Beekem.
Man, I'm really proud of the core people that have stepped up a class, and they, you know, normally when you step up a class like the Brian Willett or the Hoganist brothers, you know, Cooper was able to go up, you know, you don't finish up top 5. These guys have finished top 5. I love it. They've stepped it up. Maybe they've been pros the whole time.
All right, looks like we got a rollover. We're going to get the replay here.
And I'm wondering if that's the car of Jesse Johnson.
Oh, look, like it hit that inside berm. Turned a little too sharp. Maybe something broke in the steering.
Yeah,
that was only about midway through the corner.
Did it all by himself.
Lucky that lake's starting to drain, or he may have found himself in the soup.
You know, I'm surprised nobody has found themselves in the water.
Let's knock on wood. It's not some fun water you want to go play in. As we have the mandatory competition caution now coming out. We're going to regroup everybody, which this has been a wild, wild race. I think a lot of these drivers are going to be anxious to be regrouped.
Yeah, well, let's see on that. As we got a lot of changes here going on, we're going to have to let the refresh here.
And right now, speaking of Ryder Chapman, one of the big stories early on in the race, Tiffany Stone was able to catch up with him this morning prior to.
Well, sometimes practice doesn't always go as planned, but it definitely worked out for Ryder Chapman. Now, Ryder, tell me about exactly what happened, but you still got a great qualifying time because somebody else had a replacement shock for you.
So practice, started to warm up to the track, sent the step up, full speed, and got launched to the moon. The lips of the jumps were remaked because all the dirt and all the track prep, which I didn't know, but we were good for qualifying, but sent the car. I've never sent the car this high before, so definitely a rough one. My back's hurting a little bit, but we were still able to lay down a good qualifying time in both classes, so we got a good starting position for tomorrow.
Well, what exactly happened over here on the top of the shock during practice?
Landed so hard it bottomed out and sent the O-ring out of the top of the cap. All the oil came out with it, so there's pretty much just no resistance except for the springs, so I had to pull off. So gotta get this shock completely rebuilt now.
Well, best of luck to you. And I had a chance to talk to Ryder earlier. He is very excited that the car count is up in this class. Looking forward for some great competition. This is his home track, so he's got a bunch of friends and family coming out to watch it. It's going to be a great day. Can't wait to see how this day unfolds.
Thanks, Tiffany. Yeah, and unfortunate start to the race for Ryder Chapman. Getting a little contact there with TJ Severs, find himself in the back. But we're going to see what he's got in store for us the second half of this race as that Jones Ford pace truck brings him around.
Yeah, and there's definitely been some lead changes off camera, and now that we can zoom back in, Ryder Van Beekem now visually here, as you see on the screen out front with the number 53 car, the Krychek car. And then surprise here, no surprise, Brian Willett, another one of my favorite racers now, making the move up to pro, finds himself in third place and might even find his first podium out.
Yeah, this is going to be an exciting second half of this race. As we go green flag racing, and Van Beekem going to take us to the green.
Yeah, now Ryder Chapman going to be able to get back in the battle, but I don't know. There's a little bit wrong with his car. Brian Willett collecting the back tire of Krychek out there.
Yeah, feel like Ryder Chapman maybe just in this for the points and the finish here at this point. Van Beekem now with a bit of a lead. Look at that, all the way to the bottom. TJ Sievers.
Yeah, Krychek with problems now, and he pushed Brian Willett to the outside, and Brian Willett lost a couple places. Wow, we said it was going to be an interesting race.
Oh, it has definitely been an interesting race. Van Beekem, clean air out front, looking pretty.
TJ Sievers now in second place, and he has the ability to run him down. And again, TJ with some problems. What?
Oh. Sievers off. You know, you wonder with a contact with Ryder Chapman earlier in the race, maybe it caused a problem with his car. But wow, what did it? Oh, it looks like flat tire. That's a flat tire for Sievers, right front flat. His day is done.
I guess that's what we get for running such a clean race in the first half. Now we got this race is making up for it.
What a wild one. Van Beekem still continuing to lead out here.
Performance of the day, though, right now, Brian Willett finds himself in second place. He's got his hands full, though.
Yeah, he's getting banged around there a little bit.
Great racing going on there for second place.
Yeah, it looks like Jesse Johnson, I believe.
So that's the Johnson car, all right.
Yeah, so right now, running order, we've got Van Beekem, Willett, and Johnson are your top three. 1, 2, and 3 is Van Beekem, Willett, and Johnson.
Well, it looks like the only other car out there is Ryder Chapman, and as you said, it looks like he's just getting. And there's the number 53 car of the Krychek car.
Yeah, Krychek fighting for a podium early on. Looks like he's fallen off the pace a bit. It's been a race of attrition out here in Pro NA. Only got a couple laps remaining. Van Beekem continuing to lead.
Well, definitely an eventful race. We promised an eventful race, and we delivered.
It's definitely been eventful as the white flag is going to come out for Van Beekem in the number 64. Willett in the 951 in second. We got Jesse Johnson in the 19 in the third spot. Looks like we've got a replay of that pass for second. See Johnson going all the way to the outside. Willett diving down. They go door to door. Looks like Johnson going to let up a little bit. Willett going to seal the deal.
Yeah, it looks like Johnson looks to me like he set that car too deep in coming out of turn one. And Brian Willett was there to take advantage of it. Couldn't close the door from his position. And Brian Willett went right to the inside and took full advantage of that.
Now we get this beautiful aerial shot. Shows the gap that Van Beekem has over Willett. Looks to be about a 10 car length lead. So pretty good gap here on the final lap.
Yeah, if you give Ryder Chapman distance like this, he's good at holding on to it.
It looks like the checkered flag is going to fly. Van Beekem going to come home with a W. Going to have Willett in the second spot, and Jesse Johnson going to finish up in the third.
Well, Brian Willett, my hat's off to you. Great job and his debut out here in the pro race. I've been actually talking and hinting to him throughout the years to get him out here in the. Not saying it had anything to do with me saying it, but man, Brian Willett, I'm very proud of you. Great job.
Well, being on the podium in your pro debut, not a bad thing at all. So great run by him. That was a great race. Obviously, a lot of attrition in that one. It was a little bit rougher. I told you, elbows are going to be out, and they definitely were.
Unbelievable.
But we are going to come back with our podium finishers when we turn out here to Firebird Motorsports Park for round number 1 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by Liqui Moly, more performance, more driving pleasure. Double E Racing, engineered for performance. And by Weller Racing, when performance matters and winning isn't optional.
Let's go, boys.
So on. How many many kings have we got racing today? All of them.
I got nothing to lose.
We'll do some racing this weekend. It's going to be a blast.
When it comes to us, Double E Racing.
Double E Racing.
We help build champions.
Welcome back here to Chandler, Arizona for rounds 1 and 2 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. I'm Jim Beaver along with Mark Wright, and we just witnessed an amazing Pro NA race, Mark.
Definitely became a race of attrition. Just had to finish that race. A lot of carnage out there right off the bat. Ryder Chapman checking up over the step-up jump, collecting TJ Seaver's tire, unfortunately, receiving damage from that contact and going down later on in the race. It's a tough break for a lot of the racers.
Well, it definitely was. There was a lot of attrition in that one, but man, that podium fight was down to the wire, and what a podium fight it was. It's our Rugged Radio's unofficial results. Take us through these results, Mark.
Bobby Van Lee came out there right down. I don't know if we got it, but it is. It's looking like Ryder Van Beek. Unless Bobby, did they? Yep, Ryder Van Beek. I had to make sure there. In case they've been known to swap cars. So Ryder Van Beekem out there top of the box. Brian Willett in his pro debut with a second place. And the Johnson car will round out the top 3.
Yeah, great race there. 1, 2, 3. And, Van Beekem just keeping it clean most of the day and, made his moves and ended up, finding his way to the top of the box. And in a race of attrition, sometimes it's just being there at the finish line.
Yeah, he's our Pro Turbo champion, so for him to come out here, that is an easy deal for him to be on top of the box.
Yeah, well, speaking of these podium finishers, the third partner in our team, Tiffany Stone, is down with them now.
Thank you so much, guys. We're going to talk to our third place finisher, number 19, Jesse Johnson. I'm going to get you come down right over here with me. So that battle for third place, walk me through that, because when we go into Comp Yellow, everybody restacks, we get you guys regrouped. But after that, it seems like there was a lot of going back and forth for third. Tell me what you saw.
It was all good race, all good drivers. I'm just happy I was able to finish.
And who would you like to thank today, Jesse?
My mom and dad, Nana, Papa, Ramsey, Towing, and God.
Awesome. Nice job. Hop up on number 3. Big congratulations to you. Heading over here to Brian Willett, the 951. Now, we just heard this was your debut pro race. Everybody in the booth was really excited to see this. Taking a second place here, round 1. How are you feeling right now?
Good. Yeah, I wasn't able to do qualifying yesterday, so I started in the back, and I was just going to see how things went today and see how fast everybody was. And couple people broke, and it was able to send me up to the front.
Well, we always talk about that, especially when starting from the back. You definitely want to capitalize on people, so you put your head down. You saw exactly what it was. You drove through the carnage. Who would you like to thank today?
I'd like to thank Benchmark Performance, Willett Motorsports, RMG Motorsports, Braden Baker, and that's all.
Awesome. Nice job. Big congratulations once again. Hop up on number 2. And heading over here to the top box, I'm going to have him hop down for me, the number 64 of Ryder Van Beekem. Now, Ryder, you were the 2025 Amateur NA champion, but you're coming out here for round 1, taking the top spot. Walk me through how you felt about everything. You did have a lot of clean air out there, but sometimes that can get a driver in their head knowing that they're being chased down. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, me and Trent qualified well yesterday. He got a better start than I did. Give all props to Trent. I don't think if Trent broke, he probably would have won. So I feel, but yeah, it feels great. It's been a while since I've been up here with the NA championship or the NA podium. I had a lot of problems last year.
Well, you've done it here. Who would you like to thank for this top spot in round 1?
I I want to thank God for keeping me safe. I want to thank my mom and dad on our steel, Kevin, my spotter, Matt, my mechanic, 518 Design, Argonaut Landscaping, PPI, E2R, Core Off-Road, Muzzy, and Yaw Power.
Nice job. Hop up on number 1 once again. This is your top 3 finishers in Pro NA. Big congratulations to them. And back up to you guys in the booth.
All right, thank you, Tiffany. And what a great race that was. Big shout out there to Ryder Van Beekum. And, man, it's always good to see a great race like that. And he put in a clean one.
Yeah, I mean, he was able to get out front early and just kind of drive his own pace right there. Probably just listen to the spotter and say, hey, just hold your line and get it there. No real need to push it because there was a lot of drama going on behind him.
Well, we're going to switch gears here because now up next on the grid, we've got Pro-Am, and we had a little visit during the break from a dad, Mikey Childress, talking about his son, Mikey Childress. Sounds like we're going to have a late entrant into Pro-Am. So Mikey Childress winning his race earlier up, and he's going to run in Pro-Am today, and it's going to be fun.
It is going to be fun, definitely fun to watch. Mikey Childress definitely should take advantage of all the seat time he can out here. As Mikey said, why not? Let's throw him out here and see what he can do. And I think that's a good sentiment out here. And who knows, push Mikey right into the next level. And who knows, he may just make the transition here before the series gets too far into it.
Yeah, so that's a fun little footnote here. You see Mikey Childress there at the back of the grid. He didn't get a chance to qualify, so he's going to be starting back there, but coming off a win. So definitely one to watch, but looking through this grid here, I mean, Carson Greco, we've got Schmucker, we got Case and Cummings. I mean, take us down the rest of this list. It is a stacked field out here in Pro-Am.
Absolutely. Jaden Manchester out here as well, and this is his first Pro NA as well, is what I'm hearing here from Spotter. And Andrew Ducharme and Trent said there's a lot of names here that are brand new to me. And Declan Shields and Michael Bernstein. Michael also a regular out here at Core. But, yes, that is, again, a stacked field out here. And it could be anybody's race. You know, I want to try to have, loyalty to my core base that have been out here for a while, but man, watching the events unfold today, it says that this is still could be anybody's race out here.
Oh, I think it definitely can be anybody's race. And, I think the weather really has been kind of the equalizer out here. Because track, a little bit different than some of the regulars are probably used to. It looks like the same track, but when you're a racer, you understand the nuances and the small differences and things like that. So weather, in retrospect, might have been beneficial, kind of equalizer.
Yeah, as I was talking, the hotter it gets, we have to worry about evaporation. That's the biggest deal out here. And what'll really go away is how much dust they have to deal with. And I hear a lot of people complaining about it getting dusty, but then I remind them, hey, this is off-road racing.
It is definitely off-road racing. As you can see, the heat coming off the ground as we take a look at this Liqui Moly starting grid. Take us through this lineup.
In row number 1, Carson Greco with the 155. He'll start P1. Wyatt Schmucker right next to him in the car number 5. Starting off in row 2, it's Casey Cummins at the 622 and Jaden Manchester in his debut in the Pro-Am as well. They're very happy to have Jaden. And Jaden's out here from Arizona. He's got Sandcraft Jammer, Vision Wheels, and some of his sponsors out here, and Vision Canopy. So it's great to see Jaden out here rounding off the first 2 rows. Andrew Ducharme out there in row 3, and that will be our first 3 rows.
Yeah, started out a little chilly this morning. Now we see the heat kind of coming off the desert. I think it's supposed to be in the low 80s today at the peak this afternoon. But right now, sunny conditions, slight breeze, and absolutely going to be beautiful racing as we get here into our Pro-Am division. 9 drivers, 10 laps, mandatory competition caution. And I got to tell you what, I think the gloves are coming off on this one. We got a couple of turns left, and if last race is any indication, this first lap is going to absolutely be chaos.
Well, with a few debuts, this is the class to really get your feet wet out here. This is definitely the class to start it off in. And just because it's Pro-Am doesn't mean then on fire. So same things that happen in the pro races will happen here. Let's hope we can keep the carnage to a minimum on this one and see a big finish in this class.
So the Jones Ford Pace truck going to bring us around. We got 2 corners to go, and it is going to pull off, and we're going to hopefully go green flag racing here with our Pro-Am division. So looking for that beautiful pickup truck to pull off here. That indication is going to be it is time to go green.
Great shot.
There's going to be Carson Greco taking us there to the green flag.
I didn't mean to step on you that one. I was going to say great shot of Carson Greco, and it's like we were thinking of the same thing. Great shot there with Carson Greco and the number 5 car right next to him of Wyatt Schmucker. Here we go. We're going green as they come down the front straightaway into turn 1. Let's get a clean run. It looks like 3 wide into turn 1.
Oh, they are all through clean. That is good. With the lead as they go down that back stretch. Going to take this big hairpin and head to the ski jump.
Yeah, it's very critical to have the start right there into turn 1 to make sure you get through clean. And then the rest of the shuffling around does happen down that back straightaway. And here's the corner that I talked about right there in turn 3. 3 wide. Lots of line selection in turn 3. And you got to have that inside out down pack or stay rail in it or stay inside. You got to have your line. You got to know.
Beautiful drone shot. You know, I got to give a shout out though. Already making up 3 positions, young Mikey Childress with a stock motor, but he is absolutely flying out here.
Man, I'm just saying, Mikey, just put Mikey in just straight up pro. Get him out there. See what he can do. Yeah, Mikey Childress did a great job here for the weekend.
Yeah, making some moves out there.
And there you can see we were talking about that evaporation down the back straightaway. Lots of dust down there. Now, on a straightaway, that's not too bad. You might even experience a couple fast and speeds at the straightaways dry out. But what's going to happen is you see him come over the ski jump, that blue groove's developing, and now the dust is just going to kind of follow around through the rest of the track. And that can play havoc for the drivers mid-pack and behind.
Yeah, Carson Greco now out front, got about a 3-car length lead. Going to make it around this final corner, going to shoot him down that front stretch with the big tabletop.
Yeah, the Greco family, they are definitely a family out here that came to race, and they come out here strong every event that we have out here at Core. And Carson Greco keeping that Greco name out front.
Look at that, Childress all the way up into the 3rd spot. You want to talk about a kid on a mission.
No surprise there. And
look at all the way to the bottom. Look at Childress making his way through this field, down over the ski jump, all the way into the 2nd spot from dead last start.
Well, if you would ask me who my money's on this field, I love this entire field, and I know any one of these drivers could be up top. But if you asked me, hey, Mark, put $1,000 down, who you going with? I would have said Mikey Childress.
Well, Mikey Childress definitely going to be one to watch at the midway point when we got to regroup these. But right now, Carson Greco out front. Got about 10-car length lead over Mikey Childress in the 2nd spot.
Mikey Childress Sr., I just say go for it. Throw him in the pro race tomorrow. I'm not kidding at all.
No, kid is definitely knows his way around this track here at Firebird Motorsports Park. Trying to reel in Carson Greco right now. Got quite a bit of a lead. Greco pushing up top a little bit, now diving down low.
Yeah, Greco, man, he has the whole thing. He has the whole package. Sets up the car just right, sets up everything, and that whole family's great. We got a replay coming up. Check it out. The replay here is the Childress takeover here in 2nd place. Oh, again, pretty much a repeat of what happened earlier when he took the lead, or took the position on the bike, the number 2, and then Mikey Childress took straight advantage of being able to get the car in and make the pass.
Yeah, Schmucker there, he's been on the bike more often than not today. I don't know what's going on. Maybe his lines are just a little bit different than everybody else.
I mean, Schmucker made that exact same mistake earlier today. The exact mistake, exact corner, exact everything. So hopefully he gets that under control. And once he does, he won't be giving up positions so quickly.
Greco now bringing us down over the big ski jump. Childress trying to reel him in the 84.
You know, I made the assertion earlier today that Mikey Childress just, I said, I can't believe, he's throwing it in so deep or so aggressive. But you know what? I have to tell you, I think I'm changing that sentiment.
Have you seen his dad drive?
Oh, I have. Oddly, one of my favorite drivers of all time. I mean, watching the desert racers, the ones you mentioned, Larry Rosler earlier, definitely my favorite driver of all time, Larry Rosler. I mean, he just is. But Mikey Childress, man, very aggressive as well out there. I think Mikey Childress is the one that brought the edge to trophy truck racing. All right, here comes another replay. And we miss it out here talking. The leader, Carson Greco, up on the bike, and he gets pushed out to the outside. And does that put Mikey Childress on the inside?
You got to give this kid credit. Started in the last spot in number 9. He's worked his way all the way up into the first spot, and we're not even to the mandatory competition caution yet. What an effort by Mikey Childress.
Well, there you go. Mikey Childress up front. And it started off as might as well just get him out there. Well, might as well get him out here. Just got him another trophy.
All right, so Mikey Childress now, he is the man to beat, the one with the target on his back. Got Carson Greco, who was very, very fast to start this race, made a little mistake. He's still got the competition caution to come. So we are going to regroup him here at this competition caution. We're going to reset things. Mikey Childress will be taking us to green, and then we will have Greco in the second top. And now as we go to competition caution, Tiffany Stone was able to catch up with Jaden Manchester sitting in the top 5 earlier on this weekend.
All right, here with Jaden. Now, Jaden, last time I chatted with you, you were racing the Youth 1000s. Now you're stepping it up to Pro-Am. How does it feel to be here, Arizona, round 1 and 2?
Oh, it feels great. It's been a while since I've been here, and I'm just happy to be out here.
Well, with that being said, really what's a little bit different than racing in the youth races? Obviously, things are a little bit slower. You're moving up into a bigger car. But what's been the big key takeaway that you've had from practicing?
So the key takeaway, I would just say the people are just better drivers. We're going a little bit faster this time, so we're just trying to keep up with the better guys out here.
And you are having some clutching issues, not really issues, but you're checking on something. With that being said, how do you think you're going to have to do to dominate that, take that over, make it a little bit better for you?
Yeah. Just do good, I guess, yeah.
I love it. Well, it's always great when we see our youth classes moving up to the larger classes, and this is exactly what Jaden's doing.
Yeah. Well, thanks a lot, Tiffany, and great to hear a little bit behind the scenes of what's going on there with Jaden as we're sitting here a couple corners to go under this mandatory Pro-Am. So to reset things, we're going to have Mikey Childress in that top spot. We're going to have Carson Greco in the second, chasing Mikey Childress. And then we're going to have Wyatt Schmucker in the third spot, Jaden Manchester in the fourth, and Trent Centers in the fifth. I haven't talked a little bit about him. Been a little quiet today, working his way there into the top 5. And sometimes it's sneaky fast people you got to worry about.
I agree with you 100% on that one as well. Trent Centers has the ability right now as they come down the front straight. We're getting ready to take the green flag. And Kevin on flag, man, he's got a green flag. We got an official start, and we still got a lot of the field left out there. Can they make it through turn 1 clean? They're single file this time. Now we still got a lot of cars out there. Mikey Childress now getting some pressure. Greco now able to make up. And look at just how aggressive Mikey throws it in there.
Everybody, look like they all stayed on 4 wheels, which is great. So we're going to stay green. So the interesting thing to watch here is, from what we understand, Mikey Childress got a stock motor. Greco does not. So Greco should have a little more power to chase down Childress.
Well, and it shows right here as Greco is just hounding the bumper of Mikey Childress coming into turn 3 rather.
We're going to get a replay of that shenanigans there in turn number 2. Like one spun, got up on top of each other, clipped, little contact, Rubbins racing, everybody stayed on all 4s as they go 4 wide over the ski jump.
Yeah, hard to tell what happened there. It looks like 2 drivers just got a little overzealous on the throttle.
So right now, this is our 2 leaders. We got Mikey Childress followed by Carson Greco in the second spot. Greco all the way to the on the back bumper of Mikey Childress, all the way to the Top, Greco down low, nothing there. Childress able to slam the door.
Yeah, Greco's really going to have to get into his bag of tricks right here because he's very experienced in this class. Mikey Childress again showing you how aggressive he is. And I've been saying it all day. He is letting it hang out more than any other car out here so far. And Greco now, as I said, really going to have to dig deep into his bag of tricks to get around Mikey Childress.
Yeah, it looks like Greco's got the speed, but Mikey Childress doing a great job of playing defense here.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't think earlier as I said it that saying, he's just said it. I don't think I would do that. I wouldn't said it that far, but I'm eating my words, man. Mikey Childress driving style, it's still fast, but there it is. Carson Greco to the inside. Can he make the pass stick?
Yeah, and he's got a little bit more power. Looks like he pinches him off, so Greco take back the lead. Now Childress all the way to the top, trying to slingshot past him. Nothing there, so Greco going to seal the deal. He is going to take the lead here as they go over that step up.
Well, both drivers showing that they have complete control of these cars. It looks like these cars are going right where they are putting them. And play in their head, and we're watching.
So Greco now trying to pull away from Mikey Childress. Looks like he's got a 2 or 3 spot lead over Mikey Childress there in the second spot. So Greco now starting to stretch his legs as the white flag comes out. 1 to go. Mikey Childress have anything in his bag of tricks for this last lap?
Well, Mikey Childress has demonstrated all day he's got the speed out there, even with his driving style. But I think you're right. Carson Greco's car appears to have just a little more top end down the back straightaways in the longer portions of the course.
Yeah, Greco right now starting to stretch it out over Mikey Childress at this point. Like we said, got a little bit more power, but you got to give Mikey Childress a lot of credit. Started in the 9th place, battle all the way, took the lead at one point, dropped back to second, but to what a phenomenal showing here. And just out of the blue, showed up, raced after his last race, and man, what a great showing. As Greco here, got a couple corners to go. See there, Mikey Childress in the second spot, still chasing him.
All in all, what a great weekend from Mikey Childress. He can't be mad at his position here. He can't be disappointed at all. Great job showing here in Pro-Am.
Yeah, Carson Greco going to take the lead, the win. Mikey Childress in the second spot. We're waiting on that 3rd place finisher now.
And I was just going to say, I bet we're going to have a Manchester 3rd place.
Looked like Declan Shields, I believe.
All right, let's find out. Indeed, it was Declan Shields. I'm looking out, and I can recognize the livery on that car. Haven't heard from him much. He was the one that had the steering problems at a turn 1. Pretty much was done before the race even started. So it's great to see Declan Shields here make his first showing for the podium.
I snuck in there to the podium on the last lap, and you know what? It doesn't take many laps. It's just being there at the last lap. So great job by all 3 of our drivers. And we are going to catch up with them here after a short break. But, man, Pro-Am division here at Firebird Motorsports Park. This is rounds 1 and 2 this weekend of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by R&R Steel, Tucson's premier steel fabricators and erectors. Racer Plus, where the racing never stops. And by Starstream Pro, stream live video, telemetry, and data from anywhere on the planet.
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good.
Let's meet up at the compound group up.
At turn 4. Yeah, for sure, dog. Good, little driver, straight on through. Let's go, boys.
How many Kings have we got racing today? All of them.
I got nothing to lose.
As you can see, we've had another beautiful day on the Isle of Man.
We'll do some racing this weekend. It's going to be a blast.
And welcome back here to Firebird Motorsports Park in Chandler, Arizona for rounds 1 and 2 of the 2025 and 2026 Championship Off-Road Racing Series season kickoff. Jim Bieber here with Mark Wright, and we just watched an amazing Pro-Am race with one driver that came all the way from the back, all the way to the top, ended up finishing second on a whim. Mark, tell me a little bit about this race.
Man, I don't know if amazing is the right adjective, man. Outstanding, I don't even know. It's got to be bigger than that. It's quite a race out there with a lot of things out there that kind of throw you. Mikey Childress out there in his debut as well. A lot of debuts out here in this first one, but still an exciting race to watch. Wyatt Schmucker again on the bike. He's having problems with that car setting up in turn 2, and he's basically finding that same rut each time, and it changes up the order.
Yeah, well, and speaking of that order, we've got the Rugged Radio's unofficial results. Carson Greco taking home that number 1 spot. Mikey Childress in his Pro-Am debut, making the of the race and paid off big time with a podium finish. Declan Shields sneaking in there on the final lap to take that final podium spot. We had Kaysen Cummings, Wyatt Schmucker, Andrew Descharme, Jaden Manchester, Trent Centers, and Michael Bernstein rounding out your 9 positions. But what an amazing race! Looks like we've got our winner's circle down there. We've got our top 3 drivers, which means it's time for me to toss it down to Tiffany Stone.
Oh, no. Thank you so much, guys. Now, Declan, it's so good to see you out here taking that 3rd place spot. Now, you worked your way through there. There was a little bit of carnage that was happening behind or in front of you, but you worked your way through that. So all the way to the very, very end, taking 3rd. How are you feeling right now?
Oh, I'm feeling really good and lucky.
Well, who would you like to thank today for you?
GSP, my mom, my dad, my sister, Sus, Sparko, all my friends, and yeah, that's all.
Nice job. The number 258 of Declan Shields. Heading over to the 2nd place spot, Mikey Childress, you were a late entry for this. You know, you did do some takeover. You were out there, worked your way back from 9th, did have 1st, came back a little bit today.
Yeah, no, we signed up like 10 minutes before the race, and we kind of just picked through traffic. We're just being smart, and then he made a mistake. I was able to get by him, and then, yeah, he's quick, so he got back by me. But, yeah, no, it's cool to be up here. We're in a bigger class now. I think it's time to step up.
I did talk to your dad. He was super proud of you. He did give me that tidbit that you were jumping in here. Besides him, who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, Grandma, and Grandpa for helping with the car, Andrew in the pits, Seal Savers, MPI, Fuel Factory, Coin Motorsports, Sneaky for that fast car, my girlfriend back home, and everybody else who helps me.
Nice job on number 2. Carson hopped down here, taking that top spot, the number 155, Carson Greco. Now, Carson, it was back and forth. Obviously, you're taking that spot. How did it go today? What was it like through your eyes?
Yeah, it was pretty tiring. Had the lead up front for the majority of the race. Put it on the bike a couple times. Couldn't save it once and almost hit the wall, and then had to recoup it.
With that being said, who would you like to thank for today?
My mom, my dad, 2X Motorsports, R&R Steel, EVP Mode, 518 Designs, Jacob and Bryson Place for working on the car, and
good. Hop up on number 1. One more big round of applause for your top 3 finishers in Pro-Am. Back up to you guys.
Thanks, Tiffany, and man, what a story on that one. I mean, great battles all around. I mean, obviously Carson Greco leading and ceded the lead to Mikey Childress, got it back, and then you've got Mikey Childress signed up 10 minutes before the race, ends up finding his way to the podium. Great stories all around.
Yeah, I mean, Mikey Childress making his debut in a higher class. You heard him say on the podium, he said maybe it's time to step it up. But Carson Greco, the veteran in that class, and he was able to get it worked out and get that 1st place back. But yeah, a lot of cool stuff to see when there's lead changes like that.
Yeah, lots of cool stuff to see with lead changes. And next race, speaking of lead changes and things like that, we're gonna have something kind of fun here. We've got 2 classes. They're going to be running simultaneously on track at the same time. We got Pro Production and Pro-Am Turbo. So we had light entries in both the classes. So it looks like we're going to run them together out here today. The Pro Production, a hair quicker than the Pro-Am, or the Pro-Am Turbo. So they're going to be starting up front. Then right behind them, we're going to have the additional class. So we're going to be running for 2 different winners, but we're going to have 2 classes on track at the same time. So it's going to be fun for you and I to keep track of all the action that's going on. But for those of you at home, hey, things are going to get real entertaining.
Yeah, and it's hard to keep track of them all unless we have the slip here that we do it perfectly. So if we make a mistake, if I make a mistake, I've been noted to do that before. But making her weekend debut here, the co-host that I had here for all season last year and the year prior, Mia Chapman, the Red Bull driver, will be out there in the number 37 car. And we finally get to see her out here and see if she's got it back. She's been out of the seat for a while. So it's going to be really awesome to see how she does out here. And Bryant Willett's out there with her as well.
Yeah, Mia's been driving, just not necessarily in short course. I know she's been doing some Red Bull projects and some other things. And I know family, and she's really excited to come home to short course. I think she's won something like 8 championships and over 100 career podiums. And I mean, she cut her teeth racing out here at Firebird Motorsports Park, and some of the previous organizations that ran out here prior to. So I think she's really excited. She said, previously, this is like coming home.
Yeah, it truly is. A quick little story, if I can get some time in here to share it with you. She was really quiet on the podium. She was one of the, hey, how'd you do out there? She'd just go, yeah, or it's just really quiet. And I was able to work with her off the track and say, hey, we got to practice our interviews. And we did. We practiced it. And then next thing you know, she gets older and she's up here and she's co-hosting with me. That was I just thought that was a great transition for her, going from being quiet on the podium to being my co-host. So I take a little bit of credit for that, But, great field out with her. Jeremy Wagner out there in the 07. Brian Willett, as I said, is going to be out there as well. And Jeremy Spears. And this is where I was telling you, Jim, a lot of these drivers, you'll see him 3-4 times a day. I didn't know like this where they were just going to randomly enter higher classes.
No, it's kind of fun, though, yeah. I mean, with Pro Production, we started out with only a handful on the weekend or a couple, and now we're up to 4. So kind of exciting for the Pro Productions. And then we've got, I believe, 5 drivers in the Pro Turbo, Pro-Am Turbo class. So both classes, I was looking at timing and scoring from qualifying, and within a couple of seconds of each other. So I think, one of the big things is we're going to have the faster cars. They're going to start. The other ones are going to be chasing them. The faster cars should gap them a little bit, but by the time the competition caution rolls around, they're close enough. I don't think we're going to get any lap traffic. So it should work out good in theory, Mark.
And that's what I said. I was trying to caution us. We might make a mistake or two here because once the dust is out there and the cars are going, it's hard to really keep track of who's up front. But maybe we can see how things. We're trying things out too. This is a new era out here at Core. We're trying it out, and hopefully we'll just keep it together. I mean, we've been doing great so far, so let's I don't want to keep the fingers crossed or any of that stuff. Let's just do what we do. All right, and yes, some names to mention here in the turbo class out there, Andre Tomei and Steve Krashelhoff-Hoffman. It's great to see him out here. Steve has done a great job this weekend. I saw him in practice. He looked really strong, and he was solid out there. Michael Bernstein, we had to see him pull off in the last race. Not sure he got it back together to be out here. And Steve Hansen, a friend of mine that I have made, a lot of friends, as you mentioned, you have a race family. Steve Hansen out here and Daniel Hearn. And if that name Daniel Hearn sounds familiar, that's the father of Chloe Hearn, who we were so proud of in an earlier race.
Yeah, Chloe Hearn, that was a great story early on. That girl, she was absolutely stoked too. And great run for her, man, coming from the back and making quite a few passes. We get a look there at our Jones Ford Pace truck. Going to be bringing us to green. Like we said, we got 2 groupings of drivers. We've got the Pro Productions that are going to be up front. Looks like we got 3 that showed up to the line for that. And then we've got our Pro-Am Turbo that are going to be coming slightly behind them.
It would appear the Pro Production, the only one that we're missing out there is Brian Willett. And I'm sure there's a strategy behind that. So all 5 Pro Turbos, though, were able to make it out here. So we'll see how it shapes up.
Yeah, it looks like they're inmates running the asylum back there. They don't have a pace truck, so they're having a little fun back there. Getting things warmed up, doing a little you wouldn't if the pace truck was close by.
That's a great analogy. I like that.
So, yes, we've got that Jones Ford pace truck. We've got the Pro Production cars there led by Mia Chapman. They're going to be taking the green flag first, followed by our Pro-Am turbo cars. Like I said, these cars should be within about 1 to 2 seconds of each other lap time-wise, so we shouldn't get into lap traffic. Competition caution should fly about the right time, and we'll regroup. We'll see how things go. But looking down the list here, looks like we've got trying to get the numbers here because I know we've had a couple drop out. Looks like we got the 3 Donald next to get the number on the other car there.
That is the. Let's see if we can see it there.
Spears, that is Jeremy Spears there.
Yeah, 849. That's exactly where I was going with that. Yep, great job on that one. And as the Jones Ford pace truck pulls off, they'll take green this time across the front straightaway. Firebird, we're going green.
All right, looks like Mia Chapman out to the early lead there. As we're going to have the other group take the green here, as we're going to have 2 races on track at the same time.
And I was going to point out while we were still getting the pace lap in there, I was going to point out there's one car out there that's not like the others, and unfortunately he was mid-pack, and it's Steve Hansen out there. That is an Arctic Cat, and the Arctic Cat just annotated technology. I actually thought it was a great design, and I wish they would have kept going on it, kept forward on it, because in my opinion, that was a great car, and I just don't think it got the love that it deserved.
No, it was great. They tried their hand, a little desert and a little short course, and about the time they were going to win away, so... Yeah. And look behind me. So that second place car, I believe that is Jeremy Spears, but a door coming open.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
Yeah, so that is not good for that 849 of Jeremy Spears.
That's interesting. They're normally double latched, and, they're closed, and just like in desert, you have to have some sort of secondary closure on it.
Yeah, that's one, they may end up pulling him over. That's pretty dangerous to have a door flying open like that.
For sure. Guess how many times they're ever going to make that mistake again?
Yeah, never. Yeah, that's a rough one, man. You never like to see that.
Man, tough break.
So we get down looking in. This is our Pro-Am Turbo division. Getting a glimpse here of the battle for the lead. It's going to be Steve Hoffman in the number 14. Chasing down Andre Tomei in the 733.
Man, I'm very proud of Steve Hoffman out here for his qualifying finishes out here. I told him when I walked by him, I said, man, you look great out there. And, we normally call him Steve Krashelhoff or Sight Lap Steve. He's the only guy that we've ever known to roll. So
it happens to the best of them, I guess.
Sometimes you don't have to think of a nickname. They come to you, So to see him doing this well out this early, that's a great job, Steve Hoffman.
Yeah, awesome job. So we get a shot there of the number 37 Red Bull car of Mia Chapman. Looks like she's currently got the lead, being chased by Jeremy Spears with an open door.
I mean, I got to admit, I thought Mia Chapman would take a lap or two to warm up and before she got out front. But you know what? She's out front and she's in command of this race.
Yeah, I know she talked with her yesterday in the pits. She felt like she was blowing the rust off a little bit, but obviously the rust didn't last very long. She's got a pretty good lead there over the second spot of Jeremy Spears. Still got that door open, so hoping that thing doesn't clip anything, get ripped off.
Yeah, that really is what you have to pay attention to. Or if they get side by side to another car, that can cause problems. But it looks like they might. I mean, if they haven't pulled him off yet, they'll probably let him go. And then during the caution, they might let him get it in there and close that thing. So we'll see. And he could pull over here, and any of the safety guys, they'll probably have what they need to close that door and keep it closed.
Yeah, they'll have the safety guys there with some duct tape and some zip ties and a little everything, trying to get him back out on the course real quick.
Yeah, we haven't said enough about our safety crew here. Doing a great job so far. Everybody's been staying safe. But for the amount of racing and as close as the racing has been, and as amount of the close calls we've had, the safety crew is still doing a great job keeping everybody safe.
Yeah, we got a shot there. Let's give a shout-out to Andre Tomei. He is currently leading the Pro-Am Turbo division. So we got a shot there of the leader of Pro-Am Turbo.
Yeah, he's doing a great job. Looking like he's hitting all his marks. And, even though I tease Steve, he's still quite the competitor and quite a racer. And both drivers right now, I bet they're really having a great time out there in this race.
Yeah, definitely. He's getting a little pressure there from the 14. Hoffman and trying to go to the bottom of Tomei. Nothing there, but looks like Hoffman's got the speed.
What the heck? Steve Hoffman, the racer, now coming down.
He didn't like the name you gave. He's going, I got to go win a race here.
Wow, Steve, I'm so impressed with your performance today. Great job picking the wheel inside. Can Steve get the pass done? He's hounding him right now. He's not letting up.
This is a great battle with Hoffman and Tomei there. Look at Hoffman all the way to the bottom. Tomei slams the door.
Man, oh man. I always think now that these drivers go back and listen to this interview, man, I got to tell you, I got to make sure I say the right things. And Steve Hoffman, I am very proud of your performance right now. Steve Hoffman wants to get to the inside.
All the way to the bottom. It looks like Tomei may have a problem. Tomei, great run by him, but it looks like he's going to be pulling off.
All right. Well, Steve Hoffman now finding himself out front. I know he's happy about that.
Yeah, wow. Yeah, great run by Hoffman, making his way to the front. We're going to have the competition caution the next time by.
Well, Mia Chapman looking like business as usual. She finds herself out front, and as you said, the young lady as well. I know she is very stoked to be out front and did a great job at blowing off the rust.
Yeah, so we got a shot there, that beautiful Red Bull car of Mia Chapman working her way around the track here.
That car does look good.
It does look good. Red Bull putting an all-new wrap on it for this championship off-road racing series this year.
Well, what can I say? Mia Chapman, welcome back to racing. Wow.
As we've got the mandatory competition caution, and speaking of Mia Chapman, our current leader, early on this weekend, Tiffany Stone was able to catch up with her.
Here with Red Bull athlete Mia Chapman. Now, Mia, we just got done qualifying. You had a great session out there. Walk me through how you see the track is developing and your thoughts for round 1 and 2.
Yeah, we started out this morning with a practice session, and that went really well. Considering how much rain we got, the track came in pretty quick. So yeah, that went well. Then we jumped right into qualifying, and it started drying out a little more, which is kind of exactly what we want. It's not as slick out there. But qualifying went good. The car felt great. Probably going to make a couple adjustments for tomorrow, but pretty easy stuff. So hopefully the race goes well.
Well, you know exactly about short course racing. This is kind of your home track. So how does it feel to have everybody out here? Your dad's out here, your brother's out here, and you guys are making this kind of a family event since this is kind of like a home track for you.
Yeah, it feels amazing to be back out here. I haven't been racing out here in quite a few years. To be out here, my friends coming out tomorrow, they finally get to watch me race, so that's pretty exciting. So yeah, it feels good to have the support out here and kind of get back to my home and what I used to do.
Wonderful. Well, best of luck to Mia Chapman. Like I've said, she is no stranger to desert racing. This is also the Red Bull National Scramble Champion from 2023.
Well, thanks a lot, Tiffany. And yeah, great to catch up with Mia Chapman. Great to have her back out here in short course racing. As she said, Red Bull Scramble Champion. She's been doing a lot of desert racing. Had a podium finish at the Mint 400 earlier this year. She teamed up with Bob Van Beekum, and they almost had a podium. And, man, the last lap, they ended up having a muffler problem about 20 miles from the finish. But great to see her out just dabbling in all things off-road racing. But right now, she's going to be bringing us back to the green flag. Looks like we still got that door wide open.
What?
Oh, we still got that door wide open on Jeremy Spears, so looks like we're just going to send it. We're going to go with it. I like it.
I did too, man. Great job with Mia Chapman. She just said in an interview that she's a lot of the people that have never got to see her race here in hometown, they get to see her race, and looks like she's going to bring home a victory.
Well, we'll see. We still got 4 laps to go here. And I got to tell you, a guy that doesn't mind if his door's flying open when he's racing. You always want to worry about somebody like that because he'll throw caution to the wind. Jeremy Spears here, he's going to try and put a little something on. It looks like he is pulling off. So it looks like Spears is going to pull off. They're going to slam that door. So Spears is going to have to grid at the back. It looks like Hoffman don't quite know what happened there.
Well, they're in two separate classes, so that's Chapman still being out front of her class, but yeah, we'll see how that pans out. But Steve Hoffman still, what a great day of racing from Steve Hoffman. I'm chuckling at that, but man, it's like Steve Hoffman during the break wanted to come back, and he's a racer.
That's good, though.
Yeah.
I think that probably caught Mia Chapman out of left field a little bit, like, whoa, what's going on here?
I mean, Mia Chapman being my co-host up here, she knows how we play with Steve Hoffman. So, hey, no respect for you, young lady. Steve Hoffman showing you the short way around the track.
Well, she was out on a Sunday drive at the end of that first half of the race. Nobody even in touch. And, obviously they got to start a little bit closer. And Hoffman getting the best of Mia Chapman there. But Mia looks like hanging tight there with Hoffman. So we're going to have a replay of that restart. So Mia Chapman, these are in two different divisions, don't forget. And Hoffman just jumping the gun there all the way to the outside.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there. I was going to make a joke and say, hey, somebody please wake up Mia Chapman. But I'm not going to say that. I do believe that foul. And again, I'm not the official. Just my observation belong solely to Steve Hoffman.
Well, what I'm thinking Hoffman and his great race strategy, he goes, I know Mia's kind of on her own out here. If I can get around her, it puts a buffer between me and second place in my class. So I think that's probably what Hoffman was thinking about there, which is very smart racecraft.
Well, as long as he didn't jump the start before the green was flying, I think that's perfectly legal. But again, I'm not the official up here. I'm just calling it like I see it. But hey, right now though, as we're looking on the screen, Steve Hoffman leading Mia Chapman into turn one, and Mia Chapman getting caught up on the inside apron right there.
Well, it's going to be interesting. So Mia Chapman's got a big lead in her class. Hoffman's got a big lead in his class. So if they just stay where they're at, they're both going to take home wins. But we're going to see if they get racy here out of class just at the end to see what happens.
All right, my money's on Mia Chapman. I'll take Mia Chapman. I think she's going to get him. Mia Chapman, she's very methodical, and I'll tell you, she has the ability to watch his lines. And Mia Chapman will take a line. As you see Mia Chapman trying to get that car to turn inside of him. Car was pushing pretty heavy in there. But Mia Chapman showing that she is the veteran that she is. And we'll see right here because they'll have one more lap to do it.
Yeah, they're going to come down this front stretch over the big tabletop. White flag's going to come out. Both of these are your leaders in their division, but they've decided to get racy late in the race.
Man, good for them. And Steve Hoffman, wow, I can't remember. I cannot recollect. I'll say it that way. I cannot recollect a day of racing this good from Steve Hoffman. Very happy for both drivers.
Yeah, this is going to be a good thing. It looks like Mia's just going to fall in line and goes, you know what? I'm not going to risk this. It's a long season. This will be really good for the points. I'm just going to settle in here. I could be wrong, but I think she's just like, yep. She goes and tries a slide job, and all of a sudden they get tangled, and both of them in their day. So probably the smart move here.
Well, yeah, I'm sure Joe, Joe Chapman, I'm sure he is in there and said, hey, just let him go. You got a great lead on your course. On your class, and let Steve have it. And if there was any foul on that start, that's for quarter side. But anyhow, checker flag flies. Steve Hoffman first car over the finish line, but Mia Chapman first in her class as well.
Well, we got a lot of mix of different classes here. We got, we'll say overall, but obviously we got two divisions mixed in, but it was Hoffman and Chapman. And we had O'Donnell and Bernstein. And then we had Daniel Hearn there in the fifth. spot. And we're also, keep in mind, we said there was 2 different divisions. We're going to have 2 different podiums coming up as well. So lots of stories going on in this one. It's exciting. I liked having that many cars out on course, though. It was kind of fun to call that with 2 different divisions. But right there, we got Hoffman and Chapman, the 2 winners on the afternoon in the I guess Pro-Am Turbo and Pro Production classes. So that being said, we're going to catch up with all 6 of our podium finishers, and when we return here to Firebird Motorsports Park and the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by Liqui Moly, more performance, more driving pleasure. Double E Racing, engineered for performance. And by Weller Racing, when performance matters and winning isn't optional.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good.
Meet up at the Countdown Group up.
That's turn 4. Oh, that jump was huge. Yeah, for sure, dog. Good little driver, straight on through.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
When it comes to suspension tuning, there's only one name we trust.
W Racing.
We help build champions.
And welcome back here to the Championship Off-Road Racing Series, round number 1 at Firebird Motorsports Park here in Chandler, Arizona. Just got done watching the Pro Production class as well as the Pro-Am Turbo class. A lot of chaos happening out on the track, but we are going to have a full 6 different people on the podium. So the way this is going to work, we are going to have our Pro Production podium, and then we're going to turn around and we're going to have the Pro-Am podium. So, man, lots of podium finishers, great racing, and what a show we had as we take a look at our Rugged Radio's unofficial results. This is a combined sheet with the 2 different divisions. Hey, take us through this, Mark.
Steve Hoffman is your winner there. Unofficial results here in the Pro Turbo class. Mia Chapman, your winner in the Pro Production. Kevin O'Donnell in the 325. I do believe Kevin is in the Pro Turbo class as well, so that will put him in second. And then Michael Bernstein back to third place. If I got it right and Danny Hearn fourth. Jeremy Spears having to go far down because of that open door I had to pull off, so that's the next name I saw in the Pro Production.
Yeah, that was a great race. Steve Hoffman, Mia Chapman, all the action happened behind them. Both of them kind of checked out on their respective fields and, just kind of ran with things. But behind them, lots of chaos, a lot of different action. But, man, those 2 winners definitely deserve it. And Steve Hoffman, man, got real racy there through the whole thing. It was like a different version of Steve Hoffman, huh?
It really was. I mean, Steve Hoffman out there, I started off with the usual nicknames, Sight Lap Steve, Steve Crashelhoff, and all the ones. But no, he came up and delivered the goods at the end of that race. But, man, Mia Chapman also, what a welcome back Mia Chapman with a top of the box.
Well, definitely a top of the box for Mia Chapman. Great effort by her. Great to see her back out here smiling and having some fun in short course. We've got our winner's circle there. You see the beautiful track in the background. Look at those big checks they're bringing out. I've never had a big check in my entire career.
Me either, man. I would love to hold one of those things. I wouldn't even care what it would be for $5.
Yeah.
Just to see my name on that check.
You and I are going to go lawnmower racing, try and win a big check
down.
or something.
Say when.
So I don't know that I could hang with some of these pro drivers out here.
We think we can, right? It's one of those examples of I used to be fast. Yeah. But all right, man, looks like we're pretty much ready down at the box, getting it all straightened out. And Mia Chapman looking great on top of that box once again.
All right. Well, now that we've got everybody there, we've got them staged, we've got our podium out there, it's time for us to throw it down to Tiffany Stone.
Thank you so much, guys. Now, that was a great racing. 2 classes out there. We were getting a little wild, but it was an awesome time to watch. So we're going to start with our third place finisher, the number 849, Jeremy Spears. Jeremy, hop on down here with me. We're going to go right over here. So, Jeremy, obviously a lot of things were happening out there. I'm not sure how you guys were able to keep it all together, but it was really, really cool. One thing I did see, though, that door open. Talk to me about that.
Yeah, it's, we just put those doors on that car, put a double latch on there. Apparently, we need to relook at the double latch situation there.
Well, with everything going on, I know you're excited to take a podium finish here at round 1. Tell me who you'd like to thank today.
American UTV, Benford Metals, and Green City Heating.
Wonderful. Nice job. Hop back up on number 3 for you. And we're going to head over here to number 2, the 325. Yes, Kevin O'Donnell. Now, Kevin, tell me about your round 1, how it was feeling through your eyes.
Well, it was great considering I'm a spotter. And we pulled the car out of the shed last night, and Matt, our mechanic, helped us get it all together. I can't thank R&R Steel enough, for letting me have this opportunity. So.
Well, I just want to let you know, the spotters see the eyes of everything that happens out on the track. You know how drivers check up, if they're taking that inside, outside. So don't discredit you on being that. Some of the great spotters make some of the best drivers. So who would you like to thank today?
Definitely R&R Steel. Bob, Meredith, Matt, everybody, Bill, everybody that's flown out here this weekend to make it all happen, and hopefully we can keep the rest of the team on the box.
Wonderful. Hop up on number 2. And taking that top spot, a good friend of mine, Mia Chapman. Now, Mia, it's so great to see you work through the ranks. From being a mod kart kid to racing in the scrambles to coming over here back at your home track. Like you said, you were really nervous about being here since this was that. Your friends and family are here. You were knocking off some of the rust from your car like you were mentioning. Top spot for you, round 1. How does it feel?
It feels really good. Yeah, I didn't really know what to expect coming out here. It's been a long time since I've been short course racing, so I'm glad the muscle memory came back quick, and I had so much fun, a lot of fun that I've had in a long time. So, yeah, I'm stoked to be up here. I'm stoked to get the win. This one definitely feels good.
Well, that smile says everything. Who would you like to thank today?
I definitely got to thank my mom and my dad for getting me out here working on the car. The hours are endless. Red Bull, Kicker Audio, Rigid Industries, Sparco, Rugged Radios, R&R Steel, JB15, and everyone else that helps me out. Thank you.
Wonderful. Hop back up on number 1. A big round of applause for your top 3 finishers in pro production. And back up to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Tiffany. Great to see that. All smiles down there on the podium. Great race. It was a great 2 races. I know here momentarily we're going to get down to the other podium, but man, that was a lot of fun. It was actually fun calling 2 races at once. Kept you and I on our toes, man.
It really does, and you got to try to pay attention to all of it. But we've been keeping our eye posted here on the monitors, and Mia Chapman and Steve Hoffman were putting on the race, so we watched that. Very happy that Mia Chapman back on top of the box, being back at her first time back. It's got to be a lot of fun for her.
Yeah, well, that rust that she was talking about didn't last too long. So, that rust got blown off real quick. So now we'll see how she comes back tomorrow. You know what I mean? So, it's going to be fun to watch both these divisions this year.
Man, I'd be a gentleman's bet. I'll tell you, she comes back even stronger tomorrow.
Oh, I bet. Yeah, if there was rust there, we didn't see it, and that means tomorrow she's going to be bad fast.
Yeah, she don't get that excuse with me. She did a great job.
All right. So, obviously we got some more podiums to come here with Pro Production and Pro-Am Turbo. But we've also got up next, we're going to be moving into Sportsman NA and Turbo. So a little combined race coming up next. So, we got racing all afternoon. We're just getting started here. I don't even know if we're halfway home yet.
Yeah, I know. It is crazy looking down at our production list right now and seeing how many classes we really got today.
Yeah, you know what, though? It's exciting that we've got this many classes and we got this many racers. I know breaking records for the core series with the amount of entries out here like we talked about. I mean, we've got entries from all over the country. It's pretty remarkable.
Indeed.
All right, so speaking of the next division, that being Pro-Am Turbo, we're going to toss it down to Tiffany Stone with more podium finishers.
Thank you so much, guys. Like we were talking about, we were running 2 classes during this race, so I've got your Pro-Am Turbo. Hop down off number 3 for me. It's the 2914 Daniel Hearn. Hop down over here. We're going to chat with you real quick. Obviously, a lot of cars out there, but you worked your way all the way to the 3rd. You're taking that spot. Tell me how you're feeling about today. Track's coming in great. It's a little hot out here, so we're all sweating, but you were able to capitalize on some things and make sure you got on the podium.
Yeah, it was for practice, it was rough with the step up, and then even in qualifying, it was better. It still wasn't what it was today. So today, I definitely was able to hit it a little bit harder and faster, spinning out there in the beginning, so I was having trouble getting that momentum going at first, but after that, it was good.
It seems like it was smooth sailing right after that. Who would you like to thank?
So I want to thank my wife, my daughters, everybody for coming out, Chloe for also racing with us. Rugged Radios, XMF, Hoosier Tire, Jaden Gerber, D&M Racing, and Pickle Juice.
Well, it was good to see Chloe out here, like you were saying earlier. She took that second half just like you. It was really great to have 2 of you guys over here for the podium for our round 1. Nice job. Back up on 3, please. And we're going to walk over here to the 295, taking the second place, Michael Bernstein. Tell me about your day. Obviously, you've got some great drivers in this class.
It went good. A little lack of power towards the top end, but I would say pretty good race for my first time in the turbo car.
Well, with that first race in your turbo car, obviously that comes with some notes and some data, so you guys are going to head back. We've got round 2 tomorrow. For your setup changes, is anything going to change, or are you just going to kind of see how it feels out for this round 2 going for tomorrow?
Definitely going to raise the front up a little bit. Definitely hit the bottom pretty hard.
Who would you like to thank today?
First, my parents, and then Ruthless Power Sports, Extreme Manufacturing, Valley Steel Supply, Muru Safety, and let's see. And then Focus on Abilities, not Disabilities.
I love that. Thank you so much for joining us on 2. Number 1 spot, he's going to hop down. Number 14, Steve Hoffman. Yeah! Steve, that enthusiasm. I love it over here. Tell me about your day. For somebody who has such a big smile on there, it's got to be a great one. You know, we always talk about different things that happen on and off the track. You did a flawless run. You and Mia, right after that mandatory caution, I wasn't sure who was going, but we both knew that both of you were out front, but you guys were pushing each other a little bit to be the best you guys could be. Tell me about that.
Yeah, it was pretty exciting. The start of the race was good. I was having a good time with, I don't know the guy's name, but the guy in the Can-Am. We were dicing it pretty good. I thought we were going to have a good race the whole race, and then I guess he broke a belt, which sucks because I was looking forward to that. And then on the caution yellow, got bunched back up and decided we're going to try and run with these guys, and snuck under her and went from there. And my spotter kept telling me, you know, she's on you. Remember, she's not in your class. You don't have to push, but my mind says otherwise. So, I pushed pretty good. But I slowed down a little bit towards the end just to make it to the finish because, as most people know me, I usually end up upside down. So, hey, Mark, no sight lap Steve today, buddy. I stayed right side up and got first place.
I love that. And you're absolutely right. Racing against some other competitors that are just as fast, it kind of pushes you. So it's great that you guys were doing that. Taking that top spot, round 1, who would you like to thank?
First of all, my wife, for letting me spend the money I do. She don't like it, but I get to have fun. And then HSD, my main sponsor for years, backed me, helped me out considerably financially and everything else. Aftermarket Assassins, Tom Bach, my spotter, he's like my right-hand man. Without him, I wouldn't be as good a driver as I am, I guess. But, yeah. He's not here. He's out there. So I got to go spot for him. So hopefully he gets to say the same thing about me.
I love that. Nice job. Hop up on number 1 one more time. Top 3 finishers in Pro-Am Turbo. Round of applause for all 3 of them. And back up to you guys.
All right, thank you, Tiffany. Great job. I do want to extend a great job to Steve Hoffman, doing a great job. Yes, indeed, Steve. No nicknames. We'll spare him here for this one. You did a great job.
I'm going to come up with a name. We're just going to call him Winner Steve or something.
Winner Steve?
Winner
Yeah.
Steve. Gold medal Steve, something like that. He earned it today, man.
He really did.
He was flying.
He did. Good job, Steve. And indeed, you did look great out there. One of his better performances, and I feel happy. I can actually see it in his face how happy he is down there.
It's always good to get a win, but man, he's ecstatic. That's great. That's why we love off-road racing. To see guys like that just stoked on the podium, surrounded by family and friends. That's what it's all about.
Man, for real, and that's the basis of core. We're trying to get the people out there that have side by sides or have never thought about have considered racing, but they don't know how to get into it. Well, we have a class here, of course. So if you're out there and you're thinking about wanting to get into racing, this is the way to do it right here. It's intense racing. They have a class for you ranging from, depending on how old you are and whatever you need to do, just build a car to the safety rules that core requires. And then you come out here and you can race with Steve Hoffman. You can race with any one of these. Dan Hearn, an exact example of that. Dan Hearn, a longtime desert racer, and that is a desert car. But he put that car together. He made a short course car, and he's out here racing.
Well, that's what it's all about, and that's what's great about core. Obviously, this year, it's a core that we've tried to elevate and and make bigger and better, and bring in these amazing partners like Racer Network and things like that. But the basis of core is still the same, and it's about having a short course off-road racing series that's got something for everyone. Whether you're a first-time racer, grassroots kid, up to the top level pro, we've got a class for you and your side-by-side. Come out and race and have some fun.
I mean, 20 cars deep in the kids' race, that's outstanding, man. And, if you're out there and you're a parent and you say your kids always wanted to race, this is the way to do it right here. I mean, looking back, this slips 20-some-odd cars out here. As the Jones Ford pace car, though, is going to bring the Sportsman NA Turbo out here to the track. And these are the guys that just do it for the fun right here of it, and these are the Sportsmen.
Yeah, these are the Sportsmen, and this is going to be a good time. We've got I believe we've got 2 classes actually combined in here. We've got Sportsman NA, and then we've got 1 in Sportsman Turbo. So we're going to have 4 cars all on the track at the same time, but we're going to kind of bunch them all up into one big Sportsman class. But this is our Liqui Moly starting grid for Sportsman NA and Sportsman Turbo. Mark,
in row 1, Daryl Chastain. And doing a great job in the 624 with Thomas Bach right next to him in the number 13. Benjamin Ducharme in the 06 car, and Matt Dyer will round off this field of cars out here. And I do believe that Matt Dyer is our lone turbo out there. Great looking field out there. And as they get their side lap out here, and the Jones Ford pace truck taking them around, and you can see the track right now, and this is where we were talking about here in Arizona. It evaporates so quickly out here, so it's really a challenge to know when to water, when not to water, and I think this is one of those not to water examples.
Yeah, it's looking pretty nice out there, especially with just the 4 cars. I think it's just it's going to be perfect. Looks like we got one of them lagging back a little bit. I believe that's our Pro Turbo entry, I believe.
All right.
Gonna take a rear start, kind of the staggered start we talked about earlier. We only have 1 entry in that class. It's going to be bunched up. I believe that is Matt Dyer, if I'm correct.
Right. Well, let's see who we have extra on the class. There's the Benjamin Ducharme car, and let's see who is right next to him. I do believe that's going to be the car that we need to look at here, and that's Ryland Bernstein. So
yeah, we got our Jones Ford pace truck. Got 2 more corners. He's going to pull off, and then we're going to go racing here. 2 different divisions, Sportsman Turbo and Sportsman NA.
And there's a great shot there. You can see the watering that we were just talking about right where it needs to be, right in the groove of the course. And that does kind of erase a lot of the blue groove. And that's what I'm loving about the track today, Jim. It is It's multi-line out here. Usually it's just one line, and you got to kind of step out of it if you're going to be aggressive enough to make the pass. But today it's proven me wrong at that. There are a few lines out there, and the track today, track prep, and you see how wide it is. It looks way more narrow from up here, but in the booth. But when you see it right there from the drone, as they come down the front
stretch.
Well,
I think that's the key, especially when we get into some of these entries. It's going to be a very racy track. It's not a single line. We got multiple lines forming, and we are going to see a lot of passing as we go green flag racing here with Sportsman NA and Sportsman Turbo.
Well, now this is kind of crazy that they have 2 starts here for the Turbo. You're just going to basically take the green flag. All right, you start when you want, and we'll wave the green flag.
Is there such thing as jumping the gun when there's only one out there?
Yeah. I'm sorry. Right when you said that, I was actually playing that scene in my mind.
All right, so looking out
here, the turbo car. I just happened to look up and see it. I know it's off screen, but he launched that car into orbit. It jumped so hard it did a 360. Wow.
All right, so we got Chastain out there in the 624 out front. Getting a little pressure by Thomas Bach, it looks like.
The only reason I made that call is I was looking at the computer screen, and he literally jumped over the computer screen.
But Chastain all the way out into the thick stuff, the fluff, as we've got a pass there for the lead. That is a 06. And Benjamin Ducharme taking the lead. Yeah, we got to watch this. It looked like Daryl Chastain getting up into the marbles, into the fluff. Those of you sitting at home, that gets really soft out there when the dirt gets pushed to the side. Got out there, lost traction, and Ducharme taking over the lead. What a great pass.
Yeah, you definitely lose a lot of speed getting in that soft stuff. It takes a lot of horsepower from the engine at that point. Even if you have a high horsepower car like these cars out here, that soft stuff really starts to bog the race car down.
Yeah, and those of you not familiar with what we're talking about tuning in at home, everything gets pushed as they slide through these corners. It builds up on the outside, and it gets to be really thick sand. And if you get off the racing line, you get into it, you lose all kinds of traction.
Yeah, and more so here with the short course tires, because these tires aren't like a desert tire.
Oh, look at that. Oh, we got a connection there. That was an 89 of Bernstein, I believe.
They were able to keep it together, though, and battle it out here for the next corner.
That's Bernstein and Chastain with that little battle. We're going to have a replay of what just transpired.
You can see the car to the outside there. The Bernstein car comes in, has nowhere to go. It would almost appear that the 824 car moved over into the line that the Bernstein car was expecting.
Yeah, you're exactly right. Bernstein just held the line. It was just Chastain just cut over. So we got all kinds of chaos happening here in the Sportsman NA and Sportsman Turbo race. Yeah, Ducharme out front, Chastain in the second spot, Bernstein in the third. We've got Thomas Bach in the fourth spot, and then Matt Dyer, our lone turbo car, in the lead in his division.
Yeah, man, I was trying to regain my composure on that because, as I said, we were told to make sure we watch the screen and announce from the screen. But next thing I look over and I see a car so far in the air, I had to comment on it. And he landed did a 360, so what a great job. And here comes that replay that we were just talking about, I do believe. Let's watch this. Here it comes. Little bit of sliding out right there. Totally comes around and regains control.
Oh, that was a lot of luck that goes in there. Sometimes better be lucky than good, but that was definitely a lot of luck. Didn't hit the K-rail, didn't do anything.
Yeah, that could end your day of racing really quickly with a slip-up. But thank God for that competitor that they don't have to put it on the trailer early.
All right, so we got a three-way battle. Looks like a brewing here.
Well, I like how tight this racing is right now. To me, this is where I like to see the racing, keeping it tight.
I got another replay coming at you.
And again,
full loop just stays in it. Oh, almost clipped. Oh, it did.
Oh, the Bernstein car, to avoid any accident or contact, had to go way wide there over the step-up jump.
Poor Bernstein has just been in the wrong place at the wrong time twice already this race.
Yeah, Ryland having to play dodge him out there.
Yeah.
Poor Ryland.
Ryland been through more carnage than anybody and hadn't done anything wrong.
And not a scratch on the car.
Like I said, sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. And
well, Ryland now out front, so that's great. All that got Ryland out front.
Yeah, over that step up like butter.
Yeah, these cars stay in it. You should be able to clear the step up jump with no problem. You can see the 13 car right there. Do the step up with no problem.
Bernstein now, look at that seesawing on the steering wheels. It got a glimpse in there of the cockpit.
Yeah, that's saying a lot. If you're sawing on that steering wheel and you're busy, sometimes that can translate to a slower lap. You need to. There's an old expression as you fast, and there's a lot of. If you mellow it out, don't saw on the steering wheel, accelerate smoothly, brake smoothly.
All right, so we're going to have about 6 laps in here this next time by, which is going to bring out the mandatory competition caution. So we're going to regroup everything here in about half a lap and see where we're at, because there has been a lot happening in this race.
Yeah. Sometimes when they get like this, all we can do is watch the race, watch the screen, and put 2 and 2 together.
All right, we've got Bernstein there in the 899, trying to bring us around here to the mandatory competition caution.
Yeah, Bernstein, great job. Now, with the regroup, we got to see if Ryland can keep it all together, because each car, then we're going to bunch them all up. It's going to be one flag. So we'll see how it shapes up here on the overlay and what we got here in front of us.
Well, man, that was a lot of chaos going on there. These cars absolutely dialed in, and one of our partners here in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series helps keep your car and these race vehicles dialed in, and that's Liquid Moly, and we've got a little more with them earlier this weekend.
All right, so whenever you're at a racetrack, it's not only about the vehicles that brought you there, but definitely about the vehicles that you want to race. And I'm here with Jacob from Liquid Moly. Now, talk to me about everything you've got for our racers.
So this weekend we brought out a bunch of our products. We're doing high-quality lubricants and additives. Everything's made in Germany. Focused a lot on the racing community. Covered a lot of different aspects of racing, whether it be power sports, marine, obviously automotive. But we have a few items here, 550 from Molygen line, 2050 from our oldest style motors, and then we have a power sports line up front. We have a bunch of different additives, whether it be for your power sports items right here. We have a gun tech item for firearms and archery, and then we have a whole line of automotive products as well.
Well, this is awesome, and I do know that you have some generator oil, so anybody that's hanging out here, if you do have your RV or camper, because no race weekend is complete without that, you need a place to stay. So if you have any questions, you need to look at anything, or great products, Jacob's over here. He'll give you the lowdown, and I am so excited that they've come on to help us out for this season. It's great to have you guys out here.
Thank you for having us.
Great to have Liquid Moly involved with the 2025 and 2026 season. Great partnership. They make a little something for everybody. That's it. Your daily driver, your generators, your tow rig, all the way down to your race cars and everything in between. What a great organization, great company to be involved with us.
Man, the one that I saw that really caught my attention, I'm sorry, I love that 2 amendment stuff. I got to see how that lubrication works. I'd love to go down there and get that.
Well, you have to try it out. I have, and it's actually really good stuff. So,
nice.
So we are under mandatory competition caution here. This is middle of our Sportsman NA and Sportsman Turbo combined race. Looks like our Jones Ford Pace truck going to be pulling off here, and we're going to go back to race. Bernstein was leading. It's been an eventful race for Ryland, but somehow out front still looking sharp.
Ryland having to play dodgeball out there, a little bit of twist on racing out there. as car after car just spinning out in turn 2. And turn 2 has had its, had its shares of spin outs today. So can the rest of the class get through turn 2 clean?
Yeah, it looks like Rylan up and over that ski jump, trying to stay clean. If I was Rylan right now, I'd be scared of everybody on the track.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, just having to keep it clean, and Rylan's going to have to run a race with no mistakes and hit all the marks.
Oh, and as we talked about that, Rylan Bernstein up on the bike and over. I didn't get a chance to see that fully.
Yeah, we got to watch the replay. Rylan was up and looks like it was going to come back down, but Rylan looked like
really trying to save it.
Yeah. All right.
As we got our leaders now, it's going to bring out the caution.
Yeah, you'll see this here. Rylan looks like it was going to be saved. You'll see it come up, and looks like it got it. Nope.
Oh, that was a tough one. Solo incident, just driver error on that one, and you hate to see that. Rylan having a good race, so going to bring out the caution. Going to have to go to the back. We'll see if Rylan's got a little something left. Looks like the car's in good shape. Very, very slow tip over there.
Yeah, flip that car back over, get Rylan back into competition. Just that quick. Look at that.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Rylan putting together a pretty good race out here.
All right, Rylan now, they'll come into a stop. I wonder if there's another problem after the rollover. Or I'm wondering if something failed to get that car topsy-turvy into the corner, but looks like Rylan's got it worked out.
It's like pace vehicle going to pick these drivers up. Rylan going to pedal it, try and make their way around and regain at the back of the field. I don't know if they're going to have enough time before these cars go to green. It's going to be interesting to see. Rylan going to put a burner of a hot lap in here trying to regain as we've got to our pace truck now. Picking up the 624, that is Daryl Chastain, who is going to take over the lead here. Got the number 13 of Thomas Bach, going to be in the second spot.
Yeah, free sight lap on this when you're chasing down the field when you're this far behind. I've seen cars literally chase down the field, and you have to start the race whether the car's there or not. Start the race, and they just blaze the starting line.
Yeah, so it looks like I'm going to get into our screen here, but it looks like Rylan is going to be able to regain the back of this before we go back to green flag. Yep, there it is, Rylan Bernstein making their way to the back, so we're going to have a full grid back. When we go racing, we got that lone turbo car there. I believe that is Matt Dyer in the third spot, so they are leading their race. So Rylan going to try and make quick work of that turbo car and get back up into the thick of things in the Pro NA, Sportsman NA race.
Well, not a lot of cars on the track, but still a lot of excitement. We're going to regain here, go back to racing. And can Rai get back out front? Rai to the inside of the whole field. So
look at that, all the way to the bottom. Rylan all the way to the bottom. Nothing there. Did get around that turbo car. Turbo car off in their own race. Probably a smart move. Just bowed out to the right and said, hey, you guys go and have some fun. Oh, we got a loop. Back up on the bike. If Rylan hasn't had a heart attack yet this race, I don't know what's going to... Wow.
Well, that's going to give Tiffany something to talk about on the box when Tiffany interviews Rylan.
We're going to get a replay here, what just transpired in that second corner. Looks like that was Chastain that looped.
Thomas Bach collected Rylan. Thomas Bach checked up to avoid Chastain. And then, nobody sent the note to Rylan to check up, and Rylan just went right up the rear wheel of Thomas Bach.
I don't know if there's a record for the amount of incidents in one race, but I think Rylan's got to be up there for some kind of record.
Well, at least the one to be involved in every one we've had so far. I mean, or having to avoid it or being involved in it. You can see the damage there to Thomas Bach's car.
If Ryland could somehow come back and win this, that is a story in and of itself.
Let's manifest that. Come on, Ryland. Nice little hop over the step up there. That shows you right there. And you know what? And I know Kelvin is watching that step up religiously to make sure that they got that thing just right. And that just goes to show you the testament of Kelvin and the boys on the tractors getting that jump just right.
Yeah, we'll say Thomas Bach looking really good in that number 1 spot right now.
Yeah, Thomas Bach, no stranger to being out front, but it'd be great to see Thomas win one here. But as you said, man, the crazy trophy on this one is Bikin Bernstein. There you go. We got a new nickname for Ryland, Bikin Bernstein.
Yeah, it's been on 2 wheels more than 4. I almost thought we were at a motocross race here for a minute.
Somebody just take off the other 2 wheels on the inside of that car.
All right, so Bach now our leader in the number 13. Been leading for the last couple of laps. About a half a lap from taking home the checkered flag. Going to try and keep it clean, which in this race has been more difficult than not with the amount of incidents we've had. But look, we got Ryland Bernstein there trying to put a little pressure there on Bach here towards the end. I don't know if there's going to be enough time with a couple corners to go. Ryland sure pedaling things.
That's a perfect description right there, pedaling it for sure.
As we are going to come through, and it is going to be Thomas Bach taking home the checkered flag here to take the Sportsman NA victory, followed by Ryland Bernstein with a second place. And, you know, that's an accomplishment in it of itself.
Yeah, no doubt. Ryland out there, great to see that car finish. I mean, a little bit of giggle there. But, man, literally had to play dodgeball out there on more than one occasion, and glad that Ryland was able to get the finish.
Yeah, Matt Dyer walking away with a finish as well. I believe that is our first-place winner in the Sportsman Turbo class. So we're going to come back, catch up with all of our winners and podium finishers here at Firebird Motorsports Park. We return here to the Championship Off-Road Racing Series opener. The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by Rugged Radios. From the green flag to the checkered, they keep racers connected, crews informed, and fans closer to the action. HMD Designs, delivering excellence with every project. And by Racer Plus, where the racing never stops.
I got that right turn. We're good.
Meet up at the compound group up.
At turn 4. Yeah, for sure, dog. Good, little driver. Straight on through.
My name is George Hamill with Starstream Pro. Technology has really given us the opportunity to showcase off-road racing. Now we can go live from any car, anytime on the planet.
The sport needs something like Starstream, and it's here.
To be able to be one of the first people to have it in their trucks is going to be pretty cool, and hopefully it's a great thing for the sport.
This small computer and a GoPro, a couple cables and a Starlink, you can watch all the in-car cameras live.
With Starstream combining to a Starlink network, it's so easy to plug this in. On our short course truck, we actually have it all self-contained. 2 battery packs, one powers the Starlink, one powers the Starstream. Super easy to take off and put on our desert car later when we leave the track.
It's never been done before at this level. The fact that we're going to be able to be on live TV and they can check in to multiple different drivers within seconds of each other, I think it's going to be a great thing for the sport.
And welcome back out here to the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. We're here at our opener at Firebird Motorsports Park in Chandler, Arizona. Just wrapping up with our Sportsman NA and Sportsman Turbo race. we have had some eventful races so far, but I think that one takes the cake so far, Mark.
Yeah, we had a smooth morning, not a lot of carnage in the morning time. I guess I kind of expected the second half as the speeds picked up and the drivers that I know really well out here on the track. I think I kind of almost expected to see something like this, but I never expected to see anything like what Rylan just did. Rylan literally had to play dodge the car. I mean, I'm not exaggerating, probably 6 to 8 times in that race.
Yeah, it was it was fun to watch. Probably wasn't fun to drive as we take a look here at our Rugged Radio's unofficial results. We had Thomas Bach walking away with the victory. Rylan Bernstein in the second spot. Matt Dyer finishing third overall, but was also first in the Sportsman Turbo class. So a mix of 2 different classes. So we're going to have 2 different podiums, but great results. Obviously, we had Benjamin Ducharme and Daryl Chastain not making it to the finish line to wrap things up. But yeah, great racing so far, and we're going to continue to amp things up. So after this one, we're going to move on to the pro side-by-side, which means we're going to have some absolute fireworks on tap here just in a little bit. But right now, we're taking a peek there at that podium. Our winner's circle for the Championship Off-Road Racing Series, and already crowning some victors so far today, and we've still got a few left to crown, Mark.
Yeah, indeed. There's a lot of more racing excitement to be coming up. I'm really excited to see the trucks come up, but it would appear, are we waiting for one more down there? Is Tiffany ready to go?
All right, looks like we only have 2 on this podium, which means I'm going to toss it down to the third member of our team, Tiffany Stone.
Thank you so much, guys. Rylan, hop on down there, grab your, be careful, grab your trophy that you got. The number 899, Rylan Bernstein. Now, walk me through your day. I have never seen so many crazy incidents happen out there, and you were able to regroup. You kind of rolled a little bit. You came back through. There was some circles happening, but you were able to drive it all the way to the second place podium. How are you feeling? Tell me about what happened today.
I'm obviously feeling very good, but today, this morning actually, I had a soccer game, and then I had to rush here to get ready and everything. So I'm just really happy about this.
Well, I know you've got a bunch of people that you need to thank. Somebody helped you late last night to try to make sure that you got here. Who would that be, and who are the rest of the people?
I would like to thank Winnicky, and Ruthless Power Sports, and Valley Steel, and my mom and dad.
Wonderful. Well, not only did you get to play in a soccer game earlier, you're taking that second place trophy home. Nice job. Hop up on number 2. And taking the top spot, the number 13, Thomas Bach. Thomas, grab your trophy right over here. Tell me about it. You're pretty excited about this. We got a bunch of people coming through, giving you a hug and saying, how does that feel? So I just want to know, and everybody else wants to know, how does it feel?
Oh, it feels awesome. This is, third season coming into this, and finally got a first, so I can't be more happy.
Well, there's a bunch of people who you probably have to thank to help you get in that, especially because this is our season opener. It's just round 1. And if this is any indication on how the rest of your season's going to go, I think you're looking pretty good.
I appreciate that. First off, I'd like to thank my fiancée, Jamie, for allowing me to do this. Love you, Jamie. My dad for coming out all my races here. That's great. I can't do it without Steve Hoffman. He's my spotter, pushes me, does everything for me. It's like a one-man team. It's just me and him doing these cars and trying to figure everything out alone. So I can't thank him enough. Core for, again, putting on a great race season. So looking forward to more.
Well, when Steve was over here, he was mentioning that he hopes that you get up here, too, so you could thank him. So it seems like it's a great day for you both up here. Nice job. Hop up, back up on number 1. Once again, a big congratulations for your 2 top finishers here in Sportsman NA. Back up to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Tiffany. Great race there. Very, very eventful, but very fun to watch from up here in the booth. I don't know that I would have wanted to be in one of the cars for that one, but great to watch here in the booth.
Yeah, Rylan deserves another award for all the cars she had to avoid running into. So, Rylan, good job out there. And then the victim that she did get is our race winner, Thomas Bach. So, great job on both competitors for keeping it as clean as they possibly could.
Yeah, absolutely great race. And obviously, like we said earlier, we had 2 races there with Sportsman NA and Sportsman Turbo. Sportsman Turbo, quite a bit less uneventful than the Sportsman NA class.
Yeah, the Sportsman Turbo class, though, and you can talk to him, and I hope he can hear me down there. But it started on pretty eventful for him. He skied the jump down the back straightaway and did a 360. So pretty crazy how the turbo started their race.
All right, and with that story, we're going to toss it back down to Tiffany Stone.
Thank you so much, guys. All right, we're going to get our number 1 place down here. The number 18, Matt Dyer. Come down here for me, Matt. Talk me about your day. Obviously, with racing 2 different classes in one race, you've got a lot of things going on. You've got the NA guys, you've got you. There was some DNFs that we saw out there, but you were able to keep it all together. Tell me about how that was.
I about crashed in turn 2 right off the get-go, but then held it together. And then once they bunched us back up, I was with them, and they were crashing all around me. It was crazy.
Well, we always want to talk about, usually when you get out there and you get that first one out of the way and then you're able to be a little bit more calm, you're able to see what's happening, see how the track's developing, especially how the race is. So from your perspective, all in all, taking that top spot, it's got to be a great day for you. Yeah, you're saying yeah. Who would you like to thank today?
Cutting Edge Manufacturing, Arizona Precision Fab, my spotters, David and Stephen Arlia, David Smith, and Core Racing.
Wonderful. Well, there's no shame in taking that top spot. You're the only one that's up here. Hop back up. And like I said, it's always going to be a gamble no matter what you do when you go out there. You still got to race. And we always hear from Ricky Johnson, in order to be first, you must finish first. So nice job to you. One more round of applause for your top finisher in Sportsman Turbo. And back up to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Tiffany, and great round of applause there for Matt. Great effort. So we are going to switch gears a little bit here because one of our premier divisions, the Pro Side-by-Side division, is coming up. And you want to talk about an absolute stacked, and I mean stacked field, Mark.
There's so much to talk about in this one. I'm just exploding. I'm sorry I interrupted on that one. This is the premier class. If you're out in the pits right now, it is time to make your way to the grandstands.
Oh, it is definitely time to make your way here. And, the big thing is we got some of the heaviest hitters in short course from around the country descending here to Chandler for the opening round of the championship off-road racing season and the series. And, man, it is going to be electric here in just a few minutes at Firebird.
I think electric is the right word. We've got so many riders. I wish I could pick one out of the 13 cars that are going to be out here that is outstanding. But the problem is all 13 of these racers are outstanding. Brian McCormick, longtime veteran racer, I told you, absolutely methodical. Bobby Van Beekum, he is by far one of the most aggressive racers out there. He will pass you in a turn if you slightly open the door. We've got Jason Weller, longtime racer. He develops products that make cars go so fast out here. And the list goes on and on. Ryder Chapman, young sensation. The Chapman family and Ryder Chapman just...
Yeah, it is definitely a lot of big stories throughout today. I mean, I'm just looking at this. Number 1 through number 5 qualifiers only separated by half a second. Half a second, 1 through 5. Yeah. That's the story. And then one of the big stories is Connor Maxwell, one of the heavy hitters in this class. Having to start all the way in the back because had a very, very eventful yesterday. During practice and qualifying, and had basically a drive shaft exit through the car, wrap up the wiring harness and a bunch of other stuff, and pretty much take him out. They had to rebuild the whole car overnight, and he's going to be out there starting in the back as we take a look here at the Liqui Moly starting grid. Take us through this star-studded grid of Pro Side-by-Sides.
Well, row 1's going to be led by Bo Judge in the 956 car. And that is a great thing to see another name out there that I haven't seen, but Ryder Chapman right there in P2 in the 32 car. That is what to do. But the row 2 chase car, another name that's come to mix it up. But this guy right here, right next to them in the 64 car, Bobby Van Beekum, must have had a great time in qualifying. And the gentleman that I was talking about that makes the race products, got one of the biggest teams out here, Jason Weller, will start off in row 3, and right next to them, Mr. Methodical, Brian McCormick. And right there, going all the way back to row 5, Kyle Arkanon with Jeremiah Wagner right next to him. And Colton Krajak out there in the row 6. And Connor Maxwell, very weird to see his name here this far back in row 6. And Dan Kelly, another person, you better make sure you pass him clean because Dan Kelly, very aggressive.
Yeah, and one of the big things is Bo Judge out here, obviously coming in. I think it's his series debut and taking the pole position. I know there's a lot of regulars out here that, it immediately put the target on Bo Judge's back.
That is for sure. I mean, all these guys out there, a lot, big names, big racers, fast racers, big cars, big egos. I'm going to say it. I'll say it. These guys are big, and they're there's a lot of things out there that it's going to transpire out here in the race car. I mean, Dan Kelly, a veteran. Jason Weller, a veteran. Bobby Van Beek have been racing longer than I've been an announcer for any type of short course racing. Brian McCormick, just as I love calling him right now, Mr. Methodical. He just great, just really big names out here. Garrett Maxwell, Connor Maxwell's brother. I met him yesterday. Great person. I wonder if the Maxwell, the Maxwell racing program transpires to both brothers.
Yeah, well, we will definitely see, and we're going to see here in a couple of corners. We've got the Jones Ford pace truck going to be pulling off, and then we're going to have Bo Judge taking us to the green flag. And I got to tell you, most of the time I got an inkling of what's going to happen, and I can kind of make some predictions. I have absolutely no predictions in this one. All bets are off. Yeah. I will absolutely tell you guys after the race what happened, but I have no idea what's going to happen here in the first corner. As Connor Maxwell pulling off after we mentioned earlier having those issues yesterday, having to rebuild the whole car overnight, drive shaft going through the wiring harness, and so it looks like he's going to be dropping off. That's very unfortunate. One of our heavy hitters not making it to the green flag. As we got Bo Judge looking for that green flag.
Cars behind Bo Judge going to have to stay in line before they get through to past the cone. They're 3 wide going into turn 1, and Bo Judge, Bobby Van Beekum.
That was Ryder Chapman, I believe.
Let's see how we got it. That is Ryder Chapman that was out front.
Woo, Ryder Chapman and Bo Judge getting into it early on. What a wild start to this race. Ryder Chapman not backing down from the veteran, the young gun and the wily veteran. They are doing battle out here. Look at him tripling the step up.
Wow, oh wow. We've got a race on our hand right now. Ryder Chapman, unfortunately, going backwards after that mishap. That's put him almost 3 positions back further than he wants to be.
Yeah, you got Bob Van Beekum there was sneaking in. He pushed a little to the outside. Looks like he was getting past there.
Wow, Bo Judge looking poised and in control going into turn 1.
And Chase Carr out of nowhere making his way through the field. All the way up into the second spot. So we got Bo Judge, Chase Carr, Bob Van Beekum, 1, 2, 3.
And let's see who's coming in there fourth. It is Ryder Chapman. Now, if Ryder Chapman can regain his composure, I have a feeling he's going to put a wheel in on the first 3 cars.
Now look at Chase Carr going even with Bo Judge. Bob Van Beekum sitting there in the third. His teammate Ryder Chapman in the 4th spot.
Some of these cars right there, you can see him actually tripling the step-up jump. I wonder if that's a faster way to do it.
Yeah, Bob getting into it with Chase Carr now. Chase Carr going to want a little redemption as we got Ryder Chapman sitting back there stalking his prey in the 4th spot.
Indeed, Bobby Van Beekum and Ryder Chapman all over the course trying to find that line and squeeze through. Ryder Chapman going to find it under horsepower down the front straightaway.
Ryder Chapman now putting a little pressure there on Chase Carr as Bob Van Beekum sets his sights on the rear bumper of our leader, Bo Judge.
All cars within the front straight, or back straightaway rather, they're staying bunched together. We've got a serious race on our hands.
This is a wild one as we don't even talk about the guy looking back there in the 5th spot. It looked to me like that was potentially Jason Weller.
Jason Weller in the number 48 car. And Jason Weller has the speed and the car to get it up here running with the people up front. Bobby Van Beekum puts a wheel in, keeping it clean. And they touch a little bit.
Bo Judge and Bob Van Beekum door to door as Chase Carr drills Bob Van Beekum as Ryder Chapman dives down below his teammate Bob Van Beekum.
Oh no, and Bobby Van Beekum going backwards. I wonder if he broke an axle on that contact with Ryder Chapman, with Chase Carr.
We're going to have a replay here as the top 3 absolutely doing battles. Ryder Chapman all the way to the bottom of Chase Carr. Look at that. So look at that. Full send by Ryder Chapman to get around Carr. Chapman all the way to the bottom. redemption on Bo Judge from the opening lap chaos. Ryder Chapman on absolute kill mode out here.
Ryder Chapman could not be more on fire than he is right now. Indeed, he completely out-jumped the first 4 cars over the ski jump and was able to keep it together. Wow.
I tell you what, you want to see a social media highlight reel, Ryder Chapman just gave it to you. That's going to go viral after this race. But I got to tell you, Bo Judge right now pulling out about 3 car lengths on Ryder Chapman. As Chase Carr now trying to make a move on Ryder Chapman in that second spot.
Ryder Chapman right now would be wise just to calm down. Oh, looks like we get to slow it down. But Bobby Van Beekem, unfortunately, is out. We got a few replays. Here comes one up. Let's see which one we got queued up. Yeah, this is Bobby Van Beekem going to the outside of Judge, and you can see Bobby right here is going to collect car. Boom, right there. I'm wondering if that took his axle out. Comes around once again, and I'll bet you that's exactly what we're looking at. Look, a little bit of white smoke there.
Well, and as we're still resetting everybody on this mandatory competition caution, earlier on in the weekend, Tiffany Stone was able to catch up with our leader, Bo Judge.
Down here with Bo Judge. Now, Bo, you're back out here. It's so good to see you once again. Talk to me about how that qualifying session went for you.
Yeah, it seemed pretty good. I tried to give a little bit of distance to the car in front of me so we could I thought for sure, like with him being like the past champion here from last year, I thought I gave him enough distance. But obviously the tune-up that we put in the car and the shock tune-up with Doug Roll and Double E Racing, they just gave me a hot package, and I came in, and next thing you know, I was reeling him in. I was kind of getting stuck in his dust a little bit, but it looks like we came out P1 unofficially, so we'll see how that turns out.
Well, talking about some dust, too, about a few days ago, this was pretty much underwater. They talked to me about it. 100,000 gallons was pumped out of there to make sure that the track was pretty much prepped for the weekend. How's that folding out for you?
Yeah, it seems pretty good. I mean, there was a couple little soft spots, but other than that, it seemed good. I did hear that they got a bunch of rain, and I was questioning. I'm from Sacramento, so it was about a 15-hour drive up here, and I was going, do I want to go do this in mud bog? But we got here, and it looks like they did an awesome job on the track, and I'm super pumped to be here. It's my first time ever here. I'm typically more doing, like, works. I come from Works and, desert racing and King of the Hammers and all that kind of stuff. So to get out here on this short course stuff and really throw down with these guys, it was a good time.
Awesome. Well, we're excited to have Bo out here. We're going to see what the rest of the day has for him in offer.
All right, well, that was great catching up with our leader, Bo Judge, as he's going to lead us back to the green flag as our Jones Ford pace truck pulls off. And it is going to be Bo Judge, followed by Ryder Chapman and Chase Carr 1, 2, and 3, looking for this green flag. And we are back racing.
Well, clean start. Can they get through turn 1 clean? Ryder Chapman to the inside already of Bo Judge. Ryder Chapman, the one stepping up right now and showing no respect to Bo Judge being new here. Now, as I was saying before we went to the caution, if Ryder Chapman plays
Look at that,
it cool,
Ryder Chapman all the way to the outside.
That's right. He'll get to be right there. So he's got to just, in my opinion, calm it down a little bit. Unless he gets out front, take it away.
Oh, look at that. Ryder Chapman now getting in front of Bo Judge, tripling that. Coming in. You got to watch it, though. We've seen Chase Carr put a little bumper on a lot of the drivers. As now Bo Judge getting edged out all the way to third. Chase Carr now chasing down Ryder Chapman.
Ryder Chapman showing that he definitely has the speed if he can keep that car where he wants to put it. And right now it does look like that. And Chase Carr, though, going to try to get it into Ryder Chapman. Ryder Chapman doing a fabulous job. If that car stays together, I know he has the ability to win this race.
Yeah, so we got Ryder Chapman, Chase Carr, Bo Judge, 1, 2, 3. Looks like we got McCormick and Krychek. We haven't even talked about that battle for 4th and 5th coming in as well.
I mean, it's been so crazy up front. There is a lot of action here at 4th and 5th. Now, Judge all the way back to 3rd. And Jason Weller now showing up for the first time here to do this battle. He's in 4th place, and he's got the speed.
Yeah, Jason Weller definitely has the speed. The veteran knows his track as good as anybody. Cut his teeth here. Him and his wife, Corey, probably have more laps on this track than anybody on the planet. So be watching for Jason Weller to come on strong in the second half.
I would say that is a fact right there. Jason Weller, and I like to say it, Corey Weller is the winningest off-road short course racer in history. And we haven't proven that fact, but I like to say that because she has more trophies than I've ever seen of anybody.
All right, so there's Weller in the 4th spot. We got Bo Judge in the 3rd spot. car in the second, and Ryder Chapman now with a little bit of a buffer.
Well, what's really great is to see how these cars are staying stacked. There's not a car too far away from the action. They are right there, any one of these cars. Jason Weller right on the rear bumper of Judge. And Bo Judge now showing you that he is holding off one of Arizona's fastest side-by-side racers.
Look at that. Dust starting to form. These cars putting down some horsepower, just burning in some laps as Jason Weller. We got things paused. We got a yellow out now.
All right, all the cars are slowing up, checking out.
So that is Van Beekem in the number 1. It looks like off to the side.
And that is Ryder Van Beekem right there. And Ryder, and that's crazy. Ryder Van Beekem. I got to look out of there. Okay, so Ryder right here out of just outside of turn 3. You can see Ryder out in the background of that shot right there. Did not see what happened to Ryder, but that car has come to a complete stop. And Ryder doing a great job of getting that car off the raceway.
So we're going to have about 3 to go when we go back to green flag racing. And right now we got, looks like Ryder Chapman leading. We got the number 37 of Chase Carr in second, Bo Judge in third, and I believe Jason Weller is in the 4th spot.
Well, this is going to be a very interesting restart. We've already had one restart. So now these racers know what lines the drivers are taking. Ryder Chapman showing that he has the fastest car out there and the fastest line. So can Ryder Chapman hold on? Chase Carr is not just going to hand it to him, and neither is Bo Judge. And what a great performance from Bo Judge.
Yeah, Bo Judge has returned to short course. It's definitely been an exciting one to watch here today. So 3 laps to go, I guess, when we go back to green flag racing. This one's gonna be wild. You know, Ryder Chapman, obviously he had to absolutely go full send earlier to get where he's at, but at some point you can't drive like that the whole race.
Yeah.
You got to protect the car. So he's definitely going to be on the defense a bit. I believe his dad Joe Chapman spotting for him. They've been together for a long time. So Ryder, I mean, his sister just came off a win, and now we got Ryder Chapman there leading. Could be a very big day for the Chapman family, but we've got a lot of racing left before that happens.
Yeah, no doubt. And you can see right there, Jason Weller there in the 4th place, just off the podium. Now, Jason Weller, unlike Ryder Chapman, Jason Weller's a little more calm, a little more smooth on the thing, on the driving. But, you know, Jason Weller right now, he has the speed as well, and you can see he's keeping it kind of calm. He could probably get it in there and hopefully get that podium position right there away from Bo Judge.
Well, you know, and Jason Weller, he's probably one of the key pieces here in this whole thing because everybody else is bumping, banging. There's been a lot of chaos up front. Jason Weller's got a clean car.
Yeah, he stays away. He's able to avoid it. He really is.
Yeah, he's stayed away, and he's sitting in the 4th spot probably with the best car of everybody because he hasn't been through all the carnage. So
right.
Jason Weller definitely one to watch on this restart. And like we said, he knows his track better than anybody. He could be a real player here at the end.
Chase Carr putting his bumper right behind Ryder Chapman. Ryder Chapman has got to feel the pressure of this field, and here we go, waiting for green.
All right, looks like Ryder Chapman going to get the jump there. Chase Carr looked like tried to dive to the bottom. There wasn't much there. So Ryder Chapman going to try and gap the field, get out front. He has been the fastest car around this track, but he has a handful of the best drivers on the planet chasing him down.
We were talking about Jason Weller. You see the top 4 cars. They were literally the same speed down the back straightaway. Not one car stepped out. And Jason Weller still keeping it smooth, like you said. But Bo Judge, he is not going to, he's not just going to stand there.
Oh, look at that contact between Carr and Chapman.
The car inheriting the lead.
Ryder going to try and give it back to him.
Little bumping going on. Ryder Chapman finding a whole bunch of throttle in that car.
Yeah, Ryder Chapman and Carr now stepping out on the rest of the field at 1 and 2. It's going to be a battle. Chapman all the way to the bottom. He's going to have the track position. See if Carr can pinch him off. Carr does.
Man, I have watched Ryder Chapman literally.
Look at that, all the way to the bottom.
Beautiful. This is the racing. I've been watching it, and Ryder Chapman, arguably one of the fastest side-by-side racers on the planet right now.
We got Chapman all the way to the bottom. He's going to pinch Carr off. Little contact, giving it back to Carr, who gave it to him earlier.
Well, that's really dangerous. That's tough on the axles. You can break. These cars have 4 axles. All 4 wheels are driving. If one wheel breaks an axle, that's going to end your day.
Ryder just backing it in there around that corner. Look, dropped it a little too low. Protect that inside. Carr going in, bumping him again. These two bashing on each other.
What a race. Ryder with a mistake goes on the apron.
Down the front stretch into turn number 1.
I can hardly.
Ryder now getting a little bit of a gap there over Chase Carr.
I can hardly contain my excitement right now. I'm trying to keep my composure to announce this race, but we are watching one of the best races in short course race that I've ever seen.
Carr, really big jump there over the big ski jump. Going to go all the way to the bottom. Ryder Chapman now, little bit of a gap over Chase Carr as they hit this step up that's turned into a triple for the leaders. Little over rotation by Ryder Chapman in that corner. Chase Carr able to make up about a half a car length there. As they come through this technical section right in the middle. They're going to come back down to the front stretch.
Wow. All I can say is, wow, what a race. Ryder Chapman now, he's going to have to play it safe and keep that distance that he's starting to pull out right now. If he makes a mistake, these top 3 riders behind him are going to take it away.
Yeah, we got the white flag out for Ryder Chapman. Look at that all the way to the bottom. Chase Carr trying to make a move. Nothing there. He has thrown caution to the wind. We got Bo Judge there in the 3rd spot. Now looking at Chase Carr, trying to make a move on him. Ryder Chapman protecting the inside. Going to hit that double, triple.
Triples it with no problem at all.
All right, Chapman. Chapman almost loops it.
No, you can't make a mistake on the last lap. Chase Carr takes advantage.
Oh, look at it. Chapman all the way back. He bumps his way back through. Bumps Chase Carr out of the way. Chapman all the way to the bottom. What a wild race. You got to give it to Ryder Chapman. Just caution to the wind. Chase Carr getting a run. We're going to go down to the checkered. It's going to be Ryder Chapman with the win. Wow.
What did we just witness? Jim Beaver, the race of the weekend.
Look at Chase Carr bumping him at the end. And that's what it takes to win here in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Man, that was an all-out slugfest. Gloves off. And you know what? As rough as they were racing, it was clean. It was clean. And we got a replay. And I don't know which moment we're going to replay because all of them were great. Yeah, we got Ryder there spinning out, left a door open for Chase Carr, who got by. Ryder back on the gas, dives all the way to the bottom, bumps Chase Carr out of the way, and that was the moment that sealed the victory for Ryder Chapman. I think Chase Carr got by and thought it was over, and Ryder just came back the next corner and stole it, and then Ryder almost over-rotates in this corner.
Wow.
What a race. You got to give it credit to all 3 of the top finishers. And Jason Weller was, right in there at the end as well. But, man, Ryder Chapman, Chase Carr, what a battle. Bo Judge there also. I can't wait to interview these podium finishers. We are going to take a short commercial break, and we're going to be back with our top three here at Firebird Motorsports Park and the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by R&R Steel, Tucson's premier steel fabricators and erector. Racer Plus, where the racing never stops. And by Starstream Pro, stream live video, telemetry, and data from anywhere on the planet.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good. Let's meet up at the compound group up. At turn 4.
Yeah, for sure, dog.
Good, little driver, straight on through.
When it comes to suspension tuning, there's only one name we trust. Double E Racing.
awesome. We help build champions.
And we are back here at Firebird Motorsports Park, the Championship Off-Road Racing Series, the kickoff here. And I had said before we started the pro side-by-side race that it was going to be electric. And Mark, tell me that was not electric.
That was definitely the race of the weekend so far. And, man, we got a whole nother day for this. And it was a great race. You know, it could be argued that there was, a lot of bumping going on. But I don't know. The race that I just saw, that bump was fairly clean, and here we are with the results.
Yeah, the Rugged Radio's unofficial results. Ryder Chapman on top, Chase Carr in the second spot, and our Tron here is showing Colton Krychek, but I believe that was Bo Judge taking home the third spot. So that will be your top 3 podium finishers on the day, and man, that was absolutely electric from the top of the green flag, or the drop of the green flag to the checkered flag. Mark, there was absolutely not one moment that wasn't just on fire.
Man, I just wonder what the people were like at home watching this live. I wonder if they were on the edge of the seats just like we were.
Yeah, absolutely on the edge of our seats, and I am on the edge of my seat to hear these interviews with the top 3 podium finishers. So with that, we're going to give it down to Tiffany Stone.
Thank you so much, guys. Talking to our third place finisher over here, the 956, Bo Judge. Now, Bo, how was that for your first race here at Core? You've got some great drivers in this class. You held your own. There was a lot of things going back and forth, 1, 2, 3, but you were able to still capitalize, get a third place podium finish.
Holy crap, man. I mean, yeah, for sure. I mean, I haven't been in a battle like that in a long time, but I mean, I don't know what happened. There was a caution, but I led that the whole time until that caution, and then Ryder was able to get underneath me, and it kind of ruffled me a little bit, and I was just like, oh, they're sending it right now, and then it made me make a little mistake, and Chase was able to get underneath me, and then I kind of just sat back and was just going to wait till the competition yellow and see how things unfold. These guys were racing really hard. I had the best seat in the house. I mean, I was waiting any second for these guys to take each other out, and I was just going to cruise by, but it came down to the end, and when I seen the white flag, you could tell that I decided I got to go and make something happen. I tried, and I got to the back of Chase, and I just couldn't make anything happen without being dirty. So I still was just hoping. I mean, all the way to this last turn, these guys were just door to door smashing into each other. And I was just like, I'm going to get it, but it just wasn't enough. But it still feels like a win to come out here. We made a last minute decision to come out here, and we got, just threw a setup together that we thought would work. And we were a fast qualifier, so we were definitely right there. And we'll give it another go tomorrow and see if we can't get the top spot of the box.
Well, I love what you said. You had the best seat in the house, and you're absolutely correct. Who would you like to thank today?
First, everyone. I have so many people helping me out. Can-Am, BFG, No Limit, Race Development. Phil Burton built me that car a couple years ago, and it's hands down, I feel like it's one of the best cars. I mean, even Ryder and I got together over that big jump on the first lap, and it felt like nothing even happened. I mean, we hit pretty hard, and but yeah, just Doug from Roll Designs and Elka Suspension, him and George White got together this week and just sent me a set of shocks, and I didn't even make one adjustment on. They were good right out of the box. But yeah, I mean, there's so many people that make this happen, and I appreciate all your help.
Wonderful. Once again, nice job. Third place podium finish. All right, we're going to head to Chase Carr. Chase, come on down here. I want to chat with you. You're also coming out here. You were going wheel to wheel with Bo. You were going wheel to wheel with Ryder as well. I know you had a great spot. Back and forth, back and forth. Everybody in the stands, I'm just going to let you know, we were all standing. We could not believe what was going on. From your perspective, you were able to capitalize a little bit on one of Ryder's mistakes. Then he was able to come back on you. All in all, tell me about this day, what you learned, and what you're looking for round 2.
Yeah, first of all, I got to give it up to the Core guys for having me out here. This place is awesome. I can't wait to see your grill. But that was some wheel-to-wheel racing. I've never, to say I've never been wheel-to-wheel like that is an understatement. And if he wants to drive like that, we can drive like that. But pushing your way through the other person to win the race is just, it's not cool. But congrats. I got nothing but respect for both these guys. Congrats on first, congrats on second. And we'll see you tomorrow.
Awesome. Nice job. Hop up number 2. And taking that top spot down here in Pro Side-by-Side, we've got Ryder Chapman. Now, that opening lap was a little bit of chaos. You've got 2 great drivers behind you. The field was stacked. I watched this. I was all standing up, back and forth, and kind of right over here, too. You went up a little bit on the berm, but you were able to come back with that. From your perspective, how do you see this race, and how did it come together for you?
The race was really close. This is the hardest competition that I've ever had on this track. There was some door-to-door racing. Me and Chase Carr might have some disagreements, but honestly, I'm glad that they came out here. I'm glad Judge came out here. I'm glad that the Bikeman team came out here. It's good to see that people are coming out here. We need more competitors to be able to be competitive in our class. So we might have our disagreements, but I'm really glad that everybody made it out here, and we're having a higher car count, making the race harder, growing the series eventually. But it was a fun race. I was trying to hold back my throw up the whole time. So a couple of them mistakes, I was barfing in my own mouth. I was swallowing it. So it was it's definitely an interesting one. But Carr and Judge, man, they were there the entire time. I had barely any breathing room. I'll give it to them. Their driving was on point. Carr, any little mistake I had, he was right there, so I'll give him that. But tomorrow will be some fun racing, and if we want to race like that, we will. But it was clean door to door. I never took anybody out. It was straight side to side. So it'll be fun. Like I said, I'm just really glad everyone came out here. Like, there's more people coming out here who can actually compete. But sponsors, I want to thank my mom, my dad, Extreme Machine Fabrication, R&R Steel, Rugged Radios, E2R Shocks. That's my friend, some more people. Personally, I want to thank Bob and Meredith for making all this possible for me. They always have all my race seasons. I really do appreciate it. And thank you to the whole core team. I know you guys have been more than stressed trying to get this season started and get everything planned. I'm glad it all came together. Just thank you to everyone who makes it happen. It's a group effort.
Wonderful. Hop back on number one. Once again, a big round of applause for your top three finishers in Pro Side-by-Side. That was an amazing race. Now round two's got to gear up for tomorrow. Anything can happen. And back up to you guys.
Thanks, Tiffany. And I got to tell you, that one I feel like sets the stage for tomorrow's Pro Side-by-Side race. And, man, we if this is the baseline for what this series is, we are going to absolutely just have a great bunch of racing this season. I don't know. I'm almost speechless here, Mark.
I mean, me too. There's two sides of the fence there. There was a lot of aggressive racing out there, but I came up with a term while we were announcing it that was aggressive but clean. It wasn't bumped or pushed, no, but were you rubbing going into that corner? Absolutely. It was very aggressive, but man, it was very exciting to watch, and I do believe that was still racing. The competitors stayed in it, even if they were pushed, even if they over-rotated, they stayed in it, and they still got their marks. But, I try to stay PC on this one, but, man, you're right. It's hard to say what we want to say, but all in all, what a great race.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what? We have a lot of racing yet to come. So we're going to take a 30-minute intermission. We're going to get the track re-prepped. We're going to get everything good to go. We're going to clean everything up. We're going to regroup, and we're going to come back here in 30 minutes with SR1s. We're going to have Pro Lights, and we're going to have the Beehive 1450s to round out our day. So 3 races left. These ones are going to be a whole lot of fun, and that's here to come at 3 o'clock. So we're going to take a short break, and we will be back here at 3 o'clock with the Championship Off-Road Racing Series.
You wanted trucks? We got them coming up.
And welcome back here to Firebird Motorsports Park. We are here for rounds 1 and 2 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series season opener. Jim Beaver, Mark Wright. We just witnessed before the break one epic battle. And I don't know. I've watched a lot of racing in my life, Mark, but that race has got to rank up there with some of the best I've ever seen.
Again, I find myself agreeing with you once again. That was quite a race. It was exciting to watch. It was exciting to announce. I was trying my hardest not to step all over any of the announcings that we were doing, but, man, it was so hard because I don't know about you, but I almost ran out of breath. There was so much excitement. I literally wanted to just explode and just get it all out at once, and it was very, very hard to watch the race, feel the race, and announce the race. It was just simply incredible.
Yeah, it was absolutely simply incredible as we get a glimpse there of our announce booth. We've got a few minutes before we go green flag racing with SR1s, and we'll give a big wave there to everybody. That's Mark and I tucked away in our little den, our core den.
It's where the magic happens.
Yeah, the magic happens, yeah. So there we got our SR1s lining up, and SR1s, these are fun. This is really, really fun to watch. This is something that Weller Racing, Corey and Jason developed, I think, about 15, 16 years ago, prior to side-by-sides being really fast, like we just saw in the pro side-by-side division. It's when they were racing the old Yamaha Rhinos and things, and so Weller's kind of retrofitted those with a Yamaha R1 Superbike engine and, kind of changed the chassis around and made for what is a really exciting class to watch. I've raced one of these once. It was actually in a desert race, but they've got a sequential gearbox. And these things, you get them up on the pipe, and these things revved 11, 12,000 RPM. And, they are really electric to watch. So we've got that coming up. And, man, speaking of coming up, the heat is coming up here at Chandler as well. It's getting to be a warm day, and we're very fortunate. We've got Looney Cooling on board, so keeping us nice and cool. And obviously winter months are coming soon, and they also do heating as well. But great place to get your HVAC done is Looney Cooling. So big thanks to them for being a part of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series and one of our great partners as the weather, whether it be hot or cold, they've got us dialed in. And speaking of dialed in, I'm just looking at this grid, and we've got 9 SR1s. I haven't seen an SR1 race with 9 entries in quite some time. So that's kind of special there in and of itself. And I got to give a big shout out to Corey and Jason Weller. Also Weller Racing, one of the sponsors here at Core, but for keeping the SR1s alive and well, because when these things race, it is some of the most fun racing you can watch in short course.
Well, that view right there is awesome. The number 75 car you see there, that is the original Honey Badger, if you've seen it. And it's crazy to realize that car is still racing. That car has a pedigree, been out here. So row 1 is Paul O'Brien. He's in P1. This is the Weller Racing starting grid with Paul O'Brien in P1 there. He's taking the pole with Larry Hayes right next to him in that car, lovingly called Honey Badger. Scott Webster, the old man in 42. Corey Weller, the vet, this is her class. Can she get it done today? She had some problems with the cars during qualifying. Brandon Kilgore, one of the fastest SR1 drivers of all time. Steven Arlia, and he's out here with Bob Garver ending up that starting grid, that Weller Racing starting grid. And indeed, you look at these cars and you say, well, they look just like a side-by-side. Well, number one, they're not all-wheel drive. All the cars that you've seen out here thus far have been all-wheel drive, and that's a big deal because that means all 4 tires are creating drive, and it's very easy to take these corners at speed and just point the car, and it'll go where it goes. These cars are short based off, as you said, the Yamaha Rhino, a 660 short wheelbase. They're as short as they are wide. So these things are squirrely. You'll see them jump. They really saw on the steering wheel to keep the car straight. And then you add almost 200 horsepower from an inline street bike, as you said, R1 engine that have to be shifted. There is no belt in these cars. They have a clutch. You have to put the power down easy, or these cars will come around on you very quickly.
Yeah, and I remember the first time I raced one of these, and this was quite some time back. Corey Weller, a good friend of mine, I called her, and I go, Corey, I need some advice. I'm getting ready to run an SR1 for the first time. And she goes, Jim, does it have a tack in it? And I go, yeah. And she goes, how high does it go? And I go, like 13,000 RPM. And she goes, all right, so anything under 10 or 11, you don't shift.
Oh, wow.
She goes, if it's not up on the pipe and you can't hear the engine, she goes, you don't touch the shifter.
Oh,
and so
wow.
these things absolutely, they don't run right unless they're up on the pipe. So you're going to see these things absolutely scream out here. These things are pushing 13,000 RPM, and it is really, really fun to watch. And as you said, squirrely, yes, it takes a real driver to a man or woman handle these things.
Indeed, and as you brought it up, Corey Weller, she's probably one of the winningest SR1s of all time, and she's out there in a new car chasing her old car right now in this starting grid. She had some grinding problems, I heard yesterday, and it looks like they got it all worked out over there at Weller Racing. The old man right next to her, Scott Webster, that old car, and he is still fast. Scott Webster is like, man, are you ever going to retire? Heck no, he says. I got the car. My friends are out here. Let's go race.
All right, so we've got that Jones Ford pace truck pulling off. We've got that freshly watered track from the R&R Steel water truck, and we are getting ready to go green flag racing out here in Chandler at Firebird Motorsports Park. All right, who's going to be down into turn number 1? Looks like O'Brien all the way to the bottom. Honey Badger getting pushed into the second spot.
Yeah, O'Brien, man, when he's on his game, there's nobody that can touch him, just like Kilgore. And again, as multiple classes we've seen, if any one of these drivers, they have the ability to get out front. And the rest comes, the history of Corey Weller comes almost unsaid. But now you see Kilgore coming in, giving a bumper to the old man, and Scott Webster, too. Multiple podiums in his racing career.
Yeah, Kilgore, he was fast off the thing, just absolutely throwing it into some of those corners. Corey Weller sitting back there, it looks like in the 5th spot. Brandon Kilgore now getting a little pressure from Corey Weller. Got that 42 of Scott Webster in the mix as well. 75, the Honey Badger of Larry Hayes. Oh, that was Kilgore getting a little caught up there.
Yeah, that's unlike him to do that this early in the race, or at all, in fact. And Corey Weller, I'm wondering if they were able to fully get that car back to race speed, or if she's still dealing with the gremlins that are in there.
Yeah, you said new car, maybe some new car blues out here, but I don't know, she's sitting in 4th, not too bad. Maybe letting the race come to her. Obviously, 10-lap race, got a competition caution at the halfway point, a little bit past the halfway point.
Yeah, I was really able to go over there and take a look at Corey Weller's car there, and it's really awesome to see how far they've come all the way from Honey Badger back. The way that the engine mounts, forward of the axle, and almost like a swing arm now bolts to the back of the engine all the way back to the chain carrier that carries the sprocket, and the axle's on the back. And it's that car right there, the number 18, I would argue that is the newest SR1 right now out here racing.
Yeah, we got the newest SR1, and we got some of the original SR1s out here. That's what's pretty exciting about this class.
Yeah, I think that's an accurate statement right there.
All right, here's some of the action earlier. You got Webster there. That was Kilgore getting a little out of shape and just scrubbing some speed. The biggest problem with these is when you lose your momentum, scrub speed like Kilgore did there. When you're running these things up on the pipe and you're revving them 10, 11,000 RPM, and all of a sudden you got to put the brake pedal in and the RPM drop to 1,000 or 2,000 RPM, it takes them a while to get strung back up. You got to run them like just absolutely on the pipe, on the rubber band,
Yeah. And also another thing to see there in that replay is when the car comes sideways, it's hard not to oversteer to get it back, and you really got to put that wheel right where it goes and get back on the gas and hope that you got to point it in the right direction, because they will continue to go around, and if you oversteer, they will go around the opposite direction if you had it pointed wrong. So yeah, these things, lovingly said, these things are a handful.
Definitely a handful. Fun to watch, though, as we're seeing our leader, Paul O'Brien, followed by Larry Hayes, 1 and 2. That's the way they started, and that's the way they're currently running, as we are about 3 laps in, 7 to go out here.
I remember watching this class in the old days when there were 40 cars out on the track, and they were only maybe a couple seconds to a second slower than a Pro 2.
All right, now we've got the Starstream on board with Corey Weller, so we can see what she's seeing. Look at that.
Yeah, if you've ever wanted to know what it's like, and look at this, you watch it from the outside, and it looks all rainbows and unicorns, but you watch it right now, and you can see Corey Weller. She's getting pretty beat up in there, and this is a smooth course. In fact, the course is one of the smoothest I've seen, and you can see the dirt entering in there with her and her chasing down and really getting busy on that wheel.
Yeah, look at that. This is beautiful. This is real-time live footage we're looking at from Corey Weller as she comes down the front stretch here. It's an absolutely beautiful shot. Look at her just sitting back. Look at her banging through the gears there.
Now, what's really cool about these, too, is that banging in the gears, these are sequential. You don't have to clutch them. You can just lift a little bit on the throttle, bang it in the gear, get right back in it. And sometimes, if you're good enough, you can keep in the gas and shift it to the next gear.
Yeah, she's going to come into that step up here. Going to be interesting to see how she takes this step up. Really excited to watch this as we hit that big step up. Look at that booter. Oh, she jumped into the face of that triple.
Yeah, she had a little forward nose momentum attitude there coming into it that probably cost her a little bit of time there. The old man, Scott Webster, doing a great job there, holding down third place.
Yeah. O'Brien, pretty good gap there over second. Don't forget, we will have that mandatory competition caution after lap 6, or after lap 5, start of 6. So we'll get 6 in the books, and then we'll come back and do a 4-lap shootout.
Yeah, O'Brien, our fastest qualifier, I'm looking down here, by 0.2 of a second, or 1/10 of a second, over Larry Hayes. So he barely got that P1. And as I said earlier, though, Paul O'Brien has a great day. It's hard to catch him.
All right, so as we come through here, we're approaching that mandatory competition caution. Corey Weller now, look at that, making up some ground. Got Webster, Hayes, Corey Weller getting around the 42 of Scott Webster. Now she's in the 3rd spot. Now she's hunting down Larry Hayes.
Oh, Scott Webster getting pushed around there in turn 6. He came around. And that's going to cost him a lot of positions.
Wow, Corey Weller making some ground up there right as we head into the competition caution. And coincidentally enough, Tiffany Stone was able to catch up with Corey Weller earlier on this weekend.
Here with Corey Weller. Now, Corey, it's been so great to see you once again. I feel like throughout the many years we've chatted at many different series, but it's great to be back here in Arizona. Tell me about your seasons that you've had before and what's really prepared you for the 25-26 season here with Core.
We've raced here for a long time now when this track's been open. It has been closed for a while. So a lot of time on this track with Lucas Oil Series, and then it closed, and we all thought, okay, well, we're done racing in Arizona. And then it opened again. Core came in, and it kind of all started up again. So we were very excited to be able to race here, not have to drive so far. And we love the track. And no, it's been great. I've been in the SR1 for a lot of times. I've been out of it for about a year, but you get back in it, and it's almost like riding a bicycle. I'm still trying to figure it out, but it's really fun to get back in the seat.
Well, you had mentioned earlier as well that you put it all into desert racing and now coming back for short course racing. When we chatted, you said it's kind of like riding a bike or getting that muscle memory. So how's that feeling for you, especially going into rounds 1 and 2?
Yeah, I'm still figuring it out. I've been racing a Maverick R in the desert, and so, it's a paddle shift. I think a couple times on here I was trying to find my paddles. I'm like, oh, no, it's stick shift. So aside from that, it's been pretty good. I'm still putting it together.
Wonderful. Well, it's so good to see you out here. Corey Weller, she knows this desert just like the back of her hand. Short course, that's coming back as well, and I can't wait to see how this.
Well, it's safe to say it's unfolding pretty well for Corey Weller right now. Currently sitting in the 3rd spot. So running order here as the Jones Ford Pace truck bringing him around. We've got Paul O'Brien currently leading. We've got Larry Hayes and then Corey Weller in the top 3 as we get a glimpse of that replay. Look like Scott Webster.
Yeah, open the door wide open for Corey to sneak around the outside, come in right here, and makes the pass, and Corey made it stick there. And it must be crazy for her in her new car chasing her old car.
Yeah, that's quite interesting, to have both of your cars and actually have the other one leading you right now. But, running order, Paul O'Brien, Larry Hayes, Corey Weller, Kilgore, and Webster, your top 5 as we go back to green flag racing.
Yeah, I would really love to see this back to its glory days, 40 strong. But this is a great turnout right here. And I was trying to point out a little earlier, these things were only a couple seconds slower than a Pro 2 at one time, so these things really had a lot of development going into it.
Did you see Kilgore just full send into that corner, getting all its sideways with Corey Weller?
Well, Brandon Kilgore can get pretty impatient at times. I've seen him really let it hang out. You see him give Corey a bumper. Now, these guys, what's really interesting about this pack of racers, they've been racing for years together. They will get done. They will have a rough race like this, but they all pit together. They're all right in the front here, and they are all good friends, and they may gripe about it as joking, but, man, this is what true grassroots racing is all about right here.
Yeah, Weller Racing doing a great job as we go to the Starstream onboard with Corey Weller. Seeing her in the third spot, try and chase down that number 75 of Larry Hayes.
Some of the great things to see there is now you can see the track's getting really dusty and how hard it is to stay visible. It's almost like you go around the track on memory. You know, there was a time that there were race car drivers said, man, I can take the track with my eyes closed, and there's a lot of truth to that. You take this course over and over again. You know how long to stay in it. You know how long to turn it. But, man, you take that visibility away, and that makes it all harder.
Yeah, it looks like Kilgore still trying to make his way around Corey Weller. Able to shut the door again. Look at that. Oh, he's getting into her. Oh, a little bump and run there. I don't think that's going to sit well with Corey Weller.
No, that's definitely going to be that position that I was talking about. They'll talk about it tonight.
All right, so right now we've got O'Brien, Hayes, Kilgore, and now Weller in the 4th spot.
Very proud of Larry Hayes' performance right now. Paul O'Brien, that's, like I said, good day with him. He is hard to catch. But that Larry Hayes, look at that now. Brandon Kilgore down the back straightaway passes Hayes. Hayes to the inside, though.
Man, Kilgore coming in hot to make the pass and just blew right past Hayes. Hayes able to get it back. Kilgore all the way to the bottom now. Hayes not able to get it. Now Hayes going to have to watch for Corey Weller as she goes side by side with Hayes. They run up to the...
Corey Weller gets around Hayes as well.
Well, so Kilgore sitting in 4th, now all the way up to 2nd. Weller in 3rd, back to 4th, back to 3rd. A lot of slicing and dicing out here in the SR1s.
Well, as I said, man, Corey and Brandon, they've been racing. I mean, they know each other's lines perfect. They know what they'll do is they take the white flag. They've only got one more lap to figure it out, but they're not going to have anything for Paul O'Brien.
Now, Weller now, look at her sights on Kilgore. She wants that 2nd spot. We'll see if she can make a run on Kilgore here. Now we got the back shot. That is Larry Hayes there in the 4th spot, stalking Corey Weller in the number 75. Make a run down that back stretch. We're going to see the big ski jump here.
And there it is. You know, you don't think that they're actually that far apart until you see that perspective right there. They look like they were right bumper to bumper, but as you look there from that perspective of that rear bumper, they were 6 cars back.
Yeah, so O'Brien at number 11 going to take this thing wire to wire with 1 corner to go. Kilgore trying to make up some room. I don't think he's going to have enough time. Another lap or two, he might have been able to do it. O'Brien, just a clean day. Look at that. Not a speck of dust on the number 11. So he's going to take the checkered flag in your Weller Racing SR1 victory. Kilgore in the 2nd spot and Corey Weller rounding out your podium. Larry Hayes in contention all day for that podium and lost it with about 2 laps to go.
Yeah, man, that was a great race out there. The SR1 class, like I said, they all respect and love and know each other. Scott Webster looking like he's pulling off. I wouldn't be surprised if Scott Webster was having some overheating problems at the last race. I hope they figured that out. But there it is. Paul O'Brien with the win here, and that was quite a win.
Yeah, it was definitely a win. Clean day for Paul O'Brien. Got the, had the pole, got the lead right into turn number 1, and never looked back the entire day. So great effort by Paul O'Brien. And we're going to talk with our podium finishers when we return here to Firebird Motorsports Park on round 1 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. By Liquid Molly, more performance, more driving pleasure. Double E Racing, engineered for performance. And by Weller Racing, when performance matters and winning isn't optional.
My name is George Hamill with Starstream Pro. Technology has really given us the opportunity to showcase off-road racing. Now we can go live from any car, anytime on the planet.
The sport needs something like Starstream, and it's here.
To be able to be one of the first people to have it in their trucks is going to be pretty cool, and hopefully it's a great thing for the sport.
This small computer and a GoPro, a couple cables and a Starlink, you can watch all the in-car cameras live.
With Starstream combining to a Starlink network, it's so easy to plug this in. On our short course truck, we actually have it all self-contained. 2 battery packs, one powers the Starlink, one powers the Starstream. Super easy to take off and put on our desert car later when we leave the track.
It's never been done before at this level. The fact that we're going to be able to be on live TV and they can check in to multiple different drivers within seconds of each other, I think it's just going to be a great thing for the sport.
Let's go, boys.
How many Kings have we got racing today? All of them.
I got nothing to lose.
As you can see, we've had another beautiful day on the Isle of Man.
We'll do some racing this weekend. It's going to be a blast.
And welcome back here to the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. It is our season kickoff at Firebird Motorsports Park. We are here for rounds 1 and 2 and just getting round number 1 of our Weller Racing SR1s in the books as we go to our Starstream onboard there with Corey Weller. And the reason why she's getting out of the car is because she made her way to the podium there, Mark.
Yeah, that was a great performance from her after being back as far as 4th or even 5th back there, as the rest of the crew kind of shaped up. Scott Webster, the hard luck recipient of that race, and Scott Webster had to pull out there at the end of the race. So here it is. And here is the unofficial results. I'll be up here in a second.
Got a glimpse there of that R&R Steel water truck. A big thanks to Van Beekums and R&R Steel for everything they do for our series, and one of our great partners here, Championship Off-Road Racing Series. As we go to our Rugged Radio's unofficial results, it was Paul O'Brien with the top spot, Brandon Kilgore in the 2nd spot, and then we had Corey Weller in the 3rd, followed by Larry Hayes and Sammy Nino rounding out our top 5. So, great race. Man, it was, wire to wire for Paul O'Brien, but past the number 1 spot, we had a lot of slicing and dicing there, Mark.
Yeah, Paul O'Brien, if he's having a good day, man, he is hard to catch. I said that a few times during the race. But, I mean that he's on rails. He runs his own race, and away he goes, just like we just saw.
Well, and with that, talking about our podium finishers, we're going to toss it down to Tiffany Stone, who has them standing by.
Thank you so much, guys. A nice ride out there. It was a great race. Let's talk to our 3rd place finisher, the number 18, Corey Weller. Corey, hop down here with me real quick. I do have some questions for you. How does it feel being in your new car, chasing down your older car, and coming back once again, short course racing? Like you said, you've been focusing on desert, but it seems like when you get in that car, it all comes back to you, and you've got a 3rd place finish here.
Yeah, it was, racing desert, like there's a pace, right? And it's fast, but man, I forgot how fast short course pacing is. So it's literally a sprint, and it's just all out from the green flag. It's go time. It's elbows out. You got to fight for every pass you get. And I don't really have any excuses. The guys put a new clutch in for me. It felt amazing. There's been this weird vibration in my car that's gone. So it's a no excuses car. So it looks like I got to do a little better tomorrow.
Well, and for people who don't necessarily know, desert racing is all about attrition. You want to save that car. And like you were saying, from here, as soon as that green flag goes, you go, go, go. You guys do have a little bit of a mandatory caution. You come back together. What are your thoughts, though, for that mandatory caution, knowing that you do have a little chance to re-rack, get back together, and then, of course, do that second half?
It's not very long, but I do try to kind of just remember shift points. I'm still learning shift points and what those are, and kind of get a game plan for at least the first lap. Because once the flag drops, you're also defending and you're trying to go forward. So it's just super busy for that first lap. But yeah, you just kind of mentally, you're trying to dial it in and remember what you just learned and put it to work.
Awesome. Who would you like to thank for getting you on the podium for round 1?
Weller Racing for building this amazing car, for sure. My guys for being out here and working on it and doing the prep like last minute after a year. Can-Am, I mean, I just always thank them because they're just here for us all the time. Jason, thank you so much for spotting. Woohoo! And Starstream, because George got me hooked up in car. I haven't seen it. I hope it worked. I hope it was awesome. I can't wait to go back and rewatch it.
Well, just to let you know, it did work. The guys in the booth did showcase that. So if you guys haven't seen it, make sure if you want to get something in your car, Corey, that was great to be able to showcase what Starstream can do for you inside of races. Nice job. Hop back up on number 3. All right, taking the second place spot that we have right over here, Brandon Kilgore. Brandon, can I have you come down? You can stay right up there. Hold that trophy for me, buddy. So getting a little bit dusty out there. Obviously, we've got a lot of races underneath for round 1. From your perspective, how was that tracked? Because earlier this morning, there was still a lot of moisture. Today, later tonight, sun's been out. We've been seeing a lot of dust.
I think Calvin and the guys made a great track. It was I'll take a little dust rather than go out there and get all muddy. And it's a little easier to clean the car afterwards, and it makes for some good racing. So I dug the track. I thought it was perfect.
Well, taking the second today, obviously first is what every driver wants to have. Is there any going to be a different setup going into round 2 tomorrow? Are you going to stick what you're doing or just choose better lines?
I loosened up the car a little bit because it was just too stiff, and then I was bottoming after that jump out of 2. There's just no landing, so there's nothing to do but send it, and it hurts. But so yeah, I'll be tightening that back up a little bit. But other than that, hopefully we're starting in second instead of 5th tomorrow, and we can go give this guy a hard time and see what happens.
Who would you like to thank today for round 1?
Yeah, I'd like to thank God for keeping us safe and making us this all possible. And I'd like to thank my family. Branson's Resort is our title sponsor and the reason we're out here. So all the good people at Branson's, hello. And, Weller Racing, my wife, my dad, my mom, Ryan for spotting. My son up here, Dax, it's been a great weekend, and we're having a great time.
He is the best trophy person up here. Nice job on that, buddy. All right. Number 11, Paul O'Brien, hop down over here. That's your 2025 overall class champ in SR1. Nice way to come back out for the 26th season over here. You've got that target on your back. This class, everybody's been saying it's just friendship, and you can really see it out there. What are your thoughts so far on round 1?
I think the track was awesome. I know they really had a lot of challenges coming in with the water. They did a phenomenal job, Calvin and the guys. We're after intermission, so we got a little bit of a bonus. But I thought the track was awesome. Like Brandon said, I'll take a little bit dry over wet. We all kind of grew up here in the desert, so we like dry. So I thought the track was awesome. And it's a good way to start the season so far.
Who would you like to thank for round 1 and obviously for the rest of the season going forward?
First and foremost, my wife. We just do this as her and I team. We don't have a big team. So we do it together, family and friends that come out. My in-laws, they've been toting along with us now for years doing this. Weller Racing, everybody in the SR1 class. I went out, practiced, no brakes, and then, to get my brakes back, everyone jumps in, has an idea, so I really appreciate all that. In core, I was almost done with short course on the West Coast, and it now seems like we might have something that will be sustainable for years, so thanks to them.
Wonderful. Well, you aren't the first driver to mention that, so it's great to be here. Your wife was actually the very, very first person that was down here right before you even pulled in, so it's great to see that. Hop back up on number 1. Once again, a big congratulations for your top 3 finishers in SR1, and back up to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Tiffany, and what a great race that was. Some clean, hard racing in the SR1s, and, that's... I guess a glimpse into the rest of the season in SR1. Things are going to stack up to be a slugfest in that. But Paul O'Brien, man, on the pole and taking it wire to wire. Perfect day for him.
Yeah, I always have some love for these cars that, you got to clutch, you got to shift, you got to do all those things. This is a real race car. They're all real race cars, but what I'm saying is these cars, these have all the elements you need. You got to clutch it right, you got to accelerate right, you got to turn it right. They're only rear wheel drive. You don't have the front wheels driving for you. So these wheels are very important to point in the right direction because, as you've seen, when these cars land, sawing away on that steering wheel to get that thing straight again and getting in the throttle, getting it all together to make it work in concert, that's quite a deal.
Well, and, you've been talking about driving cars and driving vehicles, and we've had a lot of stuff on the track so far today. But the one thing we haven't had racing on the track yet are some V8s. And it is time to fire up the pro lights because we're going V8 truck racing here in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. And I am pretty excited about this. We got 5 pro lights getting ready to take the line and do battle out here at the season opener. Really excited to have Pro Lights on board this season, and 5 trucks getting ready to bring the horsepower and lay down out here at Chandler.
Yeah, I'd really like to see this class really take off here. You know, if we're not going to have the Pro 2s and Pro 4s, Pro Light seems to be the answer. And there are a lot of Pro Lights out here in Arizona. There are a lot of them out in California. There is a lot of them in surrounding states. So we would love to see this really take off, maybe make it almost a Pro Light original series.
Yeah, as we get a look at our Liqui Moly starting grid for Pro Light, on row number 1, we got Nick Brandon. We got Brian Cannon in the second spot. Tobias Chevalier in the second in the inside of row number 2. Tony Chris there outside of row number 2. And then I believe filling in for Johnny Holcher, we got Michael Funk there in the 5th spot.
Yeah, it's still a great field out here. Now, if I'm not mistaken, though, these are Pro Lights now. As for Pro Light rules before the other series let them out, they had to have all the same V8 engine. But one of them out there, and I'm not sure, I'll have to talk with him again, so don't quote me on this. I've just stated, if I remember correctly, Brian Cannon's car is only a 4-cylinder. You can see him out there in P2.
Yeah, that's going to be a throwback truck if he's still got the 4-cylinder in there. That was something that got phased out over a decade ago, so a little bit of vintage iron there. But if he's in the second spot, it means he knows how to throw down. And obviously V8s and the 4-cylinders raced against each other in short course in years previous. Then at some point, due to costs, 4-cylinders getting phased out. So, yeah, we got 5 Pro Lights on the grid out here at Chandler. Great to see V8s back in action here on this short course here at Firebird Motorsports Park.
Yeah, indeed. It is great to see the V8s, and you're going to see it here. And they're not Pro 4s, they're not Pro 2s, but this is going to be the closest thing this weekend to those big old Pro 4s and Pro 2s.
Well, and I would say probably one to watch would be the number 44, the Johnny Holcher truck that Michael Funk's filling in for this weekend there in the 5th spot. Had a little hiccup there in qualifying earlier on in the weekend, so getting relegated back there to the 5th, but that's definitely not an indication of how fast that truck is. That truck's won in some different series and things like that, so great to have that out here. I think they've committed to running the full series. We've got a lot of drivers committing to running the full series. I think some more coming in the upcoming round. So going to be really exciting to have Pro Lights out here with the Championship Off-Road Racing Series.
Yeah, Tobias Chevalier, too, was very fast yesterday. And Brian Cannon, you know, he's very experienced, and he's got a lot of experience in this truck. Brian Cannon comes from a mini modified class, so this is perfect for him, and I'm glad he gets to race his car. I do believe him and his dad built that car in their garage.
That's awesome. You love to see that. As Jones Ford Pace truck pulls off, we're going to go green flag racing with Pro Light here at
Firebird International Raceway.
All right, we got that opening corner. Looks like that is Nick Brandon there, diving down to the bottom, taking the lead.
Funk on the move, though, down the end of the inside, and Funk's going to get there past Brian Cannon before turn 2.
Oh, then Funk getting pushed to the outside. Looks like Cannon trying to make a run back.
Funk doing a great job. We have a new rule here as Holker can't make this particular event due to other scheduling constraints. We can have a fill-in driver. Oh, look at this. The 63 just opens the door, lets him by. Nick Brandon. I wonder what that was about. I wonder if that was an error or a misshift. Hard to tell.
Well, and the scary thing is that 44 truck gets out front, and it can gap the field in a hurry. So that isn't good news for the rest of the field here.
Well, Brian Cannon showing you his experience, and he's for the rest of the field. And he's doing a great job with the other V8s right behind him. And like I said, don't quote me, and I'm not sure. I haven't been able to talk to Brian all weekend. Like I said, he's a friend of mine. Before I left, hey, come over, let's talk. And I wasn't able to get over there before I left. We were busy up here getting production all taken care of and squared away. I have that story 100% for.
Yeah, it looks like we're dropping into a single file here. We've got Michael Funk out front in the Johnny Holcher truck.
Yeah, all these trucks having zero problem. It's just a simple blurp of the throttle in second gear, I'm sure. And the 33 truck getting a little bit rough out there. That's Tony Crease.
Yeah, Tony Crease there getting trying to find his rhythm out here.
Well, you know, I'd imagine with the exception of the 44 truck, a lot of these boys, you know, we were talking about being rusty, a lot of these racers being rusty, you know, not having pro lights out here this far, I bet these guys literally are dusting off their pro lights to come out here and see if they got a chance to get back in it.
Well, and I think that's the big thing. You know, the series opened it up, said, hey, we want to get some pro lights. We all know there's a lot of pro lights sitting around on the West Coast. So kind of open things up, allowing people to bring some of these pro lights we haven't seen race in a handful of years out here and bring them out of the mothballs and go out here and go racing. And I love it. We got 5 here at the opening round, and I think we're expecting more as well. We got Michael Funk just checking out on the field.
Yeah, that car is on rails, man. He can't. Oh, when I said on rails, he says, no, I'm not. Look at me.
I wanted to make it interesting. Brian Cannon in the 73 now back in it. Cannon feeling like a little blood in the water there, like a shark.
Yeah. That was funny. That timing couldn't have been more perfect.
We head down there into turn number 1. We're going to get a replay of what happened there to Michael Funk in the number 44. Looks like he just came in and just over-rotated it a little bit.
Yeah, he stayed in the gas there, so it came around. And these rear ends, these are spooled rear ends, so that means both wheels are creating drive. So if you don't have that car set by the time you accelerate, the car will come right around on you just like we just saw.
That was great staying in it like that, car coming around. If he would have let up, he would have lost that position, but able to get back out front there.
Reminiscent of what happened earlier with Ryder Chapman in his race. He stayed in it, getting out there in the soft stuff, stayed in it, was still pushed into the second corner.
Yeah, we got a little battle here for the second spot. We got Cannon and Brandon now doing battle with... Looks like we got one of the trucks kind of pulling off the side, ceding the position there. So you're going to get a regroup here. So it is Michael Funk currently leading. We got Cannon in the second spot, number 73.
Cannon's truck not sounding so healthy coming down the front straightaway here, and he is definitely slowing up down the back straightaway. Sounds like the car's missing fuel.
Yeah, excuse me. We're going to reset the running order. We've got Michael Funk in the lead. We've got Nick Brandon in second and Tobias Chevalier in the third spot. So Cannon, yes, dropping back.
Well, still great to see these trucks out here. As I was online telling everybody we're going to be featured live here on Racer TV and everything. We have so many platforms we're live on right now. Everybody was a few people chimed in and said, hey, I kind of got out of short course racing when the trucks left. And I said, well, the trucks are back, so you got to watch it. And that's what it's going to take. If you're out there and you love the trucks, you can't make it here, watch it, because that's what makes this class great again. Let's make Pro Light great again.
As we've got shot there for the number 63, that is Brandon, heading up over to the ski jump. Going to jump under that American flag and full send there. Beautiful shot from our drone pilot.
That's a great looking truck. The livery on that truck, pretty bright.
Right now, Michael Funk leading. Got to bring us to the mandatory competition caution.
Yeah, Funk has definitely found a great line around this track that keeps it kind of neutral on the track. And it's fast. That's awesome.
All right, so as the mandatory competition caution comes out, we are going to regroup these drivers. We're going to have a 4-lap shootout. But earlier on in the weekend, we did catch up with Michael Funk filling in for Johnny Holcher.
Here with Pro Light driver Michael Funk. Now, Michael, you've been racing for 10 seasons, 3 years in Pro Lights, but today, this is going to be your debut in Johnny Holcher's truck. You're driving for him this weekend for round 1 and 2. Walk me through how you're feeling about that.
Yeah, I'm really excited. He asked me a few weeks ago to drive his truck. Me and my dad have been busy farming, so I mean, I took the opportunity, and yeah, should be really exciting this weekend. My first time racing out west, so it's gonna be pretty cool.
So you're having multiple firsts here. First time racing out west, first time in Johnny Holter's truck, but you're not a stranger to Pro Lights. But what are the main differences from your truck to Johnny's truck?
Yeah, I'm not too much. Same motor and tranny package, so nothing major there. Just the way it handles. I mean, everyone sets up their truck different, so that's the biggest thing, steering and suspension-wise. So that's the biggest thing right now.
Awesome. Well, best of luck to you. I can't wait to see what happens. This is going to be a place of many firsts, especially for Michael Funk. We're going to see how this day plays out for him.
All right, great to see Michael Funk out here, and obviously filling in for Johnny Holter. Hopefully, he gets the itch and brings one of his trucks out here and plays with us.
Yeah, I was wondering if I was picking up on the accent right there from Michael Funk. You know, I was up there at Crandon watching the other series there back there in the Midwest, and I remember sitting down on the bleachers and talking with a guy, and he goes, "Oh yeah, where's your accent from?" And I'm like, "Where's my accent from?" So apparently, I had the accent.
So we get a glimpse there of the number 44 currently leading that Yokohama back truck of Johnny Holzer, who is being piloted by Michael Funk. Then in the second spot, looks like we've got the 63, I believe, of Brandon it's showing, or is that the 107? The 107, I believe, is in second. That's Tobias Chevalier. Right. Then I think we've got Nick Brandon in the in the third spot. Tony Crease, and then Brian Cannon. Yeah, I think Brian had to pull off. He was definitely having problems coming down this front straightaway. That car didn't sound healthy. Either fuel problems or ignition problems, but either way, we're going back to green. And can Michael Funk keep this car together? He's got the speed and he's got the line on this track figured out already. And if he's had time off, he said he's been farming. It doesn't look like it. It looks like he's right back in the driver's seat and right back to speed. Look at all the way to the bottom there. That is a great move there for the 107. That is Tobias Chevalier trying to make a move. Look at it, all the way to the bottom. Going to put a fender on Funk, possibly? Nope, not going to be able to seal the deal. Funk with the line. Look at that, though. A little buck on the rear end. Yeah. Kind of jumping into that third triple. Yeah, if Tobias could have kept that traction down and had it, he would have probably made the pass or at least been side-by-side over the step-up. Well, look at all the way to the bottom again. Drawn even with Michael Funk. Funk all the way to the outside now. Tobias all the way on the bottom. This is a race. I mean, I don't know where Tobias all of a sudden, he must have learned the line and said, okay, all right, Michael Funk, I want to go racing with you. And it looks like he did. He did an outside-in move right there. When Michael Funk on turn 6 came around, Tobias went to the inside, and it appeared to not pay off down the front straightaway, but let's see if he can get himself back in that position again to make that move. Yeah, it looks like we had Funk drifting all the way to the outside, and a little nose heavy there for Tobias. He's going to head into that step up. Look at We got Funk all over the track. I wonder if that thing's mishandling or something. I mean, he's pushing wide. I mean, really wide on some of these corners. Or is Tobias, is he feeling the pressure and Funk doesn't want to lose it? So, you know, we know there's only a few competitors in this class, but I'd imagine if you're out there and if you got two trucks, you want to go race, let's race. Great drone work right there. Brian, a fabulous drone pilot. I said Brian is so good at flying that drone. I bet he can fly it in the window of one of those cars. Yeah, 63 there, Brandon. Absolutely full send, trying to hunt down Tobias there in the 107. Yeah, Tobias now, unfortunately, as Michael Funk gets back into his groove, Michael Funk started to extend that gap. Yeah, Michael Funk really starting to pull away now, so we get a shot there. That was Crease trying to make some room up on Brandon. Well, Crease's truck looks to be set up really well. It handles well. It's got acceleration. It just jumped over the step up. It took that bump just fine. So, you know, it's appearing to me, I mean, Funk has definitely found the line right there, and that truck definitely dialed in. You saw it just land from the finish line jump with no jounce at all. It landed straight, and he was able to put the truck right where he wanted it. Yeah, as we go up front again with Michael Funk. Going to get the checkered here momentarily, I believe.
Michael Funk a little sideways going up the ski jump there. He had to get out of it. And it threw him down a little nose heavy. Looks like he was able to bump a little bit of that front grill on the bodywork.
Trying to get that truck rotated. Makes his way through these last couple of corners. Then Yokohama number 44.
Yeah, the term rotate for sure. That is a racing term for sure, or backing it in, trying to get it in there. But you take your foot off and you can get it right back in these trucks. And there it is. Michael Funk will take the checkered flag.
Yeah, that's a 107 of Chevalier in the second spot. Brandon in the 63, going to take home the third and final podium spot, followed by Crease. A couple seconds back there, taking the fourth spot. And obviously Cannon going to finish up in fifth with not being able to finish the race there.
Well, you know, there was only a handful of these pro lights out here, but it was still incredible to hear those V8s on this track. It is great to see this at least opportunity to see if we can make this pro light event a big event.
All right, well, we are going to catch up with our Pro Light podium finishers here after we return from this break at the 2025-2026 Championship Off-Road Racing Series season kickoff here at Firebird Motorsports Park. The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by Rugged Radios. From the green flag to the checkered, they keep racers connected, crews informed, and fans closer to the action. HMD Designs, delivering excellence with every project. And by Racer Plus, where the racing never stops.
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good.
Let's meet up at the compound group up.
That's turn 4. Oh, that jump was huge. Yeah, for sure, dog. Good little driver and straight on through.
When it comes to suspension tuning, there's only one name we trust: Double E Racing.
Double E Racing. We help build champions.
And we are back here at Firebird Motorsports Park for rounds 1 and 2 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. And, man, this season kickoff has been absolutely phenomenal. Just witnessed an epic pro light race. And, man, it's great to see V8s here in Championship Off-Road Racing Series.
I never get tired of hearing that whine of those V8s as they accelerate into turn 1, as they set those trucks sideways, and it never gets old for me. I've been out here for quite a while, and I love every time we have the V8s out on this track.
Yeah, it's exciting to see the trucks here and, kind of the metamorphosis of this series. Obviously, we're a side-by-side series by trade, but it's fun to bring in a little bit different look here and there with a few classes. Obviously, we got Pro Lights that just wrapped up, and then we're going to have the Beehive 1450s that are going to cap off our day here in about 5-10 minutes after we get through these podium interviews. So just throwing a little bit of different look, a little bit of fun here at the end of the day, shake things up a little bit, Mark.
Well, I mean, we were talking about the pro lights out here, how there's a lot of them left out here that can come out and go racing. But there are probably 100 times more 1450s that could be out here. You know, I personally know a lot of my friends that have their own trucks. There was a rumor that the Munzes might bring their old heavy metal trucks out here to come race 1450. And, hey, at Munzes, if you're watching, I challenge you to bring out here to the next race, because bring your 1450. And I've called this 1450 class that we have here, the Beehive, the windshield class, because every one of the trucks featured here today has their windshield.
All right, well, speaking of that, before we get to the Beehive 1450s, we got a little business to handle with our pro light drivers, as we're going to toss it down to Tiffany Stone with our podium finishers.
Thank you so much, guys. It was so great to see Pro Lights back out here. Down here in Arizona, we're going to talk to our third-place finisher, number 63, Nick Brandon. Hop down over here with me. Now, walk me through the setup of everything that's going on. It's a season opener. Mindset's always changing. But for you, how did it go?
It couldn't have gone any better, really, other than just a quick little spin out over there in the corner. I did a victory donut when the race wasn't even over. That's the only thing I could really perfect on. I mean, I like to thank all my sponsors, you know, Hayes Hats, Cryo Heat. It's so hard to think about all this. Sleekster. Those guys really made it all happen. So without them, I couldn't do it. That and the team here. So it was awesome. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Nice job. Hop up back on number 3. Now taking the top, second place spot, 107, Tobias Chevalier. Hop down here for me, Tobias. Obviously, there was a little bit going back and forth right over here with Michael. We keep talking about being able to have the pro lights back on the West Coast. It's really cool to see this. You guys don't always have to go to the Midwest to do it. From what you've seen right now, the season goals for 2026.
Yeah, it's going to be a good season. We're going to race the whole core series for sure. They put on a good show. This is so, like, with all the live stuff, everybody can watch it at home too, so that's real cool.
And you do have a spotter with you right here. But I do want to know, what was he saying once you were being able to chase down Michael a little bit? There was, like I said, a little bit back and forth, and we always love hearing what the spotter has to say.
Just not much. Just keep on it and push, watch my rear, make sure I don't spin out,
Wonderful. Who would you like to thank today for round 1?
R-Tag, Chris. He helped me out. He did my exhaust, and my company, Park Avenue Builders, and it's me. So
I love that. Nice job. Hop back up on number 2. Taking that top spot. Come on down here, Michael Funk. You're in the 44 for Johnny Holcher. You're filling in for him today. Debut out there. I do have some questions for you, though. We did see you over-rotate a few times. Was that just a driver error? What was going on? Something that you can see, or was that necessarily just the setup?
Yeah, I was just out there trying lines. Obviously, that line didn't work. Maybe pushed the throttle a little too much. Just these pro lights are difficult to drive, especially on the blue groove and stuff, so those Yokohama tires were hooked up in spots. Yeah, it was good.
Well, I know that you've done Johnny very, very proud. And like you were saying, the setups are a little bit different from your truck to his truck. You've been in Pro Light for 3 years now, so you're not a stranger to what's going on. For round 2 tomorrow, keeping the same setup, you obviously know what lines you're going to be able to take, but you do have some great drivers right behind you.
Yeah, I think we'll keep the setup pretty similar. Just out there, it was pretty much running the cushion. I mean, the bottom was really slick, so it was just a cushion track you had to run pretty much. So, yeah, that was the way I got around.
Wonderful. Well, your line choices paid off tonight. Let me know who you'd like to thank for round 1.
Yeah, first and foremost, I got to thank the whole Johnny Holcher family and everyone for letting me drive his truck. It was an honor, and it was really fun. And the whole Holcher Brothers crew, Yokohama, Blood Lubricants, Mac Tools, and everyone else who supports him, I can't thank them all enough.
Wonderful. Well, I know that's Johnny's truck, and I know you've got your own truck. It'd be great to see you out here for the full season. You could be coming out here being a contender for 26. Nice job. Hop up on number 1. One more round of applause for your top 3 finishers in Pro Light, and back up to you guys.
Thanks, Tiffany. Great race there, and great effort by all of them. Really looking forward to seeing what happens with Pro Light and our championship off-road racing series. For the next 6-8 months. We're just getting started here. This is just round 1, and I'm so amped already, Mark.
Yeah, the energy for this whole starting event here in round 1 has been off the chain. It way exceeded my expectations. I'm so stoked that we have this energy carrying on into our next event. Tomorrow's going to be a great event, too, because, although there were a lot of cars out here that had to be carried off, they weren't that badly damaged, and I know they're going to be here for tomorrow's racing. So the energy for the weekend has been through the roof.
Well, the energy from the weekend has been through the roof, and like you said, we still got more racing to come tomorrow. We got an entire another day of racing planned, and that being said, we're not done yet today. We still have the 1450 Beehives yet to come.
So I got to tell you, man, this is going to be the fun one. I'm going to smile over this one. This is a class that I have raced in for a long, long time, in the 1450 class. It's now kind of matured into, if you have springs, you can race class 2. But if you got anything, and like I said, all these trucks have windshields in them. So, these are the trucks that they mob on the weekends, that they take out to, Orson Welles and do other things. And you can see all these cars, they have the windshield. So you got a Ford Sport Track out there. You got a Toyota, old school Toyota. And, man, yes, that is a K5 Blazer out here. Linked. And
well, and talking about a little bit about 1450 and the Beehive stuff is, a little history on the class. It kind of originated about 15, 20 years ago from the pre-runner culture. There's a lot of kids at the time were building pre-runner trucks and couldn't afford a race truck, and they're putting fiberglass fenders on there, extended beams, and trying to put coilovers and different leaf springs and stuff like that. So it gave them a place to run their pre-runner trucks, and they were street legal, and it's morphed into now there's some stuff that's borderline unlimited truck that's running in some of the 1450 races. But, Nick Tinelli with the Beehive qualifying there. It looks like he's going to be starting in the number 2 spot. But he was really a big advocate of this class, put together a lot of races back in the day and really helped grow kind of the culture here of the 1450 class. So really fun to see them out here. I think this division is going to do nothing but grow here with the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. And it's going to be fun kind of trio of drivers out here. And let me tell you, they're going to go full send. These guys throw caution to the wind, and it will be full send for a few laps out here.
Now, another thing to pay attention to out here, other than just the windshields, these short course trucks, I think some of the biggest tires they have out here is a 32-inch tire, and that's in today's racing market. That is not that big of a tire. Not these guys. That Blazer, those are 37-inch tires on that Blazer, and that Blazer is linked. These are fully built trucks. So, man, like you said, full send is the best word for this, and they are going to go crazy.
All right, we're going to get a glimpse here of our Liqui Moly starting grid, and it's going to be Terry Earp there in the pole position. We're going to have Nick Tinelli outside of row number 1, and Chance Quick. If there was ever a 1450 race name, I think Chance Quick, that would probably take the cake out here. But a trio of drivers here in the 1450 Beehive division. And I was watching practice and qualifying yesterday, and I got to tell you, one of the most entertaining things, 1, the ski jump, but 2, the step up. The step up, these guys were just mobbing these trucks right into these jumps.
I mean, especially your boy Chase Quick in that K5 Blazer. He hit it full speed. He came out of turn 3, and he did not lift. And the first time he tried for the triple, the truck hit that last triple, just cased it, and that truck, the whole thing, jousted straight up in the air about 4 feet off the ground, landed, and he still stayed in it to make the turn. Now, if that wasn't enough, you think right there, that's crazy, and the whole crowd went crazy that was actually watching it, me included. He followed it up the very next lap with the same antic, but made it a little bit further. But this time, as the front end landed, it came straight up into the air into a wheelie in that K5 Blazer. So hopefully we'll see some antics just like that once again today.
Well, and I gotta wonder, because all of these trucks obviously have they've got communication, they got their rugged radios in there. It's going to be kind of interesting to see as they're racing. It looks like Nick Tinelli pulling off there. I don't know what's going on. He's having a few issues, I think, but I almost wonder if they're all running the same radio frequency and they're going to talk trash back and forth during the race.
I mean, wouldn't you?
Oh, absolutely. This is a bunch of buddies getting together and going racing, and that's what I like.
Yeah, we had a really big class out here. That's kind of what started the track that we are currently on right here. I was out here as an announcer here at Firebird. And at the time, Charlie had owned this place. And I said, Charlie, we got to do short course racing out here. He told me no for like 3-4 years straight. And, you know, what I envisioned was exactly what's going on right here. I pictured all my friends that had pre-runners. You know, and there were a lot of names back then that weren't as big as they are now. So Shannon Campbell, he was out here. Big names out here that had pre-runners. And we really wanted to get done what we're finally... Here it is, 2025, a dream I have had since 1995, 96 out here in Firebird.
Yeah, Well, that being said, if you're sitting there at home and you got a pre-runner truck, and I think some of you probably do, get some safety gear and come out here and come racing with us in December.
That's indeed. All right, well, let's get to it. They're coming down the front straightaway.
Yeah, that being said, come race with us tomorrow if you're in the Phoenix area.
Hey, seriously, no kidding. If you got a truck, it's got a cage and a fuel cell and window nets, come on out.
All right, green flag racing here in the Beehive 1450s going into turn number 1. Let me tell you, these trucks got a lot of wheel travel and some ride height. They don't corner like a short course truck, which makes it awfully entertaining. But right now, it is Terry Earp with the lead, Nick Tonelli, Mr. Beehive himself in the second spot, and Chase Quick with that big blazer in the third spot.
That thing just lands like a pillow. Did you see that? It went through its 30 inches of travel and just, look, bloop. It didn't even feel that ski jump. And I'm telling you, I'm going to go, one of the first cars I'm going to go take a look at is that big old 37. Might even be 40s on that thing.
Oh, we're going to see what's going on here. Look at that big blazer. Going to hit it. Woo! Look at that. You got to love it.
That is a big blazer. I guarantee that thing weighs every drop of 6,000 pounds.
Chase Quick putting on a show in that big blazer. He might be in third, but he's number 1 in the fans' hearts.
Yeah, man, that is incredible to watch. Hey, am I seeing right? Does it have a live front axle on that thing? Can you help me out with that, Jim Beaver?
I can't see with the shadows here, but oh, look at Nick Tonelli's got a co-driver in there. I love it.
Man, that's quite the thing. It's beamed.
And a lot of you watching at home are probably going, you know, I can do that, and we are challenging you. Please come do this.
I implore you to do it. My friend's got a Bronco he could race out here tomorrow.
Oh, you calling your friend out? Let's see it.
Well, he's actually out in the crowd right now. Greg Longi, get that Bronco out here tomorrow. You're racing.
All right, so our battle here is for the second spot. We got Nick Tonelli, and we got Chase Quick in the third spot. Terry Earp's kind of checked out on the field. And everybody's just waiting for that big blazer to come to the step up again. Oh, he's going to make a run on Tonelli. Here we go. Oh, he buttered it that time.
He really did butter it that time. Tonelli electing to go completely around it. You know, he knows that this time, just, you know, might as well put on the show for it in that old Toyota of his. But, yeah, that 1403, he's really stealing the show. It is sport track, though. He says, you guys can put on a show. I came to race. I want that trophy. And that thing looks great in the air.
Yeah, we got to give Terry Earp some credit. We haven't talked much about him because he's just been out front. And, I mean, he's the full front straightaway away from everybody else. I mean, he's got to be a good half a lap ahead at this point.
Yeah, that's a pretty well-built pre-runner right there. He's got the side-by-side tires like a lot of the trophy trucks do.
Oh, look at that. We got a pass for the second spot. That's going to be Chase Quick getting around Nick Tonelli. We're going to see if Tonelli can get it back here.
Yeah, I'm loving that Toyota, man. And I bet you that glass for that Toyota is so hard to get. And if I saw that right, that is a stock Toyota rear end in that thing.
Yeah, it's a good-looking Toyota truck.
Yeah, that is awesome. You know, I wouldn't care if that's the fastest mobbing truck in the world. I would love to have that truck.
Got there, that is the 1487 of Terry Earp, our leader.
So Terry Earp with those lime green or pistachio green wheels. Definitely a different color to have on there with the gray and white fenders.
I wonder if those are glow in the dark.
I wonder if. Hey, good point.
You know what? That color almost reminds me of glow in the dark. I bet you, knowing 1450s, I bet you that's a glow in the dark powder coat.
I mean, they do everything, man. This is a great class. It's almost like the what's that race? The Gambler 500 class of off-road racing.
All right, so we got Earp, we got Quick, and we got Tonelli, 1, 2, and 3 here in the Beehive 1450s.
Somebody tell Chase Quick over the radio, hey, you can butter it around the rest of the track, but you have to full send it over the step up.
Well, that being said, this thing is slated for 10 laps of the mandatory competition caution.
I say just wave the yellow flag, let them bunch back up, and then get back in it. Don't even slow them down.
due to time being cut a little bit short, but entertaining nonetheless as we got that big K1 Blazer heading back. Woo! With a big.
Now, man, you know trucks as well as I do. I am really curious on what's going on the front of that Blazer. Now you can see the radius arms right there. This thing appears to be beamed. However, if you look at the third member on this beam truck is on the passenger side. Most beamed four-wheel drive trucks use that off of an F-250 or an F-150, and they are driver's side drop front beam arms, radius arms. Or not radius arms, sorry, traction beams. But this one is unique. He's got traction beams, and it is a passenger side drop. So I am definitely going to go take a look at that truck after the race.
There we got the 1436. Oh, Nick Tonelli getting a spin there.
What the heck? Nothing was there. What, the truck literally just spun like it was on ice.
Tonelli getting her back straightened out.
That is still such a good-looking truck.
Definitely a good-looking truck.
Do you have to be over 45 to like that truck, or do you kids like the look of that truck? Steve, you like the look of that white Toyota?
All right, so we got Terry Earp continuing to lead, 1487.
That truck right there, the 1487 out front, built to mob. There's only one reason that truck was built to do what it's doing right now. Just come out here and mob.
Yeah, running strong out here.
Makes me kind of wonder, get the story on all these trucks. Now, I know the Toyota and the Blazer, they're pitting together, so go over there and get the story with a little more to talk about for tomorrow's event. But, hey, it's not too late. You got a caged pre-runner out there, go get some window nets. Come out here and race tomorrow. I am not kidding.
Yeah, we'd love to have some people out here. More of a run what you brung thing. But, yeah, if you can pass the safety and you got a helmet and a suit, man, come out and have some fun with these boys.
You know, I literally just wrecked mine back in August. I would have asked the Corps, hey, I'll work all day, but you got to let me race out here on the last race.
I would completely be on board with that.
Heck yeah.
We'll get Tiffany Stone up here in the booth to cover for you.
Well, don't be surprised if one of these events that happens.
Looks like we got Earp now making the pass on Tonelli. That is a lapped pass as we got the competition caution coming out. Means we're going to have 4 laps to go. So about 60% of the way through this race. It's going to be good to bunch them all back up.
Man, I'm a Ford guy, but I love that Blazer. That is, when I think of Blazer, there is no other, like, you know, the Blazer, you may not, unless you're a diehard Chevy fan, you may not realize, but the Blazer's been out for about the past 5 years, and it looks nothing more like an Envoy with a Blazer badging, so, you know, nothing too exciting. When I think Blazer, that's what I think of right there.
All right, so we're going to get them bunched back up over the ski jump. Look at that windshield of Nick Tonelli, just completely peppered with mud.
Tonelli has to take the back end as he's slip sliding away out there.
All right, so the running order as we speak here in the Beehive 1450s. Under this mandatory competition caution, it is Terry Earp, Chase Quick, and Nick Tonelli running 1, 2, and 3. And, you know, Chase Quick showing a little bit of speed there towards the second half of that segment. So we're going to see here on the green flag drop if maybe Chase Quick's got a little something for Terry Earp.
Yeah, Terry Earp today. Oh, wow, you can see that windshield. I don't remember that truck being rolled. So did he roll it at some point yesterday during qualifying or practice?
That I do not know.
Yeah, I'm just saying I don't. Maybe we just, because we didn't have the TVs on it and I didn't see it up that close. But, yeah, I hope that didn't happen yesterday. But, yeah. And that's a lot of work to take the cab away from the cage that you already have. So, yeah, I had to do it. So, I still love this class. Well, thank you guys and girls for sticking around. And Brian Cannon's here. Maybe I can get the story before we sign off from him. We'll get it from him when we're done with this race.
All right, so the Jones Ford pace truck pulling off. We're going to go back to green flag racing with the BI 1450s. Terry Earp going to take us to the green. I got a little pressure being put on there by Chase Quick. Tonelli, it looks like he's having some problems. Wasn't really on it on that green flag drop. And look at this. We got a battle down the backstretch. Chase Quick all the way diving into the bottom. Look at that. Side by side with Terry Earp.
I was curious if Chase Quick was playing possum.
We got a new leader. This is going to be entertaining coming in here into the step up. Look at that. We got Earp all the way back down to the bottom. Chase Quick up top. Oh, look at that. Rubbin is racing here. 1450s. Chase Quick with a send. Ooh, we getting sendy here in the 1450s.
Oh. That Blazer did come to life. It wouldn't surprise me that has an LS Series motor, LS3 in it. You can hear it really spool up down the back straightaway. Greg Longy, I'm challenging you once again. Bring your Bronco out here tomorrow. I dare you.
Well, Terry Earp thought he had it in the bag, and Chase Quick saving something for that second start after the restart, getting rebunched up. Look at that big Blazer gapping our previous leader, Terry Earp.
Yeah, I do believe he was playing possum. That truck's got a lot of engine in it. And those big old 37-inch to 40-inch tires, that adds to your top-end gearing if you've got the power.
All right, so going to go over the ski jump. Got Quick followed by Earp. Tonelli a distant third. Got the big step up. Look at that booter.
I love the fact that Blazer, that Chase Quick is not scared to send it.
Definitely not scared to send. He's got the wheel travel to back it up. But look at this, all the way to the bottom. We got Earp trying to make it a race here. Quick out in the lead. We got Terry Earp in the second spot. So Earp trying to reel back in Quick. Laps dwindling down. I think we'd have a couple laps to go here.
What a testament to fabrication right there when you could take an old K5 Blazer, put some modern day shocks on it, big tires, big rear end, 4-link it, and get out here and come race this thing. And like I said, there's no doubt in my mind he was playing possum.
Well, definitely. We're going to have the white flag this next time by. So it is Chase Quick currently leading. Terry Earp, our early leader now in the second spot, having to try and chase down Chase Quick. They're tiptoeing their way around these corners. All this wheel travel doesn't corner very fast.
Yeah, I'm surprised we haven't seen a front three-wheel from the beamed car. I thought I was going to see one right there. And the three-wheel happens when you make the left-hand corner, the torque of the driveline. White flag flies.
Yeah, these things are coming alive, though, when they hit these straightaways. All right, so Chase Quick in the lead. We got Terry Earp in second. Earp trying to chase down Chase Quick with about a half a lap remaining. They're both going to get into lap traffic, which is Nick Tonelli possibly by the end of this lap. So we'll see if that comes into play as we get a battle here for the lead.
Man, I'm still fascinated with that front suspension on the 1403 Blazer. Passenger side drop beams. That's crazy.
Full send there for Chase Quick as well as Terry Earp. We got about 2 corners remaining as we got Nick Tonelli now, the lapper, coming into play. Chase Quick going to have to go to the outside, do it the hard way around Nick Tonelli. We got Terry Earp also going around the hard way. Look, Tonelli looks like he's going to get out of the way. So we got one corner remaining. Chase Quick, 1. Terry Earp, 2. Going to do that big V8 power coming down the front stretch for the victory. It's going to be Chase Quick taking up the BI 1450 victory. Terry Earp in the second spot. Nick Tonelli going to round out the third final spot and the podium in his Toyota. Well, that was a race.
I could have sworn to God when I heard that Blazer jump on the finish line jump there, I thought I heard the horns of the General Lee.
All right, we are going to take a short commercial break. We come back, we're going to have the victors and the spoils of the 1450 Beehive race out here in Chandler at Firebird Motorsports Park in round 1 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by R&R Steel, Tucson's premier steel fabricators and erectors. Racer Plus, where the racing never stops. And by Starstream Pro, stream live video, telemetry, and data from anywhere on the planet.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good. Let's meet up at the compound group up. At 10-4.
Yeah, for sure, dog.
Good little driver, straight on through.
Let's go, boys.
How many kings have we got racing today? All of them. Pals.
I got nothing to lose.
As you can see, we've had another beautiful day on the Isle of Man.
We'll do some racing this weekend. It's going to be a blast.
And welcome back here to the beautiful Firebird Motorsports Park in Chandler, Arizona, as we just wrapped up our final race on the day for the Championship Off-Road Racing Series kickoff, round number 1. But we still have some podiums to get to here in the Beehive 1450 division. What an eventful race that was. I mean, full send out of some of these big, beastly pre-runner trucks.
Yeah, they may not be the fastest thing. They're not 100% set up for short course, but they are still fun to watch. These trucks, I mean, I guarantee that Blazer out there, every bit of 6,000 pounds. Truck behind it, guaranteed another 6,000 pounds. The only truck out there probably under 5 is that Toyota. And it was amazing to watch that horsepower just get laid down on this track.
Yeah, they weren't the quickest in the corners, but when they hit the stretches, man, those V8s stretched their legs, especially over that step-up jump. I mean, it was a full send.
Yeah, these cars out here, with how rough the track is, I don't think there was literally any bump. These guys were out here thinking they were on pavement, man. I don't think they felt one hole in this entire track.
No, not at all. Good times had by all. Great to watch. Fun spectating. Great way to cap off day number 1.
I couldn't agree. I find myself agreeing with you more and more. I mean, 30 times with the statements you have said today, and that one is true as well. I think a great day here for everybody here. Me, you, and Tiffany, I've had a great time out here. It's been great sitting next to you, Jim Beaver. It's been awesome all day. The crew behind the scenes has been 100% impeccable. That includes everybody out on the track and everybody there in production.
Yeah, it looks like our top 3 there in the Beehive 1450s making their way to the podium in that winner's circle. And it's going to be fun to hear the commentary on this one, I think.
Yeah, these guys they're a little looser in the commentary. You know, and it's going to be colorful. How about that? I guarantee this is going to be a very colorful podium.
Colorful is the perfect word for this one as we have them making their way up there. Great to see them out here, and we'd love nothing more than a few more of these pre-runner trucks to come out. So, yeah, you're watching at home. Make your way out here tomorrow or this winter to the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. We'd love to have you out here in the 1450 division.
It'd be great. All right, we're just moments away from the final interview, everybody, and what a day.
Yeah, definitely good times had by all as we get a glimpse there once again of our winner's circle. And a big shout-out to our friends at R&R Steel because they have sponsored the trophies here. You see that R&R Steel logo on all these trophies. And, man, it is definitely great to have them on board. And looks like we are ready for our podium interview, so we're going to toss it down to Tiffany Stone.
All right, guys, thank you so much. I feel like this was such a great way to end round one here in Arizona, and we want to talk to the third-place finishers, Nick Tonelli, Justin Anderson. Now, you guys, talk to me about this. It was great to see you out there. It seemed a little bit slower than the rest. Anything happening over there?
Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with the new truck. It was just sputtering. But I want to say thanks to Core for inviting out the 1450s. It was a very, very light pack of 3 trucks. But now with the content from this weekend, we can bring back all the 1450 guys out here for the next round and, the rest of the rounds the rest of the year. So thank you guys to Jim and Jen and Trevor and everyone.
Nice job. Justin, do want to chat with you. I always talk about talking to co-drivers because you guys are just as important. I know that this is a short course, but is there a way that you can keep Nick under control and keep things going?
Yeah, I just let him know all the temperatures are good and all the stats are good in my side of the truck. And watch out for Chase and keep it clean.
Awesome. Nice job. Big congratulations to you guys. All right, let's go over here. We've got second place finisher, Terry Earp, Steele Earp. Nice job. Who wants to chat over here? Terry, you want to chat first? You want Steele to chat? All right, Steele, how are you feeling about all this? You can just tell me in one word. We'll get that through.
I don't know.
You got to be. It was pretty awesome to watch you guys out there. There was a quick moment that you and Chase over here were battling back and forth. I know you're in the passenger seat, but you have to feel some type of excitement because it was such a great time watching that.
Yeah.
Perfect. Love that. And Terry, how's this for you? You two in here doing something really cool, ending out round one.
Yeah, it ran really good. We need to, first off, thank you, Advanced Machine, for the motor that's in the truck, and Gearworks for the rear end. Blew up a rear end 2 weeks ago in Mexico on the way home, called up Jeremy over at Gearworks, and 2 days later there was a third member sitting in the garage, so threw it in there and decided to come check this place out.
Wonderful. Well, who would you guys like to thank for today?
Like I said, Advanced Machine, Gearworks, all my family, and everybody that supports all my kids racing. We got Jeremy, we have J-Tech, all of our suspension on all of our stuff. Who else we got still?
UTV Works, Earth Machinery, Calver Trucking.
That's it.
And that's it. Nice job, guys. Congratulations on 2. Chase, we're going to have you drop down here real quick. Chase, quick, come down here. That was pretty amazing. I just asked you if you put the crawlers on there. You got 40-inch crawlers from BFG on there. Normally I see that when we're wheeling. Good choice, though, on the tires over here. Talk to me about your day. There was a time that you guys were battling back and forth. Last interview of the day. You're summing up how it was here at round one.
It was hot. I had the heater on the whole time trying to keep the truck cool, and I figured I'd try and keep it together till the first half of the race and then hammer down, and it was getting pretty warm. But
well, when you were going for that first launch on that step up, this crowd went wild. It was exciting to be able to see that. Obviously, we were just talking to Nick as well. He said that you guys are going to come for the rest of the season with us. We can't wait to see this truck count get up. For you, though, overall thoughts on round one?
it was fun. I really enjoyed the setup. It's a good track.
Wonderful. Who would you like to thank today?
First, I got to thank God for keeping us safe out here, and then my dad and all my friends that helped me get out here. The Pampinis, they helped me dyno this truck and get it here last second, and Grady and SRT transmission and DeLindsay torque converters.
Wonderful. We'll hop back up on number one. Big round of applause for your 3 top finishers here in the Beehive 1450s. This was a great way to end round one. Super excited. Nice show that they put on for you guys. Back up to you.
Well, thanks a lot, Tiffany. And, man, Beehive 1450s, what a fun way to end day number one here in the season kickoff for the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Mark, I'm going to put you on the spot as we wrap things up. What was your top moment of today?
Man, that pass that Ryder Chapman put in right there as he squeezed into turn 5 right there. It opened the door just enough for him to get in there. That is replaying through my mind. I'm going to have dreams about that pass tonight.
Well, I think my top moment definitely had to be that pro side-by-side. The entire race, I mean, wire to wire, it was eventful. I know Ryder stopped by the booth here, a little bit ago when we were during one of the breaks and said he was throwing up in his helmet the entire race. Jeez. He just kept choking it down, and he goes, I was so nervous in that. I had so much anxiety the whole race. I just couldn't keep it together. Well, somehow he did keep it together, brought it home, but I got to say, that race in particular probably sets the stage for tomorrow. We have a full gamut of racing action. Obviously the pro side-by-sides, but all of our divisions are back, and I got to tell you, if today was any indication of what's to come tomorrow is going to be absolutely electric. I can't wait. It's been an absolute amazing day out here at Chandler at Firebird Motorsports Park. On behalf of Mark Wright, Tiffany Stone, I am Jim Beaver. Thank you to the entire team at Racer Network, as well as all of our crew here at Championship Off-Road Racing. Oh, man. Day number 1 was awesome. Day number 2 to come. Be sure and either come out here or tune in, because we have an entire day of racing action yet to come.